Under the full moon, the shadows of the trees frame the calm night sky with clouds. On the porch, an elderly man named South Setaru is worried because his grandson is late. Suddenly, he hears a sharp rustling in the bushes nearby. Sviatosar becomes suspicious and listens intently to the noise. Through the bushes, it can be seen that a sturdy and formidable man is hiding there. Feeling danger, Satoru becomes alert, his face turning serious. A stranger emerges from the bushes and abruptly asks, "Who is Satoru?" At this time, a young boy named Takami runs up to the gate and calls out to his grandfather. Surprised by the appearance of the boy, the attacker pulls out a large knife. The man lunges at Takumi, but Satoru quickly rushes over to protect him. Takumi looks at all this with horror, and tears appear in his eyes. The attacker thrusts the knife deep into Satoru's side with force. Although Satoru is mortally wounded, he falls, but still moves forward. The attackers did not expect the grandfather to be so stubborn and brave. This shocks and confuses them. Kotaro boldly throws herself at the larger man, and they both fall to the ground. Takumi screams his grandfather's name in horror and disbelief. Gathering his last strength, Seider smiles through the pain at his grandson. As life leaves him, his hand weakens, and a small talisman falls out of it. His vision blurs, and he feels as if his consciousness is leaving his body. The last thing he hears is the desperate cries of his grandson as his soul leaves this world. Kotaro appears with a barely audible sound in a brightly lit empty space with no details. A mysterious voice addresses him, calling him a young man, and offers to become a hero. Having seen before him a mysterious creature without a clear gender, he wonders who was called young. The entity, equally surprised, asks Satoru what power he is using to fly. The being floating in the air introduces itself as Ichiro, and addresses Satoru by the name of Takumi. Kotaro explains that Takumi is the name of his grandson, not himself. Looking around in this strange empty place, he wonders, has he ended up in the afterlife? Ichiro listens attentively as the old man corrects her, her long hair fluttering behind. A look of genuine horror appears on Jethro's face. He finally understands the terrible mistake he has made. God confirms that this man is Takumi's grandfather, not the boy himself. After everything has been gathered, ask Ruas Ichiro if they are God. Noticing that the excitement has dissipated, Satoru says he has one important question. With a serious face, he asked only one thing: if Takumi survived. Ichiro looks at him sadly and confirms that only Cedar died. Satoru smiles with relief and laughs, saying that's the most important thing. He calmly asks what's the point of worrying if his grandson is all right. A participant of the guild says that due to their mistake, something irreparable happened. A close-up shows potted flowers standing in a bright, almost fairy tale space. Satoru with a smile reassures the deity, saying that everything is fine, as long as Takumi is all right. He asked what Ichiro's original plans were, and found out that he wanted to reincarnate. Seeing the chance, Satoru proposes that he be reincarnated instead of his grandson. Ichiro immediately agrees to the new terms and confidently steps onto the ground. God is delighted and shines with happiness, because he has found such a simple solution. Kaitano quietly sighs with relief, glad that his wit helped him get out of it. After the agreement is made, he prepares to voice his first request. Ithor begins to glow with divine power and tells the old man that he is very lucky. God notices that Satoru is not impressed by their divine demonstration at all. Satoru says that he already knows about reincarnation because he read about it in his grandson's books. Then he asks to be made a little younger for his new life. Kaido sneers slyly, pondering what desires he can now fulfill, now that he's allowed to do anything. Godot offers the elder anything he wants with a soft and understanding smile. Setharo thoughtfully looks, putting his hand on his chin, and ponders this boundless proposal. The first thing he thought about was how hard it would be to communicate at first. Ithral senses this in advance, so he receives knowledge of languages, common sense, and the ability to assess the situation. In the endless white emptiness, an old man is vigorously discussing his terms with God. Ithral looks surprised, scratches his head, and notices that the request was very detailed. Cater asked for a speech box, and explained that he knew about such things because he often played similar games with his grandson. God suggests that the word inventory is more suitable, and explains this concept to the old man by example. Saint Taru says with relief that he is finally communicating with a god who understands his modern examples and jokes. Ithral laughs merrily and confirms that he is indeed divine, and the elder accepts it. Before the transmission, God asks the grandfather his name. Ithor bids farewell to him and sends him into the new world, illuminating everything with a bright flash of light. After Sidar left, Ithral thought about what a strange person he was. God turns to an invisible creature and asks it to appear. A shy little girl named Phyllis peeks quietly from behind the secret door. She lightly pulls Jethro by the shirt and with curiosity asks who the man was who just left. In Sardaro's memory, he is sitting on the porch and his grandson asks, "Grandfather, where are you going?" Ethereal calms down Phyllis off, explaining that he sent the man to a safe cave in their world. In the new world, the night sky is illuminated by 2 moons, one full, the other a crescent. Satoru wakes up after moving and sees that he is lying in a sleeping bag inside a cave. He notices a small structure nearby, similar to a shrine, and it seems to him that he has already seen something like this somewhere. Against the background of cool air, it looks especially familiar. Having come out of the cave, he sees 2 moons in the sky and realizes all this is happening in reality. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the cave, and it immediately grabs all his attention. Peering into the darkness, he notices a large menacing shadow in the middle. In the cave, a fierce fight suddenly breaks out. Everything around merges into chaotic motion. Before us appears a huge bear with 1 horn and shining eyes. It brutally attacks a defenseless deer. Satoru calmly approaches the brutal scene and lightly scolds the monster for its wild behavior. The bear drops its prey and sharply raises its head, noticing the new guest. Growling ominously, the beast prepares to attack the old man. Satoru thoughtfully touches his chin, thinking about which spells he can use. When the monster lunges forward, he considers it merely annoying, not taking it seriously. He easily dodges the beast's attack, deftly sidestepping its lunge. He raises his index finger and scolds the creature for such dangerous behavior. He casts a spell, and the bright glowing tentacles instantly burst forth to bind the monster. The horned bear rampages and growls, while Satoru calmly observes how well his spell is working. His charming wand glows again as he prepares to cast his next spell. He unleashes a flurry of magical ice needles that strike the immobilized beast. Noticing the wounded deer, he casts a strong healing spell. The deer's eyes open wide. Thanks to magical magic, he is again full of strength and life. He watches as the healed animal jumps away, wishes it good luck, and warns it to be careful. Standing over the defeated bear, he briefly and respectfully says a prayer. Then he uses his new ability to store items to take the enormous carcass of the creature into his inventory. The next morning, a wonderful dawn rises over the misty forest. Satoru stands by his tent, enjoying the pleasant morning and listening to the singing of a bird nearby. He starts his morning with exercise while birds fly around him. He continues to stretch, and the birds cheerfully sit on his tent and at his feet. The rejuvenated grandfather is again doing stretching exercises under the morning sun. He hears the noise of a stream nearby, and curiosity appears on his face. He gets down on his knees by the water, rejoicing that he has found such a quiet spot. Looking at his reflection, he is amazed because he looks exactly 10 years younger. Having passed through the forest, Eitral rejoices when he finds a paved road. He stops to have a drink and admire the birds on the flowering branch. On his way, he meets a kind passerby who hints him the way to the city. Soon he notices a city ahead, its buildings towering on a distant hill. By the main gate, the guard demands that the old man show his documents. Eitral says that he is just a tourist from the village. The guard sneered, deciding that if he had no documents, he probably didn't live anywhere. His companion wonders how this elderly man was able to overcome such a long journey on his own. Ithral is annoyed by their condescending behavior, but thinks about what to do next. The guard picks up the crystal ball and asks if he knows what it is. He is told to put his hand on the magical glowing device. Eitral irritably responds that he is not a fool and understands everything perfectly. Though he responded sharply, a drop of sweat on his forehead betrays that inside he is uneasy. The guards warned him about the dangerous places, recalling how they themselves had risked their lives there at one time. They wave their hand in greeting and let him in, welcoming him to Soli. Walking down the streets, Eitral notices that this city looks very cozy. Funny guards remind him of himself and his friends in their youth. He ponders his next moves, approaching it as a game and weighing all possible options. Having greeted the sky, he decides that first he will go to the temple. A luxurious interior design of the building is shown in detail, probably a temple. The woman with long blonde hair complimented him on his beautiful new clothes. He got scared when he heard a voice asking to clear the way for the cart. In the city square, he sees people trading actively and children playing happily. He smiles, enjoying the bright and friendly atmosphere of the lively town. A volunteer approaches him and asks him to generously donate money to help orphans. Feeling that he cannot refuse, Eitral throws a handful of coins into the box. He smiles, hoping that his help will give the children delicious food. The collector gives a divine blessing, and Itra humbly says goodbye. He walks further through the city and passes under the large stone gates. Inside the temple, he stops in front of a beautiful, serene statue of Agatha. Having prayed, he thanks her and feels that he will be able to live well here. He feels the presence of the goddess and mentally promises to protect this new life. Having left the temple, he thanks the street vendor for the delicious food. He really enjoys food, but he still thoughtfully chooses what to eat next. He comes to the Guild of Merchants. It's a large house with flags and symbols. The strict guildmaster inquires if he hasn't gotten lost here, taking him for an ordinary person. The friendly administrator politely hints to him the way to the registration desk. At the reception, he says he has come to rest, His name is John, and he wants to check in. She asked him to fill the crystal ball with his magic for registration. Itra leans in closer with interest to the shimmering magical device she has just received. The ball bursts, and a shining star appears in his hand. Then it is aligned and transformed into a rectangular identification card. Surprised by the changes, he says he will now deal with products. The administrator warns him to follow the rules, and he thanks her. She encourages him and wishes him success at the beginning of the way. Returning to the market, he notices that the price of tea is very high. He approaches the seller and politely asks if he can be distracted for a minute. He asks how much the potatoes cost, and this seems strange to the seller. A boy named Leo tells him that 2 potatoes will be enough to satisfy his hunger. Having bitten off a piece of the glorious potato, Itrul admits that he overdid it a bit. The summer traveler Itril turns, noticing the commotion in the street. A little boy named Leo sits on the ground and through tears apologizes for his mistake. The rough bully who pushed him stares back and sharply tells the boy to be more careful. A close-up shows the horrific result. A box with completely broken eggs. The boy starts crying and complains to his mother that he broke the eggs. Itril approaches the crying child and gently asks what happened to the precious eggs. Leo leads the old man along the path and points to the building, saying that it's his home. As they are already approaching the end, Itro calms the boy down, saying that they will apologize together. Inside, Leo's mom is terribly angry about the spoiled eggs, which nobody will buy now. Leo sincerely apologizes with tears on his face while Itra watches him. His mom continues to scold, and Itral asks if she is ready to listen to him. The old man says that he saw everything with his own eyes, and the boy is not guilty of anything. He asks if she has oil and vinegar, and suggests how the eggs can be made so that they can be sold. With a clatter, Itral starts beating the broken eggs in the bowl. He shows a jar of tender sauce with pleasure, and announces that everything is ready. Mom tries the unknown substance with distrust, thinking it's some kind of childish prank. Her eyes widen in amazement and delight at the incredible taste. Acknowledging that it's both annoying and pleasing, she wonders where he learned to do that. Etel smiles and says that it is a special dish from his native village. The mother ponders how else this recipe can be used, while Itral offers to teach her how to cook it. She is amazed at how spoiled eggs can be used so wonderfully. Itro casually snaps his fingers, accepting her gratitude and calming her down. That night in his room, Itro finally relaxes, grateful for the shelter and thinking about the next day. He uses his special SOT ability to magically replenish the black tea supplies. A touching memory comes to mind about a boy named Takumi, who loved playing with empty tea boxes. Falling asleep, he quietly wishes the boy all the best. The next morning, the sun rises brightly over the city. The head of the guild is simply amazed at how much tea Itral managed to sell. Later that evening, 2 moons appear in the night sky. In the tavern, 2 visitors are discussing how the old man sold a huge batch of tea and coffee beans. Some of them suspect that this mysterious old man is exactly that crook. Leo's eyes widen as he hears the potato seller describe Itrila as a grandfather-like compact disc. The boy hotly defends his grandfather, insisting that he is a good man. The potato seller looks at his food and doesn't understand why the child suddenly exclaimed. The men ask Leo about the old man and suspect that they are being cheated. The potato seller tears himself away from his food, looking at Leo with interest, who has so confidently stood up for him. The next morning, Itral meets Leo, who is going down in a good mood. Visitors are amazed by his appearance. One of them even says that he resembles his own grandfather. Leo runs up to Jethro and hugs him, while the other tavern visitors greet each other with a good morning. The boy tugs at Jethro's coat and asks with excitement where he is going today. Feeling that Itrul is about to leave, Leo grabs his bag and begs him to stay. Ithral gently calms the boy down and promises to visit him again sometime. As Ithral leaves, Leo stands on the stairs and with tears in his eyes reminds him of the promise. Leaving the city, Itra goes along a forest path and passes by another traveler. He stops at a clearing where the sun is playing and simply enjoys the silence and tranquility. He sets a small table and brews a teapot, preparing to enjoy a cozy cup of tea. Nearby, a horned rabbit pricks up its ears as a bird suddenly takes flight. Ethel's calm facial expression changes to attentive and alert. She feels some anxiety. The elf girl Ina runs through the forest, very frightened and breathing heavily. Sitting, Jethro calmly lists how many people are chasing after the fleeing girl. With an ominous grin, the adventurer Guido waves a necklace in front of the captive Misha. The group flees through a brightly lit tunnel, with goblins chasing after them. The adventurer with spiky hair jumps over his friends and calls for help, running away from the goblins. A stolen nest, a tiny bird's gallbladder, swings anxiously. Cetero touches his forehead. A look of deep concern appears on his face. A young girl easily and gracefully jumps away from some invisible danger. Now that Misha has been cornered, he wonders why these twitching goblins are so persistent. Thinking that it's the end for her, Misha desperately asks for forgiveness from her parents. A pack of goblins sneers and shows sharp teeth. Holding back nearby, Guido slyly smiles as his plan works, and Mina asks him to be quieter. Misha looks around in surprise as a calm voice asks if everything is all right with her. Alongside her appears an old Sedaru, who looks kindly at her situation. His sudden appearance frightens both Misha and the bewildered goblins. Hidden in the bushes, the adventurers quietly ask each other what is going on here. Misha begs Satoru to run away, but he asks to return one trifle to him. He actually gets the bag out of her hair, and realizes that this is the reason. The goblin brazenly raises the pouch and demands it back. Sedorov casts a swamp spell and orders those drowning goblins to behave. Hidden adventurers are simply amazed and cannot believe how strong the magic is in this old man. He casts another spell and paralyzes the rest of the goblins with electric discharges. He calmly explains to Misha that the paralysis is only temporary. He returns the wallet to the trembling goblin and warns him not to steal again. But due to his strength, Misha asks who he is, and he promises to tell everything later. Now the real panic of the adventure begins, and Mina accuses Guido of being too loud. They come out of hiding, pretending to be glad that Misha is okay. Setharo approaches them and says that he saw everything. From his words, they simply can't say anything. Guido tries to intimidate the old man, ordering him to shut up. Kotaro looks strict and confident. He is not intimidated by threats at all. The three daredevils are now tied together and realize they have been completely defeated. A look of bewilderment and distrust appears on Misha's face. With Misha by his side, Satoru politely asks the city gatekeeper to spare a minute. The guard notices Satoru and is surprised that grandfather returned so quickly. Kotaro stands next to Misha and asks the guard to help them. The goalkeeper's face, which had been friendly, suddenly fills with shock as he sees the bound adventurers. Having realized the full seriousness of the situation, he calls the boss and rushes for help. Misha watches as the goalkeeper runs away, with surprise written on her face. Guido, the main character of this adventure, smugly smiles as if he knows something that others do not. Satoru thoughtfully touches his chin, feeling that troubles are coming. Adventurers lead their bound captives through the entire city. The guard glances at Satoru, sees that the situation is already under control. Guido angrily urges his companions to hurry, fearing for their lives. Misha looks at all this, and thinks with sadness that all countries are the same. Everywhere, everything is humanly. Satoru calmly watches as the adventurers try to deal with the bound captives. From afar, the goalkeeper asks if everything is okay with the grandfather and the girl, if they are not hurt. Stereo hints to Misha that it's better for her to leave before everything gets even worse. The boy peeks through the wooden fence and watches a strange procession. The guard explains to Ryu that he has to convey they are not to touch important prisoners. Guido adjusts his cuff and smiles with a confident smile. The large wooden door creaks loudly and closes with a loud bang. Misha screams in fright, frightened by the fact that they were suddenly locked up. In an empty room, Misha asks Satoru why they were detained. She starts crying, blaming herself for the problems he's having because of her. A cheerful guy comes in and reports that a guest has arrived to see grandfather. The visitor holds a basket with sandwiches and coughs to attract attention. He seriously presents himself as a guildmaster and the main adventurer in the city. Misha stands behind Satoru, getting a bit nervous, while Satoru remains calm and looks forward attentively. The guild leaders asked with irony if they had come to apologize for their actions during the adventure. One of the goalkeepers quietly suggests to Cider to be careful with his statements. Misha watches the argument carefully, looking serious and concerned. She takes a step forward and emphasizes that they must be considered innocent until proven otherwise. Shock and distrust appear on her face after Guildmaster's sharp response. He denies her words, saying that his sources claim it was they who set up the ambush. Satoru brews tea and calmly asks if the records of their adventure aren't sufficient proof. The head of the guild is in doubt and asks how it can be proven that it was forged. Misha hands a cup of tea to Guildmaster and says the drink will help him calm down. She confidently looks at the bull, and Seed calmly records his impressions. The guild leader takes the bowl with distrust and brings it to his lips. He immediately recoils, scrunching up his face from the bitter aftertaste of the tea. Cedar slightly smiles and asks the man, who is still choking with emotions, if he has already calmed down. The guildmaster calms down and says that the confession will help mitigate their punishment. The gatekeeper and the servant boy cautiously peer out from around the corner, secretly eavesdropping on the conversation. He admits that he was not fully aware of the adventurer's plan. Misha and Satoru listen attentively as the guildmaster begins to explain. He says what happened to them is a common corrupt scheme. He explains that the adventurer hosts various events to get rewards and increase his rank. Satoru, unimpressed, says that the whole idea is simply absurd. The head of the guild agrees with Satoru's opinion, while Misha carefully listens to their conversation. Satoru looks out the window and anxiously says that the next victim may not be so lucky. He continues to hint at the threat, saying that the forest is a scary place. The head of the guild nervously swallows saliva. Sweat breaks out on his forehead. He promises to give the adventurers the most severe punishment from the guild. As he leaves, the guildmaster promises to make them withdraw their complaint. He thinks to himself that Satoru is a really scary old man. Satoru warmly smiles at Mishi, which pleasantly surprises her. Misha asks if everything is already settled, and the guy just happily takes a sandwich. The popular guy is surprised when he sees Sadaru and Misha in the common room. The gatekeeper and the others greet Satoru and congratulate him on his victory. They slap Sadaru on the back with a smile, acknowledging that he outwitted them. Misha is sitting at the table and writing in his diary that the suspicions have been lifted. She recalls that they received unofficial redress, effectively finding a way to stand up to an unjust system. In another scene, a long-haired man asks a young girl named Lucy what she thinks about it. The man starts talking about Sadar's character. Lucy gets embarrassed and replies that Sadar is a very talented man. A new day begins, and the sun rises brightly over the landscape. The gatekeeper and the boy assistant wish Saturn and Misha good luck on the road. Cedar waves goodbye to them, and next to him Misha is smiling. In the forest, Misha suddenly screamed. Small, fluffy monsters pounced on her. She was gathering mushrooms and berries while Satoru waited nearby. Katharo calmly casts a protective spell, creating a dome around them that safeguards against danger. Tall pines sway quietly in the wind, as if hinting that their journey continues further. An elderly man, Satoru, shows a beautiful sunrise to his young friend. The elf girl Misha says with delight that the coffee is very tasty, and this makes him smile. While camping, she becomes interested in his past, and he confesses that he used to be a tea dealer. She points to the river, but he remembers that just a few minutes ago she was pointing in a completely different direction. Blushing with a smile, she confesses that she is completely disoriented. He decides to inspect the forest layout himself and prepares a spell, drawing something with his finger. Before him, a detailed map suddenly appears out of nowhere, which greatly surprises his companion. The elf girl gasped in wonder, seeing such powerful magic. He casts a quick glance at her, as if inquiring about her unexpected reaction with a short, inquiring sound. She wonders how he can create such an accurate map without any spells. He says he is a magician. She became curious about where he was from, so she asked if his home was very far from there. He smiles, praises her perspicacity, and says that probably only God could explain such a thing. She asked why he didn't become younger after the reincarnation. He explained that he had only regained 10 years. She notices that in the records, all the other people who have reincarnated have become significantly younger. She wonders aloud whether all humans wish to be young again, and honestly confesses that to an elf, it's a strange notion. He looks thoughtful, pondering her question about why all people strive to stay young. She takes another sip of coffee and notices that it's quite hot. She proudly says that she won't find such delicious coffee anywhere else. In a strange vision, an old man sits at a modern table with a brightly lit laptop. 2 objects with the word "Get" written on them are falling from the sky, and Misha is standing, completely bewildered. A group of stern robbers comes out of the forest and mocks the incautious gamer. The bandits walked by, and one of them calmly waved off the situation as if nothing had happened. Without paying attention to the meeting, Sadaru tells Misha that it's time for them to leave. They reach the edge of the village, and he says it's time to say goodbye. He thanks the girl for the pleasant journey, as another traveler passes by them. Misha asked with curiosity if the man who had just passed by had done something unusual. Seru notices the deep footprints of the man, and realizes that the basket is clearly not empty. The footprints are too heavy. Misha understands the hint and realizes that the man is carrying a hidden heavy burden. Inside the village, a man behind the counter greets them and asks if they are going to stay here. Tell Ro, and let Misha stand behind him to politely ask the owner of the inn for 2 free rooms. The hotel owner respectfully sweeps the wooden floor in his establishment. He explains with a friendly smile that they have just reopened. He says that the village was attacked by bandits, but fortunately, no one was killed. Kotaro is listening to the news with respect, seriously pensive and quietly murmuring. The man with a dark tail on his head says he is afraid. What if the bandits come back? He tells Sadar that they met a suspicious young man by the gate, which caused concern. Misha talks to a woman from the village and says that maybe Satoru will be able to help them. The owner of the caravanserai asks Saidru if he is ready to listen to them and offers to call the others. Saint Aroch gazes thoughtfully, considering the request and making a decision. Off-screen, someone is calling out to grandfather against the background of a gray cloudy sky. In the clearing, Satoru sits calmly while a huge hornet buzzes nearby, which greatly surprises Misha. He calmly picks up the map and points with his index finger to a certain place. A giant wasp is instantly struck by a powerful electric discharge, and it frightenedly buzzes. Misha asks in amazement if it's really possible to do such a thing with just a map. The man jokes about the peaceful scene and asks if Satoru is accidentally catching insects. A little girl approaches Cider and directly asks, "Are you strong?" Tears appear in her eyes as she tells that bad people hurt her mom. Satoru smiles warmly and calms the worried child, promising to definitely help. The night falls in the village, and above the roofs, 2 moons shine brightly at the same time. The peasants run towards the church and strangely ask if the bandits are not returning. The old wizard, Southern Sage, informs his elven friend Mira that the bandits are already here. The magic map shows where the bandits are hiding. There's a whole gang of them around the village. Sal Cassipel raised his staff and summoned a defensive barrier. Maria watches with excitement as a huge magical barrier envelops the entire village. A village woman looks out the window, pondering what this strange light is shining in the yard. 2 men look at the dome of light and wonder if it's not protection from above. Ace smiles confidently and announces that it's time to start their defense. 2 robbers who hid in the forest notice a light dome and are curious about where it came from. The leader of the bandits smiles, thinking that the bright light is a treasure hideout. Greedy for prey, the robbers rush to the village, like a pig in Mary Waite's hideout. Sout prepares another spell, and Mira anxiously watches the approaching bandits. A powerful burst of magic erupts from the ground with a loud explosion. Cowley notes that their start was successful, like a bandit on Twitch who has already achieved his goals. A lone bandit in a panic runs to his camp and cries out about the unexpected trouble. He, barely breathing, informs his astonished commander that their hidden troops have been defeated. The leader got angry when he found out that the culprit was just some weirdo. He scornfully says that he will now cut the old man into pieces and goes to him. Asov walks calmly to the camp of the bandits, his steps confident and even. Hiding behind a boulder, Sal and Mary carefully examine the main camp of the bandits. The leader of the bandits notices them and orders his men to grab the valuable elf. As the last bandits charge, Asal calmly raises his staff, preparing to cast another spell. He applies a paralyzing spell and instantly stops the attacking bandits with magic. The gang leader clenches his teeth and forcibly resists the paralyzing spell. He smiles with victory, thinking that he has managed to overcome the old man's spell. Maria is amazed that the strong spell had no effect on the leader. He rushes forward with a sword and boasts that the magic of the south is not frightening to him. Mary screamed with fear, unable to bear watching the supposedly fatal attack. Simply by touching his forehead, a piece of fat incredibly stops the leader's attack. Miria looks on stealthily, peeking through her fingers, and can't believe her eyes after such an incredible defense. The leader is shocked. He flies back from what seems to be a light blow. The gang leader retreats back, surprised at how strong this light touch turned out to be. Mary looks with wide-open eyes, completely bewildered at how calmly South shows his strength. The leader offends the actions of the South, calling them too slow, and does not pay attention to his fallen comrades. Gritting his teeth in anger, the gang leader curses the strength of his opponent. He again fiercely attacks, shouting for the old man to finally die. Assos easily parries the sword, calmly noting that the leader knows how to put up a bit of resistance. The wizard casts a spell on him, explaining that it is a punishment for the crimes of the robber. The victorious leader helplessly curses at the sound, unable to break free from the magical bonds. Mary looks around in confusion at everything that's happening and hastily writes something in her diary. Asu gives the signal that it's time to return, and leads the flying gang back. The peasants gathered, shocked by what they saw, and one of them recognized the bandit who had previously robbed the store. The donkey carries the captives over the crowd and asks people to let him pass. The peasants were frozen in amazement, silently watching this incredible spectacle. The village head asks the prisoner if he was involved in the detention of the bandits. The mayor comes and, pointing to the prisoners, asks if this is his doing. A grateful resident asked if he had defended their village. Asao modestly admits that probably it was he who helped them. A little girl sincerely thanks him for his help. She holds a small, delicate talisman. It's a sign of her gratitude and relief. A little girl happily runs to her grandfather and lovingly calls him grandfather. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, the young girl thanks sincerely. To the southern melody, the village head nods seriously in agreement. Saul smiles and accepts the thanks, replying, "Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything." Then the mayor offers South something to show and asks to pay attention. With enthusiasm, the dissatisfied person says that he is ready and wants to listen. That night, the silhouette of a huge estate is clearly visible beyond the large gates. A girl named Lydia stands by the door and asks to be let in to the master. She goes inside and informs Master Ori that she has managed to find the thing she needed. Lydia tells about the problem from the point of view of her supervisor. Ori laughs upon hearing this news and wonders why they would mention some old man in a pointed hat. Lydia looks at her master with a cold, piercing gaze. Ozzy sinisterly smiles and tells the old man that he should prepare for death. A huge lump of dough is thrown onto the table with force. A young woman got scared due to a sudden loud noise. Focusing, the chef confidently and skillfully mixes the dough. His elven friend Mary watches him with admiration and wipes the sweat from his brow. The parents of a little girl watch a strange cooking show with concern. The peasants, along with the temporary elder, look at each other, not understanding at all what is happening. They whisper among themselves, noticing that he is preparing something else. Not bread. Ozil confidently cuts the prepared dough into wide, identical strips of noodles. Fresh noodles are boiled and bubbled in a large pot of boiling water. A hot bowl of noodles and mushrooms is ready. Serve at the table. The peasants look with curiosity at the unfamiliar hot brown-colored dish. The mayor's eyes widen in surprise as he tastes the dish, and he immediately says it's very delicious. He is surprised that this food comes from the southern regions. Mary insists on negotiating with the feudal lord for a reward for him. The girl politely refuses, explaining that it doesn't suit her and she won't feel that way. He says it's the duty of elders to help the young. The mayor notices the elder running towards them across the neighboring hill. The elder arrives with a message from the city of Foss about a gang. Sally watches in amazement, not understanding what happened in the news. The mayor urgently warns him to hide all valuables before the arrival of the messenger. He tells that the local Lord Oswald is known for his greed. He thought that the size seemed to be the same everywhere. Later, he watches with the mayor as children are happily playing in the village. Two children are laughing, playfully hitting each other with sticks, as if in a duel. Adults look at carefree children and notice how they have joined them. He expresses hope that when he grows up, the world will become better. Later, the mayor and the council sit together to discuss how to better organize the defense. One of the southerners suggests fortifying only one place instead of the whole village. Mary agrees and suggests gathering and preparing a controlled group immediately. The mayor is worried about how to organize this so that the enemies do not find out about it. Sal confidently advises to simply inform them, because gangs usually avoid trouble. Maria understand that his logic is correct. An elf girl with a smile pours tea for everyone in the group. The mayor asks South if he served in the army before becoming a wizard. One Cell explains that he is not a magician, but an ordinary farmer who grew tea. He treats the mayor to tea that he grew himself, and the latter is immediately enchanted by the aroma of the drink. When the mayor raises the cup to his lips, the pig says it's ordinary tea. The mayor's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he tastes the incredible drink. The village head takes a sip with pleasure and praises the tea, which grew in Satoru's pot. Menex is delighted to share his impressions, and the chief praises the tea for its wonderful aroma and taste. Changing the subject, the elder tells about the difficulties with the land in his village, and asks for advice on how to resolve them. Kataro thoughtfully strokes his beard, pondering the problem with the fields. He advises using fallen leaves to obtain nutritious compost for soil fertilization. The boss is delighted with this idea and immediately begins to take quick notes with a pen. Tell the residents of the row that adding soot from their stoves will also be beneficial. Having finished the lesson, Satoru takes a cup of tea and summarizes her tips. The chief is so full of gratitude that he doesn't immediately share this valuable information. Satoru suddenly becomes more serious when he starts talking about stolen valuables. The village head is clearly surprised by such a sharp turn in the conversation. He starts to sweat nervously, though he tries to keep a calm appearance. The chief admits that the amount and type of stolen goods differ from what is stated in the official report. Having looked into the open trunk, Satoru notices that there is twice as much there as promised. Two men sit opposite each other, with a chest of treasure glinting between them. At one of the fun rallies, Seidru, along with an elf girl, hands out fruits to children. The fishing float sinks underwater. It's a sign that a fish has bitten. The village children gather around Satoru with joy as he raises the freshly caught fish. When Saidu was by the water, he saw the chief running towards him. The boss gasps, announcing that people from the city of Foes have just arrived. Satoru tears himself away from his work and looks on in amazement. Two impressive giants named Golden Jock confidently enter the village. The peasants from afar watch as respectable men approach them. A white cat looks attentively at the newcomers, having widely opened, curious eyes. The peasants recognize the men as the commander of the punitive squad and the commander of the garrison from Fosse. Gold greets Satoru with a friendly gesture and calls him that old man about whom rumors go. He says that he heard Satoru single-handedly dealt with the gang using his magic. Sidero calmly confirms that the rumors are indeed true. Gold introduces himself and says he's come to collect the robber's loot. He asked Sadira to hand over to him all the treasures she had found. The peasants are watching, and someone among them mutters that this request is very impudent. Satoru agrees with a calm smile and confidence at once. Gold is clearly surprised that his grandfather agreed so quickly. The armored satellite of Jilka observes the conversation with a cold and unmoved expression. The village head quietly sighs with relief, glad that everything ended peacefully. Cider offers to give up the treasure right now. The action takes place in a dark night forest. As they walk, Gold notes that the grandfather turns out to be much nicer than he expected. The joke warns, it's not worth underestimating a man who dares to go against a feudal lord, even if it's for gold. A joke suddenly stops its companion and says, "Look ahead." Gold raises his head, surprise replacing calmness on his face. Katero and his cat stand on the bridge, their silhouettes visible against the moon. Gold wonders what the old man is doing, and Jock advises him to look around carefully. They notice in the shade among the trees along the river the hidden killers. Gold notices with horror that they are surrounded by hired assassins. Jilt grabs Golda's hand and says he's sure it was Satoru who sent the killers. Gold's face contorts into a joke, his face a picture of incredulity and shock. He irritably asks if Jill is suggesting they dump the old man. Jilk remains unwavering, his face stern, and his assessment confident. On the riverbank, the killers realize they had been spotted. Two mercenaries hide in the branches and spot their victims. One of them urges his partner to attack. Ro, along with her little white cat, turns her head, sensing the approach of danger. On the wooden bridge, the companions of Santa Cruz are attacked by killers. When the spiky-haired boy sneaks up to the adventurer, he abruptly grabs his Gold from behind and puts a knife to his throat. Gold grits his teeth as another mercenary's dagger flies straight into his unprotected side. He fights back. He knocks down one attacker, and at the same time, another one jumps on him from above. Jockey desperately shouts Goldie, warning of another enemy sneaking up to attack. Satoru's cat watches the fight with amazement, a bead of sweat appearing on his muzzle. The female killer watches with amazement as one of her companions is thrown aside, finding himself caught from behind. Cedar calmly points with his finger and utters only one magical word. Jill screams in surprise, not understanding why the paralysis spell also affected him. Gold tells Sadaru that the situation was dangerous, but the old man is not worried at all. Gold, holding his head, recognizes among the motionless attackers members of his own guild. Joe realizes with horror that the real danger was threatening his own team, not, for example, Rue. Gold starts to explain the situation, but Cedar calmly tells him that explanations are not needed. With a troubled heart, Gold acknowledges that his plan was completely unrealistic. Having gathered his strength, Jart realizes they must necessarily bring the powerful elder to the City of Strength. Cedar O'Hays gazes at the two moons in the night sky, thoughtfully humming something to himself. A small crowd of peasants, among whom there is also a child, comes to say goodbye to Saito Ru and his companions. The boy looks sadly up at his grandfather and asks if he is really leaving. The captivated killers are bound together and, under the effect of magic, float in the air behind their abductor. Sadar smiles warmly at the boy, promises to return, and asks him to be obedient. The villagers watch as Sidero, Gold, and Joke prepare to leave the village through the gate. As soon as they leave, someone loudly calls out Cedar's name, and he turns around. The elf girl, Mina, runs down the village street, determined to catch up with them. She enters a bit out of breath, but with joy shows everyone in the room a bundle wrapped in fabric. With a proud smile, Mina tells that she made the gift with her own hands, according to his recipe. Satoru looked at the extended roll in surprise and agitation. He removes the fabric and reveals a neatly folded portion of udon lying inside. Mina explains that she dried the noodles using wind magic so that they would keep longer. The grandfather in the crowd clenched his fist in delight at her clever idea. Satoru smiles warmly, thanks Miena for the wonderful gift, and wishes her all the best. Satoru, along with his friends, waved goodbye one last time and moved on, leaving the villagers behind. During the journey, Satoru estimates that it will take them 6 days, although Gold grumbles that it will take longer. Gold still complains about the long road, especially since they will have to return back the same way. Night falls in the forest, and against the backdrop of 2 moons, the silhouette of an owl appears. The group stops for the night, sets up a campfire, and even the captured killers are not left hungry. They are also given food. We joke that these prisoners have a wonderful appetite. For people in such a situation, Gold believes that even criminals should not starve, but complains that it is hard to carry food for them. The camera lingers on a crackling fire as Gold finishes talking about the extra food. Saint Aro, sipping tea, casually offers to use his inventory magic to stock up. Jock looks at the old man, in his gaze a quiet, restrained wonder. And Gold looks at all this in amazement and with interest, not believing his eyes, and only repeats, "Inventory?" as if he can't believe what he's heard. The silhouette of a tree against the night sky shows how time passes during their journey. At the next stop near Jock's camp, hiding in the shade, he says that this old man really has an incredible power. While Cedar sleeps soundly on the pallet, his 4 captives hang, tied to a tree branch. Juke watches the sleeping mage and wonders aloud who the elder really is and where he comes from. Gold, having looked around the room and observing everything, thinks that at least this person doesn't look bad. By the campfire, Gold instigates the others, asking what they will do next. The joke seriously claims to intend to prove the corruption of the local lord. In the evening by the campfire, Gold gets angry about their goal and calls Lord an ordinary crook. Suddenly, he became frightened when a voice behind him rang out and said it was time to change the guard. The cell that has just woken up from sleep is cheerfully treating its two friends to freshly brewed tea. High up in the tree, against the night sky, hang 4 detained bandits, tightly bound together. One of the bandits slowly comes to and realizes that he is now lying on the ground. He notices that the rope they were previously tied with is completely cut. The camera, with a tired look, watches as 4 newly released bandits quickly flee. Fatigue and resignation are visible on his face as he watches them hurry into the forest. When the sun sets, he sighs with distrust and a bit irritably. The voice of gold and anger asks how the guard allowed the prisoners to escape while he was sleeping. Asao smiles uncertainly and starts scratching the back of his head, apologizing. On the ground lies a broken rope. This is the only evidence that there were prisoners here. Gold is perplexed. He asks aloud how they will manage to compile a report if there is no evidence. Joe calmly inquired if the Lord's men had caused any damage or if the loot was safe. Asa apologizes and explains that he safely stored everything in his magical repository. To somehow make amends for the situation, he prepares a hot pot with fresh noodles. Gold can't believe his eyes and asks how they can eat in such a situation. But Joe liked the smell very much, so he started eating the appetizing-looking dish. Although he initially refused, in a moment the golden one will gladly gnaw on the noodle. On his face, one can see genuine amazement and admiration due to the incredible taste of this dish. Jill eats calmly and says that the noodles are very tasty. Asa smiles quietly, pleased that his friends like it. During the journey, Gold asks about their report again, but Sao just tells him to wait. The Joker loudly announces his arrival, approaching the large gates of the walled city. Before them looms a massive stone gate. This is the entrance to the city of Phos. Asao looks up and asks his friends to believe in him and trust him in everything. Golden joke. And his companion are silently reviewing. They are not sure what to think about this plan. Then Gold slams his hands on the counter in frustration and angrily demands to know where Sal has gone. The administrator calmly tells him that there is a message for him and his companion. She conveys a message to the buyers. She asks to wait until he returns from the trade guild. Gold clasps his head in despair, not understanding what this old man had actually planned. He exclaims in irritation, reminding his partner that they are now fighting against a feudal lord. The Joker apologizes and says he has other important business, so he can't wait with him. On a rainy city street, people with umbrellas hurry past a quiet building. Inside the Fossa Trade Guild, a strange melody sounds near 2 of its influential members. A woman named Calf carefully examines one of South's coffee beans with a magnifying glass. He brews coffee using the pour-over method, and notes how bright and pleasant its aroma is. Aso smiles and confidently says that the coffee is also very tasty. Calfee asks where this legume plant came from, and Sal reluctantly replies that it is from his native land. 2 members of the guild raise their small cups to taste the freshly brewed coffee. They are both delighted by such a delicious taste that their eyes widen in amazement. The man enthusiastically says it's Roma, and even the best coffee next to it loses. Asal begins negotiations and offers a price of 150,000 for 100 of Lankov's beans. The heifer becomes much more serious, making it clear that she disagrees with such a low price. She says that its price is too low, because she has never seen such wonderful beans before. She names a significantly higher price, which greatly surprises Fane, but still sells. Her colleague agrees that for such quality of beans, this price is quite justified. Assos thoughtfully ponders over the guild's generous counteroffer. Then he leans forward and says he has another item to show them. He puts a large closed glass jar of instant coffee on the table. The man watches in shock as a surprised Sale pours hot water into a strange device. In the cup, a dark, rich liquid swirls, and someone asks if this is real coffee. The amazed calf asks how he managed to keep this secret, and the catfish calmly replies that it was quite simple. Calef says with excitement that he sees the value of the product and insists an agreement must be concluded. On the rainy street, one of the group members suggests moving on to checking the goods for the case. One of Sao's asks to be given a minute, and his business partners watch him from behind. Somewhere else, a man and a woman are talking in the middle of a forest with tall, slender trees. We see the woman's face very close. She has a serious and focused look. The salamander slightly turns its head to the side and looks surprised, as if it doesn't understand something. Standing behind large bags of money, the guild members confirmed that the payout amount matches the agreement. Her assistant transfers the payment, and Calf gratefully thanks the pig for the deal made. Sal smiles contentedly, accepts the thanks and agrees that it was a good deal. The old man gestures that he wants to discuss one more thing with his new friends. Asao says he needs information about the city, and then Calf suggests changing the location. Walking in the rain, his companion warns, "Watch your step, it's slippery here." 3 travelers are holding their umbrellas tightly to avoid getting wet in the rain. The frame shows heavy rain pouring from the sky, and water droplets rapidly falling down. The man suggests meeting at a cafe and recommends ordering a salad, which is well suited to this place. They are sitting at the table, One notices that the coffee is very expensive, and his interlocutor praises the pastry. Having tasted the local coffee, the man realizes that it is bitter and of much poorer quality. The man complains that real good coffee is left only for the local nobility. We start with him asking a question. He says he wants to know about the feudal lord of the city. He surprised his friends, who threw glances at each other, and the man confirmed the name Ori Oswald. As the waiter serves the table, Calfee asks him questions to learn more about why Oswald is so interesting to him. Her partner looks away, carefully starting to tell a rumor he had heard about Lord. The story begins with a freshly caught gang of thieves being taken to the city. As Thuth slices the food, the man tells that the Lord has commanded to kill them all at once. The calf says in amazement that there was no time for interrogation before the execution. Grandfather listens attentively, looks serious and hums quietly, pondering what he has heard. Kelf tells why Lord has a bad reputation, and asks if Sal can't tell something about it. An old man confesses that he had dealings with this business, and suddenly a playful kitten appears next to him. As the cat rubs against him, he tells that he caught thieves in Lord's village. The assistant realizes that the Lord probably took out the gang to cover his involvement. The husband's gloomy suspicions are confirmed by a terrible sight. He sees the severed heads of the bandits. Grandfather seems satisfied because he received the information he was looking for from them. As her partner calmly finishes her food, Calf begins to understand the true meaning of the hidden mode. Kelsey wonders why he avoided the guards, but the pig says he already has all the information he needs. With a smile, he explains that he trusts such experienced partners as they are. Her assistant sincerely thanks the servant for the trust, and Calfoxen just smiles. It's at this very moment that Gold arrives at the cafe. He's finally managed to find this old man. With the look of a tired person, Gold tells how much effort he had to put in to find this old man. Gold responds that he and Jock are not always together when asked where he is. Two guild members listen silently, slightly surprised by Gold's sudden appearance. With a serious look, Gold reminds Southern that it's very dangerous to be here. An employee tries to calm Kelv as a waitress brings a chair for Gold. Gold agrees to sit down and joins the company at their table. Sitting down in his seat, Gold looks noticeably tense and still distracted by what happened. Kelv streams laughter, covering his mouth with his hand, watching the funny situation along with his partner. The employee leans in closer with interest and wants to share another interesting rumor. The man tells a rumor he heard about the Lord's frightening housekeeper. The old wizard Asu thoughtfully raises his head and looks inquiringly when he hears about the maid. The woman says that rumors have been circulating for a long time. Allegedly, the feudal lord's character has changed significantly due to the influence of one maid. The feudal lord Ori turns to Asao at the table and demands an explanation of what he meant. The angry man asked if Roz had told him everything, but she calmly promised to explain everything later. Next to a yawning cat, a catfish mysteriously says, "There is no smoke without fire." With a sly smile, he already imagines how the Lord will be surprised when he sees everything. We are transported back in memories. A dark, rainy night in a huge lord's estate. The head housekeeper, Marie, stands with a whip in her hand and looks coldly and thoughtfully. She approaches a group of crouched and kneeling adventurers and demands that they explain themselves. Their leader sits in the chair, with a condescending smile on his face and a self-satisfied gaze at everything around. One of the adventurers chained up desperately denies that their target was not one, as they were promised. Mary indifferently waves off his complaint and simply asks, "So what?" A loud crack of the whip resounds around, and the captive traveler cries out in pain. She interrogates the man, asking if he brought any valuables, or if he returned empty-handed. Gold is indifferent to what is seen, and Marie with a sneer suggests executing everyone. The captive man and the blonde adventurer look up frightened, cuffed and helpless. Mary quickly casts a sideways glance and continues the interrogation. Then she calms down the bewildered Gold and says she was joking. Marie turns to another captive and asks him about that old man they were talking about. The story tells that this grandfather possesses powerful support magic. Holding a wilted flower in her hands, Mari proposes a plan to take the staff away from the old man. The adventurer listens respectfully, determination on her face, as Marie inquires about her opinion. She simply nods, her eyes showing both fear and understanding. Suddenly, Murray slams the adventurer's head against the wall. A dull, eerie sound is heard. Mary, leaning in closer, sternly asks the woman if she really expected her to clean up after her. Gold curves and murmurs that the wall is getting nuts again. The scene cuts back to the present day and shows the mansion at night from a wide angle. In the spacious hall, the servants are putting things in order, and the man walks by with a tray. One master asks another if Master Ori is at home, and he replies that Ori is currently busy. Another employee notices a suspicious man inquiring about the master, so the butler decides to get to the bottom of things. The great butler approaches the luxurious gates as someone knocks from the outside. Having opened the gate, the butler strictly asks the guest who he was. The man from the southern regions removes his cone-shaped hat, and with relief says that the gates have finally opened. The butler looks at the elders with suspicion, his face stern and closed. Exiled says he has come to meet with the master and asks the steward to announce his visit. The butler informs him that Mr. Oswald does not meet with anyone without a prior arrangement. The butler sternly asks the old man to go back. As the gates were closing, the camera politely asked him to at least pass on its message. One man confidently says that he knows for sure the master will want to meet with him. The butler thought confusedly and somewhat irritated about how to deal with the persistent old man. Mary calmly approaches the butler and offers to deliver the message herself. The action takes place in a quiet, well-appointed corridor inside a luxurious mansion. Mary escorts her husband to the waiting room and asks him to wait for a bit. She barely noticeably nods to him in understanding and exits the room, leaving him alone. The client waits calmly in the reception, surrounded by nice furniture and art. He stops for a moment and quietly, almost imperceptibly, exhales. Mary comes in with a tray and a cup of tea, apologizing for disturbing. She hands him a cup of freshly brewed tea with a pleasant smile. Exiled takes the tea, thanks, and says she will try it. He takes a sip and immediately recognizes the well-known and special aroma of the tea. Exiled sips the tea and immediately recognizes the familiar aroma. He was given exactly the same tea before. Observing the head housekeeper, he becomes alert and ponders. Mary responds to him with a confident, barely noticeable smile. The cell is carefully examined and immediately feels tension around. In the great hall, Maria tells how her master Oswald supposedly cares about his people. Sal expresses his concerns that his interference may bring trouble to the village. Mary slightly smiles and says that she very much hopes not. Her face suddenly becomes stern, and she hints at possible troubles, threatening unfortunate accidents. Suddenly, a group of aggressive adventurers burst into the house. Murray stands by the water and asks what he sees in front of him. Their leader Gold sneeringly asks if this old man has accidentally made a mistake. A nervous adventure girl warns her mentor to be careful near the camera. The cell is calmly and slightly wearily watching everything that is happening around. Gold says contemptuously that Sue is just a pathetic old man. He jerks forward sharply, strikes the bars and demands an answer sharply. Gold's face contorted in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. A pig flies through the air with a scream and falls to the floor. Suddenly, a Sal erupts from the ground and grabs Golda's leg, repeating the same ominous warning that Murray had spoken earlier. Enraged and infuriated, Gold in anger orders his men to kill the old man. Adventurers rush forward, drawing their weapons to attack the fallen enemy. Mary stands aside, smiling and calling the adventurers fools for interfering. Exiled calmly raises his staff, and its end begins to glow with magical energy. The boy with spiky hair calms the team and says, "Don't worry, just take the wand." At close range, we see the sour eye. It's narrowed from tension and extraordinary strength. The blonde gathers her strength and unleashes a powerful fireball. Gold sounds the alarm because he is worried that the estate may suffer. A powerful explosion engulfs the spot where the sow had just lain. The man with tousled hair asked impatiently if their attack had been successful. Smoke and soot from the explosion are gradually beginning to settle. Sal appeared unscathed and calmly smoked a cigarette. The blonde looks on in amazement, calling him a real monster. He calmly adjusts his hat and explains that it's just supporting magic. The traveler encourages his team, assuring that together they will be able to defeat the support mage. One of the SAO enigmatically says, "Everything depends on how it is used." Mary observes what's happening with a cold smile on her face. He uses magic to lift into the air and bind anyone who attacks him. The man with spiky hair loses his weapon and helplessly flies through the air. The southern sorcerer uses magic, and the entire group of adventurers finds itself pinned against the wall. From a powerful magical explosion, Mari's form distorts. Powerful magic whizzes past the South's head and targets the adventurers directly. The side of the mansion explodes with a powerful blast. The birds gather near the mansion when the building suddenly explodes with a powerful roar. Gold, lying on the floor, realizes with horror what has just happened. Murray asks the old man with a smile what he was doing now. Золотий заїкає від недовіри, усвідомлюючи, що клітина тільки що паралізувала його. He looks at the old man with horror and all in sweat. Gold asks Asao in desperation if he really cares what happens to the village. Lord Ori, along with the butler, rushes out into the street, loudly calling for help. Ori looks on in shock at the destruction and the captive men. Gold lies on the floor, stunned, looking up and can't believe what happened. With a worried look on his face, feudal Lord Ori tells the old man that things are going badly. The head housekeeper Marie smiles slyly and ominously right in the midst of chaos. Smiling with mischief, the adventure leader also looks closely. Despite the tension around, the summer wizard Asao exhales calmly. In the chaos of the hall, Ori stands over the defeated warrior in gold and interrogates his subordinates about their actions. Ori angrily accuses one of the cells of reckless actions, but old Kuli says that this is exactly what they wanted to achieve. With a sly smile, Sauer suggested that Ori take a closer look, showing that he had already dealt with the danger. After this, he turns to the paralyzed gold on the floor and asks it to retreat, which greatly surprises Ori. A respectable, portly lord approaches Ori and inquires him about the brightly dressed old man who was involved in that incident. Ori looks at Jock and wonders why the commander appeared here. Portalyard addresses Ori by name, speaking confidently and authoritatively. In another place, a man in a coat with a fur collar shouts in fright. The lord reproaches his nephew, Mr. Gold Ori, for his inability to cope with affairs. Adir and Jacques arrive just in time, rejoicing that they made it at the right moment. One cell turns to its nephew and asks if he was really considered just a kind old man. The man in armor sharply gives the order to his subordinates to take care of the others. The man in the suit claims he will no longer be responsible for the man in the fur coat. Noticing that Marie's maid is quietly standing nearby, Jock calls her. In response, the maid returns with a cold, insidious smile on her face. Juke is clearly frightened and amazed by her menacing appearance. The killer threw projectiles that exploded and threw the victim far away. Her attack completely destabilizes the entire group in the White Hall. Joe says he's okay and warns the others that she has a concealed weapon. The maid gets another round of ammunition from the strip on her thigh. With a serious and determined look, South approaches closer to meet her. The maid suddenly darts forward and orders them to step aside, at the same time beginning her attack. Asa instantly creates a brilliant magical barrier, which with a loud clang deflects her knife. Watching as the attack fails, he curses in anger and frustration. The maid throws more explosives, but they safely disperse off the magical shield. Or jokingly shouts and demands that he catch the killer. The maid barely smiles with confidence as Joe approaches closer. Jock approaches her and says he doesn't like killing women. His blows stopped with a loud clang against an invisible shield. The maid's eyes sparkle as she prepares to take her last, desperate step. A small device appears in her hand, hissing and spitting as if it's about to explode. The resident of the South's eyes open sharply wide. He restlessly explores this object. The device explodes in a blinding but silent flash of white light. An incredible explosive event occurred in Golf. A powerful explosion literally blew down the walls with a loud rumble. After all, the sun shines peacefully over the quiet town. Later, the golden joke is discussed, and Gold comments on how much the mage's suicidal attack impressed him. Gold assumes that the lord was being driven by some scoundrel, and Jouds is just joking that everything turned out well in the end. With excitement, Gold recalls how one sound instantly created a barrier that protected everyone. Yoke adds that it was the pickled vegetables that also saved the lord, and he also sold him a few valuable beans. Gold jokingly asks Juke why he doesn't tell anything, and Juke in response says that Gold is too easy to figure out. Gold among the bites did not expect to hear from his comrade such a sharp remark. He vehemently denies being that predictable, though a playful smile betrays otherwise. Their conversation is interrupted by a soldier who reports that he has completed his training. Yoke and Adir approached Gold, who was sitting alone at a sidewalk table. Audio politely greets Mr. Gold and asks where Mr. Asao is. Golden explains to her that the old man is not here. Where he went next is unknown. A woman named Adir reacts with surprise when the man tells her about Mr. Souza's destination. The man said that he saw a woman, similar to a maid, older in age, near the road to the forest dungeon. Looking at the enormous overgrown dungeon, everyone here is worried whether Mr. Cow will be safe. Among the ancient ruins, Mr. Asal carefully looks around and thoughtfully observes the rubble. Scratching his head in frustration, the guy admits to himself that he's completely confused. The action takes place in the cozy Birkin Cafe in the town of Foss. Near the yard with a well, two girls are playing together happily. Silsal proudly shows a dirty potato, which tells how to fry it. Her older sister Otley asked in bewilderment what the word fry means. From a distance, Mom and another man watched the happy children and smiled. Cecil looks at his sister with curiosity and asks when that grandfather will return. Her older sister Ali looks away and thoughtfully, slightly worriedly, gazes to the side. The girls wonder where grandfather is now, imagining his face in their thoughts. But Ali suddenly remembers that he told about his plans to go to the forest dungeon. The story of their mom is shown through a child's drawing with creepy, growling monsters. She seriously warns, ghosts appear in the dungeon, and they can eat them. Having heard their conversation, Mom comes up with plates and asks what they are doing. Silsla, excited, asks her mom if grandfather will be safe there. Mom says that the basement can be too dangerous for grandfather if he goes there by himself. At her words, the girls catch their breath, and genuine shock appears on their faces. Mom, with a sly smile, says, "Maybe the ghost will really eat you." The girls simultaneously screamed in horror, being very frightened for their friend. In a panic, Silas suggests turning to Uncle Gold to help rescue grandfather. They didn't have time to do anything, as Ali had already run into the forest. She rushes through the eerie forest at an incredible speed, determined to find him. From the depths of the ancient ruins of the dungeon, a rustling is heard from the bushes. Hearing the noise, the bewildered Mr. Asao turns his head to find out where it's coming from. He stands alone on the path and gazes at the stone buildings overgrown with weeds. South sighs quietly and looks around with a slightly tired expression. He looks around carefully, his face showing both confusion and anxiety. Suddenly a strong wind blew, and it frightened him on the road. Ahead, in the dark gully, rustling was heard again. His boots gleam as he stands bravely and stares straight at the invisible enemy. Out of the darkness, a gigantic, savagely grinning maw suddenly appears. Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound rings out, which greatly frightens everyone around. The source is a little white kitten that pulls out its claws and clings to Usov's leg. Sal carefully lifts the grumbling cat, tenderly calling him a good boy. Holding the cat in his arms, he purrs contentedly and loudly. Having decided to rest, the sound magically sets the table for tea. He hands over a piece of fried donut and asks if the cats will like it. The cat is eating treats. Its eyes shine with joy. It's very tasty for her. He likes that. He's glad he made plain donuts for her. Suddenly, he realizes that he has already seen this cat before in the village, but then took it for a mistake. The cat looks at him attentively and wisely, as if he understands everything perfectly. Holding the cup, Asal begins to suspect that the cat is not as simple as it seems. The cat meows in turn and starts walking along the path as if inviting him to follow her. Saul brews his teapot and wonders whether to trust the enigmatic cat guide. The kitten peers over the edge of the teapot, its eyes wide with curiosity. He wonders aloud if the cat has also gotten lost, just like him. He for a moment imagines the cat as a frightening ghost that even other cats run away from. An elderly man named Asio hums softly to himself, and his white cat seems a bit bewildered and doesn't understand where he is. Asio gazes calmly ahead, with a cigarette barely clinging to his lips. As he walked through the forest, he asked the cat to help him and take care of his safety on the way back. You see in the dungeon an old stone bridge that hangs over a dark, deep chasm and is about to collapse. On the 4th underground floor, So and his cat jump through the air, escaping the defeated monsters below. Зійшовши на 5-й поверх, він стоїть переможцем над переможеними ворогами, тримаючи у руках маленьку світлячку. When Iseo reaches the wooded area on the 6th underground level, he decides that it's a great place to catch a few winks. He sleeps peacefully, leaning against a tree, and snores loudly among the strange plants of the dungeon. The feline friend peers from behind the owner's shoulder, carefully watching everything around while his owner rests. His ears perk up sharply. He's heard a faint sound somewhere far away. The camera zooms in on the sharp, attentive gaze of the cat, who is closely watching what is disturbing it. From the dark, dense forest, which is already very close, a slight rustling can be heard. From the shadow, it can be seen that Seo is sleeping peacefully inside the shining, protective, magical barrier. Two menacing bandits in Japanese masks sinisterly smile as they approach what appears to be a defenseless victim. Having come out of the bushes, the swordsman noticed a lonely old man and thought that he was lost, or someone had left him. The white cat screams in fright when it sees the bandits approaching it. One of the masked men pulls out a katana and swings it to strike the sleeping Oseo. His sword clangs loudly against an invisible barrier, and he wonders how strong it is. A little kitten trembles with fear and mournfully meows, watching the brutal attack. Both bandits strike the shield time and time again. Their strong blows in no way disturb the peacefully sleeping ASEO. Disheartened, the bandits stop their futile attempt at an attack and notice that their victim is still sleeping soundly. The cat is still on the alert. It turns its head to watch the two dangerous figures that are already gathering together. They stand over the sleeping man, and one of them gloomily says that this lucky person will simply be lucky enough to die in their sleep. The cat cautiously peers out from behind the sail and watches two men with swords, who seem to be dangerous. The kitten's face twitches and trembles. He is both afraid and at the same time gathers courage and determination. His face becomes serious when it is ready to protect its master from impending danger. A white wolf-like animal quietly emerges from the bushes and cautiously approaches the sleeping man. The bandits laughed brazenly, thinking that the old man would die in his sleep, unaware that a new guest had already appeared. The cat looks around in fright, first at the bandits, then at the wolf-like creature approaching. Two bandits stand right over the sleeping Akio. They have raised their swords and are about to strike. The cat tightly closes its eyes for a moment to gather courage before acting. The cat slightly opens one eye and watches carefully as the wolf-like creature jumps forward, hissing. A wolf-like creature attacks the bandits, who did not expect such an attack and react in confusion. One of the bandits wonders if this creature is the old man's pet, and asks his partner what to do next. His partner sneers and suggests skinning the creature and selling it for a good price. The wolf transforms back into a small white cat, which now growls angrily and defends Aseo. The bandit looks down in astonishment, not understanding what is happening, as a supernatural transformation is completed before his eyes. The cat quickly pulls out its body, moving surprisingly fast and agile. Two bandits blame each other, each accusing the other of the cat getting in the way. The seller holds in his hands a magic wand that has the power to impose silence and paralyze. The bandits with amazement and fright realize that a magical spell has been cast upon them. A little kitten rushes forward with incredible speed, barely touching the ground with its paws. The cat jumps up, loudly and magically meows, holding a small magic wand. Sorcery strikes two bandits, knocking them off their feet while Aseo calmly watches nearby. The defeated bandits lie on the ground, tremble and cannot move, and the cat proudly says, "Meow." Aseo looks down at the situation with a slight wonder and a smile on his face. He gently strokes the cat's head and thanks him for his brave and timely assistance. Looking at the neutralized men, Aseo wonders, are they robbers or just loafers who wanted easy prey? One of the bandits, pinned under his partner, brazenly says that he doesn't understand who they are at all. The vendor looks around, and his cat beside him happily meows next to the abandoned Oni masks. An elderly man named Aseo carefully examines a wooden plaque he is holding in his hands. He puts on the ground an abandoned Oni mask and says that it's a significant piece of evidence. Having seen two bound men, the merchant tells his cat that they are bandits. One of the captives angrily tells his partner that he had warned him. He shouldn't have attacked the old man with the fence. Stroking his beard, Aseo ponders what to do with his two captives. He recalls a conversation with his acquaintance Genzo, who then looked very agitated. Aseo decides to leave the robbers alone, because he doesn't want to have even more problems. One of the bandits has a sign hanging from him that reads that he is a hapless loser who has already been caught. He tells the captives that his barrier will hold all the way to the very city, and advises them to surrender. Having moved away from the bandits, the sailor raises his hand. He noticed something in the forest ahead. He sits at a small table in front of the enormous doors to the dungeon and drinks tea with his cat. The leader of the arriving group notices Aseo and tells his team to stop. A large group of adventurers approaches the forest. Among them are warriors and a sorceress. The leader asks Aseo if he is guarding the gate, but Aseo replies that he is here alone. The witch at the party strokes Oseo the cat with delight and thinks he's incredibly cute. The leader informs Aseo that he is camping right in front of the dangerous room with the boss. One SEO simply noted that it's a pretty good place to rest. The guide of adventures smiles to the old man a bit self-satisfiedly and mysteriously. He clearly states that his team is in a hurry and cannot wait for the sale. Aso calmly suggests that everyone go into the boss's room together. The witch with the cat urges Aseo on and tells him to come to his senses and move on. She leans into him and insists that he let their group pass further. Ace says they have nothing because all the trophies are in his inventory. The party leader's eyes widen in surprise as he learns about the rare skill from the inventory. He quickly changes his mind and tells his companions that the old man is in trouble. Aseko notes about itself that in fact it has no problems. Another team member says that traveling together is better and offers their help. The leader agrees. It is necessary to unite the party in order to support each other together and move forward. A huge monster boss suddenly bursts out of the ground, and all the adventurers find themselves in complete chaos. Everyone looks on in panic, and leaders scream in wild disbelief at what has happened. Useo stands calmly amidst the ruins, for he has single-handedly defeated a gigantic monster. Travelers rejoice at Aseo and are amazed by his incredible feat, calling him a real wonder. The leader acknowledges that Aseo should have told him that he was a real wizard. He points to a huge pile of trophies and says that he has never seen such a cool boss before. The leader asks Aseo to gather all valuable items into their inventory. He says that now they are going to tell about the victory over the boss. Will Sale recognize the party's carriers as the same person he has already dealt with before? One of the men asks to spare him, because he is afraid of losing his job. The Sale looks at the man and praises him for his hard work. Former bandits now work as porters. They pull a heavy sled. The scene shifts to a bathhouse, from the chimney of which steam rises. Inside the room, Seo rests in a large wooden barrel, and his cat in a smaller one. He relaxes in the hot water and says how pleasant and refreshing it is. From the entrance, someone is loudly shouting and asking if Grandfather Aseo is here. Genzu appears and screams that now is absolutely not the time for a bath. The shopkeeper notices that the visitor is Genso, who is standing at the top of the stairs. Genshu joins us in the hot onsen, and both men relax in the water. Now our director is standing by the closet in his dressing gown and is about to tell something. He tells a slightly bewildered Gens that the bath was very pleasant. Gens, leaning over the table by the gas lamp, is preparing to tell about his urgent matter. Genzu leans over the table and persistently reminds Asa that they urgently need to discuss an important matter. He warns that someone wants to appropriate the glory of Aseo for his achievements in the dungeon. Oso calmly sips his drink and simply asks, "Is this really happening?" Gensu says that they present it as if they are saving a helpless old man in distress. Unfazed, Oseo thanks his friend for the information, but takes it simply as ordinary business dealings. Genzu scolds him for being too kind, and advises him to get an adventurer's license. He adds that even with the power of Oseo, it's quite difficult to fully clear the dungeon. Aseo looks truly surprised and freezes for a moment, raising the cup to his lips. His friend explains that the entire monster system was disturbed by only one person. Aseo jokingly tells the irritated Genzu not to be silly while his cat calmly drinks water nearby. It turns out it was just a nightmare. The sail is asleep, while Gensu's vision disappears like smoke. The next morning, the singing of birds can be heard, and smoke rises from the chimney into the sky. Asio walks through the city, greeting the city guard and wishing them a good morning. He comes to the Adventurers Guild and sees a large crowd of people inside. By the counter, he takes a ticket with the number 56 and waits to be called. He patiently stands in a long line of adventurers, waiting to be served. A cheerful girl notices Aseo in the queue and approaches him, greeting him warmly. Knight welcomes him with joy, and other adventurers look at it with interest. He kindly offers the old man to go ahead, but the grandfather politely refuses. Aseo with a warm smile explains that the line is necessary, and he will wait. Other adventurers in the queue confidently support the director's decision. The lady accompanying the knight asks if he knows Mr. Akio, and the knight replies that he does. He speaks well of this old man, says that he is a very good person. Another traveler laughs and adds that Sayo is that same jokester who once outdrank him at the table. The half-naked man agrees and says that Asio has a very good eye for various trifles. The woman adds that he even teaches her to cook various dishes, such as donuts. The lady's knight recalls that he needs to get behind her if he has any business of his own. Motion blur shows how time passes when the line moves forward. A guild worker calls out number 56, and Aseo steps up to the counter. A suspicious nun watches him and tells him to stop pretending. Alceo goes through 2 doors and heads to the counter where goods are accepted and sold. He shows a large hall full of rare wood and medicinal herbs that he brought from the forest dungeon. Adi, the administrator, asks if he is interested in selling the goods that have already been processed. Asio looks on warily, not understanding why she said processed. He asked her to explain her proposal in more detail, while his cat was already sitting nearby. A close-up shows the cat's eye. Its vertical pupil carefully watches what's happening. The camera shows a person's eye, in which a distant sad memory is reflected. The flashback begins. A man with long hair watches a little girl. Sora emotionlessly tells the girl Ivy that he will leave her alone. The girl turns back. On her face, quiet anxiety and sadness. She pulls the man's cloak with her little hand, trying to get his attention. He carelessly pats her on the head and asks what she wants from him now. The girl with tears in her eyes quietly asks him not to leave her. Returning to the present, Eddie explains how the sales processing works, just like with T. She advises to entrust complex work to professionals to get the best result. I understand that the value of data processing depends on the client's needs. His cat Akami peeks out from behind the counter and looks with curiosity at Rarwood's shiny poles. The worker nervously catches a cat jumping off the counter. He asks us if it's his cat, and we answer that it is, and apologize for the way it's behaving. Holding the cat in his arms, the seller calmly explains that it's not his pet. In the guild, an employee and a young woman are also wondering together because they don't understand anything either. An elderly man calmly says that a little white kitten is his real friend. As if on cue, the cat playfully bites Aseo's finger and meows softly. A happy cat in a bell says cheerfully, "Meow!" A bright moment is vividly remembered. The boy Akumi, with a sincere smile and a missing tooth, hugs a kitten. Aseo recalls how cute the cat was, and it reminds him of his own childhood. He brings to the guild several packs of rare shiny wood that he specially delivered here. He recalls how he was already a grandfather, and saw little Takumi enthusiastically examining tea cans. Inspired by the memories, Aseo announces that he wants to make a tea bank. Eddie suggests finding a master, but during the sale it becomes clear that his product is a unique design, made entirely of wood. Addie's heart beats faster. She feels that his unusual idea can become a real business opportunity. For a moment, a sad scene appears. A little girl with tears in her eyes is begging a man for something. Eddie asked for more details, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud, dull thud. The guild doors burst open, and an energetic girl rushes into the room, loudly calling out for Addie. Addie is surprised and recognizes the newcomer Baronia, asking why she is here. Baronia tells with excitement that she heard rumors about the rare wood and decided to come see it herself. Observing everything that is happening, the Seo looks with a bewildered expression on its face. Baronium wonders how such a valuable tree was found in a ordinary low-level dungeon. She was curious to check how strong the tree was, but Eddie tried to stop her. Touching the log, Baronia realizes that it's not a tree giant. She insists very strongly that Adi should under no circumstances sell such valuable timber to a stranger. Running her hand over the log, Baronia admires its sturdy bark and ideally smooth surface. ACO watches their conversation with an intelligent and slightly smiling expression. Eddie coolly ignores Baronia's experiences and asks what her opinion matters anyway. She calmly confirms that this is indeed the place where the timber is stored. Eddie reproaches Baroness for her impulsiveness, which constantly makes her lose her job. She complains that Baronia constantly comes without warning, and asks her to warn in advance of her visit. Baronia replies that it's her business to look for such rare valuables. The Sale slightly wearily watches their disputes. He is amazed when the dispute becomes increasingly heated. Enraged, Baroness draws the sharp tip of her adze across the floor. A guild worker, a man, returns to Osseo and apologizes for the commotion that occurred. He explains that these two women are just close friends from childhood, who often argue. He suggests going for a coffee together until the quarrel is over. On the street, a group of adventurers sincerely thanks Aseo for his help in the dungeon. Under the cover of night, all travelers bow respectfully to Aseo. The knight enthusiastically invites Aseo to join the next search, praising his useful skills. Aseo's companion asks if he knows any diligent team of adventurers. In the memoirs, the knight tells that cooperation with Aseo was incomparable. He says that due to their success, monsters with rare materials have now begun to appear. Aseo and his partner compared it to a disruption of the balance in the dungeon ecosystem. The company waves goodbye and one of them reassures his friend, saying that everything is okay. Nearby, on a brick wall, a small white kitten sits and carefully observes everything. The witch at the festival notices the cat and exclaims with delight, "How cute he is." Night shares its valuable information with SEO absolutely for free. He ponders what a unique opportunity it is to find such valuable things right here. Night with joy says that that opportunity is like finding money on the street. His teammates look at him, wonderingly asking why he is so delighted. SAO politely declines the invitation, explaining that it wants to focus on processing sales. The knight looks surprised and a little disappointed because ACO decided to give up. The young knight casts a glance aside. Genuine concentration is visible in his eyes. Having thrust his hand into the bag at his belt, he rummages inside, and the knight around him rustles softly. He pulls out a small smoldering object and hints that it may influence someone's opinion. The knight tells us they use smoke to lure monsters out of their dungeons. When listening to the explanation, Saturn looks very serious and concentrated. Satoru politely declines the offer, explaining that he is still discussing the matter. With a bright smile, the knight accepts the refusal, understanding what's at stake. His comrades bid farewell to him and call Saidu to join them the next day. One of the guild members is worried that the monsters have been getting stronger lately. Next to a white cat is merrily and contentedly meowing. The action takes place in the quiet courtyard of a local coffee shop. Inside, Satoru and a man named Adi are enjoying a peaceful moment. While brewing tea, Satoru changes the subject of the conversation and asks about some girl. Adi recognizes the girl. It's Baronia, a young mistress from his hometown. After that, Satoru looks at Adi and asks if Baronia is suitable for this project. He dismisses this idea, saying that for young people this occupation is too boring and requires too much patience. Adi suddenly stands up from behind the table, unable to restrain his emotions. His sudden movement frightened the white cat that was resting nearby. Then Eddie slams his palms on the table and lowers his head. With a deep bow, he sincerely asks to give Baronio a chance. He explains that due to her complicated nature, it's hard for her to find a lot of work. Eddie vouches for this person and promises to answer if something goes wrong. Lost in thought, Sadar agrees to at least meet the young woman. Adi looks up with visible relief and asks if Cedar really means that. He bows deeply again, sincerely thanking for the given opportunity. A white cat tilts its head and looks around with interest. Satoru looks at the screen with a tired but understanding gaze. Later, Eddie happily shows off the finished tea canister. He is fascinated by how this item was made, noting that the wood grain goes along it without any breaks. Eddie tightly holds the canister, his face impressed and full of admiration. He notices that the lid, which fits perfectly, is made of the same material. He says the job is done so skillfully that it seems like magic. Sadar laughs along with his cat, and he humbly brushes off all the compliments. Holding a warm cup in his hands, Eddie can't contain his excitement. He eagerly asks Saitaruma to teach him his incredible crafting method that he used. At this moment, the cafe doors open, and Satoru says that they have arrived just in time. It seems the cat recognized this place, which confirms, we came to the right store. Baronia enters along with a blonde woman who wants to talk to Satoru. Katero begins to explain what the internship he mentioned earlier is about. Adi excitedly interrupts the conversation to share news about the tea canister project. Baronia shudders, hearing that Sadru has agreed to give her a chance. On her face, genuine amazement. Her eyes are wide open and her cheeks have slightly flushed. Looking at the container, Baronia realizes that it was made using the latest technologies. Satoru smiles softly, shows the item, and says that this is exactly what she will create. The group continues the discussion, and the Baroness quietly mutters to herself, lost in thought. A white cat watches everything that happens, sitting on a wooden beam nearby. Somewhere far away, the camera zooms in on an eye, as someone tells a girl to look. A mysterious woman in a hood holds a magic mirror in her hands and observes Sataro's actions. It turns out that she's flying in a carriage pulled by a winged unicorn. Inside, a man with long hair holds in his arms a girl named Lash, who looks at him with tenderness. The woman carefully watches everything, hiding in an inconspicuous place. In his workshop, Satoru explains that the wood needs to be boiled in order to be bent. He continues the lesson, emphasizing the thought with a gesture of his finger. Watching from a distance, Lucia smiles and thinks that her grandfather is having a good time. A woman in the flight crew suggests naming him Satoru, but Lucia refuses. Suddenly the earth begins to tremble, and a terrible roar spreads through the forest. The leader of the adventurers cries out that the monster is much stronger than he was told. The monster attacks careless travelers and strikes them with its tentacles. The adventurous girl asks her leader in confusion what to do next. Another adventure shows how someone trembles with fear and cannot cope with their emotions. One of the women flees while the leader begs his indecisive team to stay. He shouts orders to his retreating team as the monster attacks them. The leader desperately screams for everyone to stop, his face contorted in pain. A gigantic insect monster looms over the frightened and exhausted adventurers. One of the adventurers rushed into the guild headquarters, barely breathing, and reported that a disaster had occurred. He reports that a group of experienced heroes is currently fleeing the dungeon. The commander of Gordek orders the immediate evacuation of all residents in case of an emergency. He calmly reassures his people, even when someone else says that there are only monsters around. The boss started questioning the young people about the strange thing they had taken, and that's how the whole situation arose. By the guild table, Gord and his subordinates were preparing to gather their forces. He urges his comrades to move forward at full speed. Gord gives Asbo his final instructions and asks him to be ready. Satoru, looking up from under his pointed hat, asks what's going on and why all the noise. Standing beside Baronio, Sadaro asked Gordas why he was dressed as if he were going into battle. Gords recognizes the old man and asks him what he is doing here. Then the road advises the girl to find a safe place nearby. He asked Gordon if the problem was really as serious as it seemed. Satoru calmly agrees to evacuate and wishes Gordas success in battle. Baronia watches with a smile, amazed at how obediently Satoru behaves. Hidden among the foliage, a gigantic praying mantis calmly waits for its prey. Its head twitches slightly when it senses movement nearby. The praying mantis hums quietly when people in heavy armored boots pass by its hiding place. One of the adventurer commanders loudly orders to focus on driving the monsters back into the dungeon. The brave adventurer grits his teeth, preparing for the tough battle that lies ahead. Satoru sees a man running through the forest and asks if everything is all right with him. The man leans against the tree, breathing heavily with relief, thinking he is saved. He touches his head, trying to calm down after the experienced stress. The puma calmly emerges into the clearing behind the exhausted traveler. She looks at the frightened man, then at the angry praying mantis that suddenly appeared. Adventurers in search of thrills are in for a shock of surprise and horror when they finally see the terrifying insect. He clenches his fist in despair, convinced that this is his end. The mantis darts forward, but Luch quickly runs up to stop his attack. A bright flash of light reflects in the creature's multifaceted eye as it attacks. Lucy's fist moves so fast it's almost invisible. She slices through the air with a powerful swing. Her blow was so powerful that the force of the wave sent the opponent flying far back. Having fallen to the ground, the man is convinced that he will definitely die now. The head of the gigantic mantis twitches in pre-mortem convulsions. Its enormous body begins to sway and fall. The creature is struggling to get back on the ground, and Lucia is standing calmly beside it. Sadar is smiling, watching from afar, and notices that she is indeed very seriously tuned. A man with a serious face looks around in surprise as a little girl on his back suddenly rejoices. An armed guard directs weary refugees towards a large church visible in the distance. From the window with an arch, muffled voices can be heard. It seems that someone is talking inside the shrine. The hall is full of people from the city who were forced to leave their homes. They sit at long tables and communicate with each other. A man with dark hair and a tie, an uncle merchant, looks at the situation with anxiety on his face. An aggressive adventurer approaches old Toro and asks abruptly, "Who is in charge here?" When the leader of the adventurer's gold starts yelling angrily, two little kids get scared and cling tightly to each other. The blonde watches the quarrel with disapproval and comments that adults behave very pitifully. The merchant uncle decides to act and rises from behind the crowded table. He calls out to the frightened children and offers to take them away from the escalating quarrel. The boy, now safe with the merchant, anxiously asks if they will be able to return home. The blonde gently calms the boy down, says that everything will be okay, and suggests playing together. At the table, the company on the go comes up with and crafts homemade wooden toys to entertain the children. The man with a bandage on his head smiles and says that he made these blocks from a broken chair. Then he jokes that this task was easy compared to what that grandfather once asked. Suddenly, the children notice that Taro has disappeared, and at this moment a piercing scream is heard from the street. In the dark forest, someone is hastily moving through the thick undergrowth. It rustles disturbingly underfoot and forebodes danger. A group of desperate adventurers defend themselves against a huge, piercingly shrieking, insect-like monster on a stone road. Their leader Gold gives orders, shouting intensely in the midst of the fierce battle. The dark forest floor was strewn with the grotesque, mangled bodies of the fallen monsters. Out of the dense darkness of the forest, A multitude of wary eyes glare menacingly at the fighters. Gold and his blondes stand back to back. Realizing that monsters keep appearing around them again and again, the adventurer suddenly raises his head, noticing that someone new has suddenly appeared. From behind the bushes, a summer Sitaro and a young girl Lucy come out into the clearing. Asking Gold suspicious questions can be dangerous, and Saint Taru calmly says that he just came to pick up one thing. When asked if such an invasion of monsters happens often, Saint Harold replies that this has never happened before. He notices the slain creatures and realizes that even normally peaceful insects have become extremely aggressive for some reason. Sighing, he says dejectedly that it is still not clear why this rampage occurred. Elsewhere, a woman is barely noticeably smiling confidently and slightly mischievously, and nobody sees it. On the thick branch of the tree, a woman Susan carefully watches the battle unfolding below. She smugly and slyly smiles, watching as her plan works out. From her spot, she can see well how adventurers compete below. The warrior's sword rings out in vain against the hard shell of the giant insect monster. Another fighter is thrown far back by the force of the monster's huge blow. The blonde adventurer with disheveled hair screams in fear and despair during the fierce battle. The sandy crow from the south notices that the adventurers are already tired and will soon be completely exhausted. A frightened blonde adventurer, with horror on his face, lets out a panic cry. Susan thinks to herself that this clumsy boy still came in handy for her plan. She stops for a moment, thoughtfully looking down from her seat. Sitaro sits on the ground with fellow adventurers and carefully examines the map to find out where the outbreak started. Salson hides high up in the tree and begins the ritual, drawing glowing signs in a puddle of water. At close range, complex magical symbols can be seen glowing brightly on the branch. Her face suddenly changes. She looks shocked and can't believe what she's just felt. She exclaims that this cannot be, realizing that her plan has been exposed, and everything is starting to fall apart. At this moment on Chitaro's land, he claims that something important should be here. The blonde is inspired by the adventure and asks herself if she hasn't found the solution to this riddle. Gold loudly asks his soldiers to listen carefully, as he is about to give a new order. He informs the tired fighters that he has finally found a way to solve their problem. From her hiding place, the southern Sana realizes that there is almost no time left to carry out her plan. Gold orders his friends to form a protective circle and defend Grandpa at all costs. The hedgehog gets angry and breaks a branch because her plan to conquer the forest failed. In another place, the leader of the adventurers, Gold, is loudly shouting, cheering on his fighters. He orders his adventurers not to pursue the monsters too far. One of the adventurers confirms the order, and his companion deflects a swift monster attack. A little girl watches the cool fighters with enthusiasm, and Saint Taro notices that the situation is starting to change. Gold turns to the old man and says that they have finally reached their destination. Taro, with a serious face, notices that they have already arrived at the glade. Around the adventurers lurk monsters, so they stop and form a defensive circle. The blonde turns to the salsa and asks him to assess the situation. The old major squints and carefully examines the dark, menacing forest. He notices a strange object, resembling a cage made of twigs, lying in the grass. Sitaro determines the purpose of the item and uses two spells, Barrier and Binding. Sorcery works instantly. Monsters in panic scatter and flee. Adventure is both a chair and a victory, although the Gold seems to be upset due to too easy a victory. When the danger passes, the butterfly-like creatures rise into the sky again. After the battle in the forest, silence and calm reigned. A blonde woman who is resting warns a little girl to stay away from a dangerous device. Despite the ban, the inquisitive girl points to the object and asks what it is. Sitaro looks serious as he prepares to examine the strange magical item. Kneeling down, Chitaro says he is going to check this mysterious cage made of branches. During the inspection, he sees a complex magical structure, all covered with diagrams and runes. A little girl gazes at the magical object with fascination, enchanted by its wonderful properties. Sitaro says with a serious face that he has found the owner. In another corner of the forest, a tall tree stands calmly against the background of the evening sky. Iselson grits her teeth in anger, realizing that her cunning plan has failed. When she is spotted, she turns around to escape from the forest clearing. A brave sponsor from the shadows shouts to a mysterious woman. An angry adventurer accuses her of the attack and demands that she take responsibility. The entire team of adventurers surrounds the woman and starts aggressively interrogating her. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a cold and dangerous anger at being cornered. She smiles a charming smile and extends a precious stone as a sign of apology. The blonde adventurer was taken aback for a moment by the unexpected proposal and apology. He doubts if this one stone is enough, but she lifts it anyway. The precious stone explodes with great force, covering everything around with thick smoke. Using the explosion as a distraction, she quickly flees between the trees. The travelers start coughing from the smoke, thinking she escaped out of fear. In the commotion, the blonde stumbles and accidentally opens a small vial. The bottle smashes to the ground, and her friends immediately raise the alarm. The adventurers realize with horror what has just broken. Out of the smoke, new frightening monsters start to appear, slowly approaching the brave adventurers. Before the battle, the blonde adventurer felt some strange, barely audible noise. Gold decides that it was just his imagination and advises to simply ignore the sound. Then Gold approaches his grandfather and says that he wants to ask him something. He asks the old man if this little girl was his granddaughter. Birds fly through the cloudy sky high above the tops of the forest. Saitaro shakes his head decisively and denies that this girl is his granddaughter. The blonde adventurer realizes she's like a lost child. At this very moment, a little girl is tugging on Sataro's clothes. She looks up at him, smiles broadly and says, "Grandpa!" Chitaro is bewildered, and Gold is smiling. Both men do not understand what is happening. The girl's face shines with a bright, sincere, and joyful smile. Suddenly, an elderly man named Satoru flinched at the rustling sound somewhere nearby. In the cedar forest, he thoughtfully asks himself if he really heard something. The young man calms down his grandfather, saying that it just seemed that way to him, and it's just his imagination. Slightly perplexed, Satoru insists that he really did hear some noise. In a horrific vision, people scream and run away from a terrifying, gigantic, shadowy insect. The scene shifts to a quiet night sky, where two moons shine among the stars. From the high windowsill, a white cat watches the quiet street of Lemplet. Inside, Sadar and a little girl with pointed ears are sleeping peacefully under one blanket. A bodiless voice calls out Satoru's name, tearing him out of sleep. In the darkness, a figure appears, illuminated by bright light, and asks if Satoru can hear it. Satoru perks up, and the guest explains that he is addressing his thoughts directly. The guest claims to have appeared from heaven to ask for an important favor. Kotaro, irritated, asks the guest to turn off the bright halo before saying anything. The guest begins to explain from the very beginning, telling about the basics of the situation. Looking at the sleeping child, Satoru immediately understands what is expected of him. Guest Itral with a calm smile implies that Satoru has understood everything correctly. Sitting by the bed, Ithrel says that the story is very long. Cather listens respectfully, intently and seriously, as the complex story begins to unfold. The girl is sleeping soundly and doesn't even suspect that her fate is being decided right now. In the memories, it is shown that this world consists of countries where only monsters live. Itrel explains that this girl is the daughter of the king of monsters, whose country was destroyed. He assumes that this coup is just the beginning, and the conquest of the world is planned next, and Satoru listens to him attentively. Further interference could have disrupted the balance in the world, so he was only able to save the child. With despair on his face, Jethro begs Satoru to shelter the girl. Satoru glances at the child, silently pondering this great responsibility. The little girl sleeps soundly and calmly, embodying true innocence. After some thought, Sadaro decides that he trusts Itro, but feels that he is not telling him something. From the doorway, a white cat watches as two men closely follow an important moment. The cat meows quietly, as if wanting to express its opinion on the matter. Satoru raises his eyes, a look of vigilance on his face, but at the same time he ponders thoughtfully. He sighs quietly and says resignedly that there's nothing to be done about it now. Upon hearing Satoru's response, Ethral's face immediately brightens with relief and joy. Out of joy, Ethral immediately says that he has understood everything and accepts this agreement. Satoru jokingly reproaches him for agreeing so quickly, without even listening to his terms. On the windowsill, a white cat seems to show its love with a small heart. The cat jumps gracefully out of the window and lands softly on the bed. The little girl in her sleep unconsciously presses closer to the cat, finding comfort in its warmth. After a while, the girl wakes up and joyfully greets her new grandfather and older brother. Itro Geis looks at the new family with a gentle and satisfied smile. Saidaro also smiles with his eyes closed, satisfied with how everything turned out. All three together in the room. A happy, albeit unusual family. The scene changes to a night sky full of stars, indicating that some time has passed. In the memories, Satram learns the child's secret and cannot believe it. Itro looks at Satara confidently and a bit slyly. Two men are sitting under a tree, drinking tea, and a child is playing nearby. A little girl waves her hand with joy and calls her grandfather, running towards him. Sadar checks if Ithrol really dumped her, but Ithrol assures that it's not so. The girl laughs, carefree running through the field, and next to her a white cat is merrily racing. Antril thanks Satoru with relief for agreeing to fulfill his not-so-simple request. An elderly man named Saidru thoughtfully and seriously looks ahead. On the fire stands a dirty cauldron, from which steam is coming. It is obviously boiling. Sadar checks his companion Ethel and asks what he would have done if Sadaro had used the child. Continuing his experiments, Sadar says he can even just leave her in the middle of the road. Ethel takes a sip of tea drives away gloomy thoughts and notes that the tea is bitter. Ethel, with a slight smile, says that she is fully convinced Satoru would never do such a thing. Sidoro freezes for a moment and can't utter a word. So much does Thel's unwavering faith in him astonish him. He acknowledges his defeat with a smile as the child happily plays nearby. Returning to the present, Ethel relaxes and thinks aloud about what to name the baby. The picture changes and we see a soft, hazy sky. As the cat sits on his head, Ethel surmises that the child wants Satoru to give her a name. Somewhere in the workshop, an irritated cry sounds. Someone exclaims that everything is lost and nothing will work out anymore. Mistress Egg falls into despair because she is convinced that she will never be able to complete her work. A surprised cat peeks over Satoru's shoulder as they enter the bustling workshop. In the workshop, everyone is bustling about, but all this work turns out to be in vain. He explains why she is upset. The girl has already created a lot of prototypes, but none of them worked. She sharply pulls back the curtain and reveals shelves filled with her unsuccessful attempts. Holding a cracked wooden cylinder in her hands, she desperately thinks about what she is doing wrong. She clenched her teeth, her face showing real irritation and anger. Sadar looks at her and thinks to himself that she is very ambitious for a first try. He politely offers to show her something that can help her achieve success. She looks around, her face showing surprise and a bit of confusion. She hesitates because it seems to her that it's still too early to ask him for help. Sedorov says that he himself once studied with his teacher. Yagai is struggling internally and is afraid that if she asks for help, it will only confirm the bad stereotypes about her. She clenches her fist by her side. Her face clearly shows that a struggle is raging inside her. Tell Rural that she seems to have had to go through several rather unpleasant situations. He gently gives her advice. There's nothing shameful in learning from others. In the workshop, the child is happily chasing a butterfly while Yi watches attentively. In the eyes of the Lord, the weight of the decision appears, its determination gradually weakening. She looks at him resolutely and finally agrees to accept his help, saying that she understands everything. Saint Aruz smiles with pleasure and happily closes her eyes, confident in her choice. He smiles contentedly, glad that she agreed to study with him. A shot of perfectly crafted wooden containers shows that he approves of her choice. Now, all in anticipation of the start, she immediately says that she has a question she wants to ask. Taking off her cloak, she says that there is very little money in her workshop. She falters, trying to find the words to explain how tough things are for her financially right now. She shyly asks if it's possible to get the necessary components in larger quantities. She sighs with relief when her request is understood. Sidoro calms her down and asks how much she needs exactly. He raises his eyes with hope and begins to compile his request for materials. She enthusiastically shows a large pile of wood and everything needed for work. The child is delighted when Satoru agrees and says that he will sell the other things through the guild. The scene shifts to the rooftops of the town, where the guild is located. Inside the Merchants Guild, an employee thanks her colleague Assad. The activist explains that they plan to gradually release valuable timber to the market. Satoros wonders why they want to sell it gradually. Acid shows that if a rare resource is sold immediately in large quantities, its price will drop. He adds that this will lead to the bankruptcy of other traders who also have expensive types of timber. He concludes that since the supply was one time, the price will rise again. In a cartoon-style drawing, traders are shown anxiously experiencing bankruptcy. Assad, with a confident smile, says that their task is to monitor order in the market. He explains to Grandpa and Lafon that it's the Gil who control the supply, even if the profits have gotten smaller. Lulu, a young girl, raises her eyes with a big question mark. She is completely confused by this conversation. Grandfather listens carefully and nods, showing that he understands how they work. Looking at the fish market, he respectfully treats the local vendors who take their business seriously. Lafont notes that for absolutely new goods, the situation is quite different. Taking into account this hint, Grandfather says that he wants to show them something. His words catch Lafen and Assad off guard, and they pause for a moment in surprise. Grandfather tells that he found his cat in the basement, and now the kitty constantly sits on his shoulder. The news that it came from the dungeon shocks the entire company. Near the large building, its opening hung in the air like a heavy burden. His friends from the guild are all shocked together by his incredible news. Lulu, who is interested, tugs on his robe and asks impatiently what it is. Grandfather warmly smiles and gently strokes the curious girl's head. Osset and Lafan, full of excitement, ask if he has really found new resources. Grandfather calmly and confidently nods, confirming that everything heard is true. To prove this, he says, "It's all visible in action," and starts rummaging through his bag. He gives Lafon the list and asks her to gather all the necessary tools first. She takes the paper and checks if all things are to be part of the guild. Assad gladly offers his help, and Lulu impatiently stamps her feet, also eager to join in. Looking at his delighted friends, Grandfather allows himself to quietly, contentedly smile. They quickly approach the large, impressive entrance of the guild's main headquarters. Inside, the group carefully searches for the necessary things among cluttered shelves. Sid proudly finds one of the things, a rare bowl from the east. Lulu peers into the open box, her eyes shining with curiosity and excitement. Lafon reports that all things are already collected, and asks what to do with them further. In the kitchen, Grandfather skillfully flips a pancake, which greatly surprises his friends at the door. Lafon, watching the preparation in amazement, asks what he is going to do with the pancake. He raises a small bottle with a dark liquid and asks if anyone recognizes it. It looks at the mysterious bottle and thinks that maybe there's just colored water inside. Grandfather quietly removes the cork from the bottle. A slight pop is heard. He begins to pour a thick, viscous liquid from a small jug. A thick, dark, amber trickle of syrup slowly drips down. Lulu watches with excitement and wide eyes as the syrup pours over the pancakes. Looking at this, Lafan out loud wonders if this sweet dressing is really honey. However, Asset notes that the smell is not at all similar to honey. After the first bite, Lulu's eyes light up, and she says it's delicious. Two members of the guild are surprised to learn that the sweets are made from discarded tree resin. Lafan was left with only an ordinary bowl, and she still can't believe what happened. Her face lit up with excitement. Lafan calls the discovery of the application of SAP a real revolution. Grandfather watches their reaction silently, with a barely noticeable smile. With a white kitten on her head, Lulu asked her grandfather for some more. He readily agrees, admitting that he has prepared many portions in advance. Asid notes that sweets are now expensive, so the new product will be very popular. At this moment, Grandfather warmly recalls similar, simple, joyful moments from his own childhood. On the table next to it stands a small bottle with a cork, in which a valuable tree resin is stored. Lafon, having become interested again, asked what this second new product was. Grandfather smiles mysteriously and says that they haven't noticed anything yet. He points ahead and explains that the real innovation is the sturdy plate itself. Lafon and Giron exchange surprised glances. They are indeed interested in what they have just heard. On the table stands a bowl with a pile of pancakes, and this raises the question, but where is the plate? Holding the plate in her hands, Lafon says she has never seen such unusual decoration before. Chiron says that he was taken as a sample a long time ago during the journey of one of the guildmasters, but they forgot about him. Lulu watches with curiosity, and Lafan is amazed to learn how old this plate is. Telling his story, Jaren recalls that he was transported from a distant land, and he didn't get a single scratch. Lafan admires the strength of this plate, and how well the texture of the wood is visible under the glossy surface. Grandfather reveals his secret and explains that the plate was treated with tree sap using a special method called lacquering. His two companions are stunned by this discovery. They repeat the unfamiliar word in amazement and do not believe what they have heard. Lafan also seems to know how to make such an impressive finish, and he's counting on it. When the cat looks over Lulu's shoulder, she happily confirms that this is so. Grandfather smiles and gently closes his eyes, promising to teach them everything he knows. Looking beyond the lacquered plate, Lulu explains why the base coat is so important for the final result. Hugging the cat, Lulu happily asks if she can have another serving. Her grandfather looks at her with a smile and a kind glance. Having heard her enthusiastic request, the group stands together in the room, having just finished discussing the plate. Jiren thanks Grandpa with gratitude and asks what his plans are for today. Grandfather, with happy Lulu by his side, announces that he wants to collect some more juice in the labyrinth. By the entrance to the house, they say their goodbyes and agree to meet the next day. Lulu sings happily, holding hands with her grandfather, and joyfully tells that they are going on a trip together. Grandfather watches as Lulu chases a butterfly, with his cat walking alongside. Looking back, Lulu with joy shows her grandfather a cute kitten she has just seen. She is a little surprised, noticing something new again. Another girl, Nina, is delighted and points her finger at the kitten, cheerfully calling out to it. Nina is walking with her parents. Her dad suddenly wonders, seeing an acquaintance. Grandfather greets the guardian of Seder, and wonders that he met him in such an unusual place. Sadar says he's not on duty today, and introduces the group to his wife and daughter. The girl with a bright smile politely introduces herself as Nina. The wife of Saint Aru tells him that this is the same son of Saint Aru she had mentioned before. She thanks him for taking care of her husband and asks if Lulu is his granddaughter. Grandfather explains that although she is not quite his granddaughter, but very similar to her, the family smiles. It seems everyone understands how special and unusual their bond is. The action takes place in the gigantic forests that stretch north of Foch. In the dense forest, someone's legs can be seen running at an incredible speed. On a small clearing, a small winged creature, similar to an insect, falls to the ground. The fox poacher emerges from the bushes and grabs a little creature, ordering it not to be naughty. Hugging him to himself, He smiles and assures that he is not going to eat him at all. The poacher's true goal becomes clear when he stands by the cart filled with various containers. Their goal is the valuable sap that insects collect throughout the forest. High among the trees, a colony of small buzzing creatures is visible. Poachers tie the caught animal to a leash and force it to lead them to its nest. Approaching the huge twisted tree, the chief poacher praises the little creature for its wonderful work. Then he says that from now on they will manage on their own, because the goal is already very close. Without any emotions, he orders his subordinate Dinan to get rid of the now unnecessary person. Other bee-like creatures buzz anxiously in the trees, sensing a threat very close by. Suddenly, from the tops of the trees, a huge humanoid monster descends rapidly onto the poachers, emitting rays. She abruptly stops everything, slapping Denon hard in the face. Other small creatures sadly look from the trees, their eyes filled with tears. The fox poacher looks fiercely at the felled monster and grumbles with contempt about these insects. Then he forcefully throws the large monster V to the ground, roughly incapacitating the colony's defender. Walking through the forest, Sadaru saw some creature stirring on the ground. A large creature, similar to B, lies on the ground and twitches in pain, letting out a moan. Dinan angrily approaches his comrades, who are roughly scraping honey from the tree. Satoru arrives and asks if they know that stealing honey is forbidden by the guild. Denon, smiling broadly, recognizes the old man he has met before. Tell Rofane that you don't know who this is. Ask if you've already met, and what they do. Denon says contemptuously to the old man that his interference will change nothing. Luce carefully holds a small creature type B and with a look of genuinely worrying about it. Denon mocks Satoru, joking that his best years are behind him, and teases him about his new haircut. He reminds the forgetful satyr that they have met before in the forest dungeon. Satoru suddenly remembers how everything was back then, and memories of that adventure appear before his eyes. Denon with a smile tells that a lot has happened, and now they are gathering honey. Sadaro asked with a serious face if they were bothering the bees. Denon laughs incredulously, ridiculing the very idea of worrying about some insects. His company laughs along with him, not taking Satoru's anxiety by the buzzing tree seriously. Denon explains that these creatures are just bugs that have a bit of intelligence. He brutally grabs one of the small frightened bees by the head. He claims that they are no smarter than dogs or cats, and definitely not some kind of monsters. Satoru narrows his eyes and looks at Denon sternly and coldly, not approving of his cruelty. Suddenly the earth starts shaking strongly, which greatly frightens the surprised Denon. Along with him came Sheena and a Mohawk traveler to meet the old man. Sadarud asks Luce to step back and assures her that everything will be over very quickly. He anxiously watches as a magical attack is being prepared against him. Enraged by the noise, Sheena uses a powerful fireball spell. Katero manages to jump aside just as the spell explodes behind him. The Mohawk adventurer makes its way through the smoke and quickly approaches the cedar room. Several small bees nervously buzz, hiding in the safety of the tree trunk. The Mohawk with a smile swings his sword and exclaims, "Hold on, Cedar!" His sword hits powerlessly against Satoru's hexagonal magic shield. The travelers realize that Satoru has decided to confront them. Little creature B trembles as Satoru gently holds it in his arms, protecting it. To say out loud that bees behave smarter than the cruel actions of an adventurer, Denon screams in anger, asking why grandfather is protecting the insects. Sidero calmly says that to him bees look much more human. Thick magical vines burst out of the ground and tightly entwine the travelers, while Denon threatens to sue them. Liuch watches everything, her eyes shining with admiration for her grandfather. Sadar explains that the true essence of a person is how they treat those who are weaker. The little being bee looks at him carefully and listens attentively to every word he says. Three captured adventurers look out from inside their bonds with malice and misunderstanding. Denon angrily scolds Cedar, calling him an old moron as he tries to break free from his bonds. Sadoro closes his eyes and sighs with tired disappointment at their foolishness. And then into the clearing comes an impressive figure, which greatly frightens Lu, who is peeking out from the bushes. Satoru watches as Deno's group approaches him, confidently deciding that they will easily deal with him. The rookie slugs Dino right in the face. Stunned and somewhat disoriented, Denon grabs his face, feeling a sharp pain from the unexpected blow. The man introduces himself as Locum, the head of the guild, and menacingly stands over Denon. Denon, Sheena, and the adventure seekers from the Mohawk tribe were frozen in horror, staring at their leader. Locke cries angrily, warning that this time they won't get away so easily. The enraged words of the guildmaster resound around, emphasizing the severity of their punishment. A sense of foreboding grips Denon, a feeling that something bad is about to happen, and he understands his fate. Old Satyr stands before Guildmaster Locke and apologizes for the inconvenience caused. Locke explains that it's his duty, since these criminals were his people. He turns to the frightened adventurers and says that their deceitful cunning will no longer help them. From a distance, Satara watches as Locke confronts a trio in the forest. Lost in thought, Cedar observes everything around, and memories involuntarily capture his thoughts. Next to him, the girl carefully watches what is happening. In this scene, Locke again quarrels with the adventurers. St. Aros looks on warily, recalling a recent, important conversation. The memory takes us back to the moment when Itral tells Rue the true essence of the girl. Before her appears a magical screen, on which it is written that she is a bright slime. Before them appears the small, quivering, slimy creature in its true form. Kotaro looks with pain, but at the same time gently. Itro continues with a warm smile to tell about the power of this creature. The little slime makes an interesting, grumbling sound and leans over. Itro says that the special and very strong ability of the girl is called Idler. Satoru confirms that he saw this incredible ability thanks to his ability to evaluate. Ithral tells how he can completely cancel out any magic and absorb its energy. A little slug has no idea of its power and yawns loudly. Thanks to this ability, Itra will ask Satoru to be her godfather. Holding the slug, Satoru wonders if he really deserves to take on such an important task. Jethro asks him to protect the child from those who want to use it for their own purposes. He also adds that, in his opinion, the child itself wants to be taken care of by Satan. Now Slime has become a kid and looks at Satoru with big shiny eyes, full of love. Satoru agrees and decides that he needs to come up with a good name for her. He closes his eyes, thinking of the perfect name he wants to give. At this moment, here and now, a quiet ah suddenly breaks out in Satoru. Noticing that he's deep in thought, Locke smiles and jokingly asks if he's lost his mind. Locke claims to take full responsibility for the actions of the members of his guild. Having announced his departure, he is going to lead the bound travelers with him. He pulls 3 who are resisting and grumbling discontentedly through the forest clearing. With a confident raised thumb, Lockwish turns to Ruhuel. On Cedar Street, they decided it was time to take the wounded bees back to their hive. With magic, he heals and lifts into the air small wounded creatures. Led by the lead bee, they went even further into the forest. Cedrum draws attention to how intelligent the bees have become, and suggests that they are beginning to evolve. The lead bee reports that they have finally reached the hive. The little girl raises her eyes with excitement and looks at what she sees in front of her. They stand before a gigantic tree, inside which lives a queen with human features. The bee queen got scared when people suddenly appeared. She sits on her elevation and asks why her subjects have brought people to her. She cannot believe it when she finds out that it was these people who saved her children. Satoru notes that she understands and adds, "It's rare to meet someone so close in spirit." The queen thanked him sincerely and politely asked for the name of her rescuer. He introduces himself as Satoru and says he has come on business. The queen orders her subjects to prepare gifts as a sign of gratitude to Cedar Rue. The gifts consist of 8 rings, a potion, and a decorative box. Satoru understands that these rings will protect them from insect monsters. The girl looks in surprise at the magic ring she is holding in her hand. The queen suddenly begins to examine the child carefully, as if something has greatly interested her. She wonders as if she feels that there is something special about this girl. A young girl with prickly bright hair looks ahead with a shy curiosity on her face. In the forest, tall green trees stretch towards the clear and clean sky. The queen bee, sitting on her throne, asks to be told the child's name. The young girl is bewildered, starts to stutter and cannot find the words to respond. Her grandfather, softly, gently puts his hand on her head and hints to bow her head. Asal says that the child will be named soon and invites the queen to be a witness to this event. The girl looks up with wonder and shock after her grandfather's words. Suddenly a bright light flashes, and it frightens the boar, who sees everything. The light fades, and on the stage appear the queen, some gloomy man, a girl, and 2 little fairies. A long-haired man named Setaru descends smoothly from the sky, surrounded by a bright light. The queen meets his formal arrival with enthusiasm and a bit of surprise. Asao looked with a tired but calm gaze, with a drop of sweat on his face. The group watches as Satoru gently lowers his legs to the ground in a forest clearing. Cedar smiles with relief, glad that he made it to the naming ceremony. The queen humbly says it's not a big deal, but Sadao insists that it's really very important. Satoru approaches closer to put a beautiful wreath of flowers on the child's head. He carefully puts a delicate white wreath of flowers on her light hair. The queen gratefully agrees to be a witness to this important event. Asil solemnly announces the name of this child. With a gentle smile and a sly glance, he calls out her name. Luce. When Lucy hears her new name, her face simply radiates happiness. The whole company is delighted. Everyone is applauding spontaneously, and the flags are merrily waving. Santa Rod tells the camera that her joy justified all the efforts she made to come. Luce thanks her grandfather and says she's very glad they invited Satoru. He quietly agrees, but the calm is disrupted by a loud alarm cry. The group turns to see what disturbed their happy moment in the forest. The elf girl Selly barely stops on the forest path, breathing heavily from exhaustion. She looks at them with panic in her eyes and begs to return to the city sooner. The scene shifts to the training field of the Foss garrison. where soldiers are actively engaged in training. The white cat got scared when soldiers passed by it with loud and quick steps. The cat watches from the side as the soldier runs down the alley. Because of the stone block, the whale hears voices asking about the commander. The cat got scared when a loud cry suddenly sounded with a question of where the doctor was. Commander Jock angrily orders his men to find all the mages in the city who can help as soon as possible. One of the subordinates says that he has gathered all the magicians he could find, but there are very few of them. Two young mages in cloaks stand aside, worried and distressed. The wizard with spiky hair sadly pronounces Nina's name and shows how he worries about her. Commander Jilk burst into the room, startling the young mage who was holding a basket in his hands. Little girl Nina sits, curled up in pain, crying and holding her injured arm. Her mom is sitting next to her on the bed when Jill sees Gold walk into the room. Jill approaches Gold and insistently asks what happened while he was away. Jock yells angrily when his subordinates report that their support magic is not working. Maginia shares her opinion. In her view, the injury was caused by a magical artifact. This news causes Jock and his people real shock and horror. Nina's mom tries to calm down her crying daughter in her arms. Gold realizes that the injury occurred due to a hazardous object in the armory. Jock's face becomes serious, and he sternly asks who told Nina to take this thing. He looks sternly at the two young magicians, who shift nervously under his gaze. In close-up, a barely perceptible sly smile appears on Golda's lips. The mage with spiky hair looks frightened, and the blonde stands confidently and smiles. The young wizard with a bewildered look apologizes, explaining that it's all because of his companion. Continuing the story, he adds that the man allowed him to touch the instrument. The mage with disheveled hair widely opens his eyes in amazement, suddenly realizing that he has also been exposed. The warrior in armor pays no attention to the accusations, saying that it is more important to solve the problem now than to look for those who are guilty. The mage with a guilty look nervously sweats, worrying about the consequences. Commander Jill screams in despair and falls to her knees, seeing her daughter's severed fingers. A woman gently hugs the little crying girl and tries to calm her down. The main report showed that all attempts at treatment were unsuccessful, and now the only way out is resurrection. An armored warrior in gold looks thoughtfully at the mage. For those who possess the skill of resurrection are encountered very rarely. The wizard says that only a very small number of wizards have this special talent. One boot is frantically searching in the grass, trying to find a way out. The wizard with spiky hair, having run for help, looks back into the infirmary with newfound hope. Suddenly, an elf girl named Sally burst into the room with a rumble and anxiously asked if she was in time. The mages recognize her when she says she has found someone who can help. Sally tells Gold with sorrow that they will probably have to come to terms with the fact that the girls won't be able to save their fingers. Gold, with a serious and focused look, directly asked her who exactly she had found. In the noisy first aid station, Nina sits on a bed, and around her, adults fuss, worried about her. A confident smile appears on Sally's face. She joyfully reports that an experienced healer is coming to them. The other mages are amazed and openly wonder, has she really found the legendary archmage? Gold is also interested in who else is coming, because the other mages have obviously gotten excited and livened up. Sally looks at them in surprise and asks if they really don't know him. Commander Jouk turns around, startled by the noise, and jokes that there's always some kind of commotion here. An elderly trader, Usu, stands by the door and calmly watches the commotion. Usiv and his young companion Laius enter the room, while everyone else watches them attentively. The young magician cautiously approaches the old man and addresses him, calling him elder. He looks at Sala with hope and asks if he is a strong magician. The cell responds with a barely noticeable, calm smile, as if calmly refuting this thought. He humbly insists that he is just a simple traveling merchant. The young blonde enchantress looks at him distrustfully and without much enthusiasm, clearly not believing him. Commander Jilk screams that it's all meaningless, his face twisted in despair. In close-up, Nina's dad is seen asking her grandfather for help. Someone is talking about a very difficult situation. Joe's daughter has had her fingers completely cut off. The cell looks at the child with deep sympathy and promises to cure her right away. The father of the little girl looks at Golda in amazement and asks if he can cure this. Asal extends his hand forward. A whirlpool of energy appears on the tip, and he calmly creates a resurrection spell. Bright light flashes from Nina's bandaged hand as a powerful spell begins to take effect. Nina looks up at her mom in surprise and realizes that her fingers no longer hurt. Having looked at her healed hand, she joyfully exclaims that the pain has completely disappeared. Jock, standing behind a stunned Gold, suddenly bursts into tears of joy and shouts out his daughter's name. Other mages are simply shocked and do not understand how an ordinary merchant can possess such powerful magic. Juke hugs Sal with all his soul, with tears in his eyes, saying that he always knew what a wonderful person Sal is. The blonde girl hurries to bed and with relief exclaims Nina's name. Nina is already sitting and smiling joyfully at everyone, assuring them that she is all right. Asao, a bit tired but satisfied, gently jokes to soothe emotions. He says he only heard about someone's injury, but did not know that a child was affected. Jock playfully slaps Sal on the back and tells him what an incredible grandfather he is. The family is embracing tenderly, and Nina is happily calling out to mom and dad. Gold tells his wife and daughter that he has to go and properly thank a certain camera. Searching for the source of the sound, Gold sees that he has already been surrounded by a noisy company of mages. The mage from the garrison bombards the prisoner with questions, asks him to become his apprentice and is interested in his magic. The young wizard explains to his companion that another old man uses support magic in a completely different way. The old wizard Asav looks on attentively and smiles mysteriously, as if he knows something important. An armored warrior by the name of Gold politely asks the young mages to let him pass. Gold says that his daughter Nina also wants to thank Asao, and he gladly accepts this gratitude. Through the bars, Luce cheerfully greets Nina, who is shyly shifting from one foot to the other, while Dad encourages her. In a touching moment, Nina hugs Lucy and thanks her for withstanding all this pain. A group of onlookers, including Golden Joke, are visibly moved by this soulful scene. Nina thanks Grandpa Salu, and he warmly replies that he's always happy to help. Nina says with enthusiasm that magic is a real wonder. The military defending the city introduced themselves and immediately offered their assistance in case of any problems. After entering, Gold asks one of the cells what her plans are for today. The destination is a cozy workshop with a large wooden water wheel. In the cluttered workshop, Sal and Luke carefully examine the various tools and piles of lumber. A pleased smile appears on South's face as he is invited to enter. Master Lanya asks with curiosity if the pig really knows the secret of making this plate. To the accompaniment of gentle laughter, Lanya cheerfully tells that the shine of the finish in the exhibition is due to the resin from the trees. One cell confirmed that the sap had been poured from a wooden chamber, and suggested using it for a tea box. Holding the wood, he explains that if a little magic is used to heat it, the work will go faster. Lanya gets upset about her weak magic and confesses that she wants to learn how to use it in everyday life. With newfound confidence, she acknowledges that thanks to one piece of advice she understood, asking for help from others is not shameful. Soroka recalls her words as Luce stands beside him, a gleam of fascination in her eyes. A faint, understanding smile appears on Sauce's face as he watches what's happening. Lanya then asked him what business he had come to her workshop for that day. He admits that he wants to try working with a hand plane, and asks where she buys her tools. Sawyer offers Lonnie pay for the referral, but she says it's not necessary. She assures with a smile that the tool is free, since it's always under her care. Looking out the window, the cell modestly refuses her generous offer, considering it inappropriate. He reasonably explains that nothing just happens, and ponders what Eddie would think about it. Lanya ponders for a moment and looks a bit bewildered. She imagines a frightening picture of Eddie, which obviously alarms her. Laughing, she jokingly offers to pay for the recommendation with sweets. The cell responds to her witty compromise with a warm, approving smile. Meanwhile, a young elk watches their conversation and doesn't understand at all what the adults are talking about. At this moment, Adi arrives and says that she has brought them some food. Sal jokes that she arrived on time, and Adi, not understanding the joke, asks what she meant. Upon seeing the tray of food, Luke's face shows genuine and joyful excitement. He is clearly hungry. Their pleasant moment is suddenly interrupted by a stone flying into the workshop window. The stone from the throne rolls across the floor and stops beside a broken toy. Lonnie and Adi react with surprise and ask why they were stoned. Lonya, with an angry look, says that this has happened before. She runs up to the door, but the criminals have already escaped. She scolded in annoyance, clenching her fist, while Sallow and Luce watched from the side. The man thoughtfully strokes his beard, looks serious and very concerned. The scene transitions to a view of a dark night sky, studded with stars. In the city garrison, soldiers are conducting loud and energetic training. During sparring, one of the fighters is severely knocked off his feet. The fallen soldier surrenders, and his comrades are amazed by the incredible child they have encountered. Luce sharply jumps forward with an aerial kick. Her unusual movements impress opponents. The commanders watch the intense duel with respect from the side. A young soldier with disheveled hair urgently shouts a warning to his fellow guardsmen. A young guard is thrown backward by a dark explosion of magic. Sheepishly smiling, the wizard apologizes for the overly strong spell. The guard looks on in surprise as the wizard quickly flees. Another guard says that they all train support magic, which they learned in prison. After another wizardly explosion, the magician promises to be more helpful next time. A young boy with blonde hair watches the training with an indifferent expression. While there is a commotion around, one person calmly puts a stone on the game board. His friends from the Golden Jester look around in surprise, noticing how calm he remains. Holding a mug, the cell gives a golden, mysterious advice about strategy and patience. One of the guards suggests increasing patrols in the nearby workshops. Gold thinks that an ordinary sour candy would be more useful than they are. Jilk notices that South's growing popularity is throwing him off a bit and making him nervous. Jilt thoughtfully gazes at the game board, his fingers hovering over the pieces, ready to make a move. He resolutely puts the figure on the board, showing his strategic move. With confidence, Joe understands how important it is to trust his own decision. Then he asks Sal if he has already chosen the next place to travel to. From a distance, the cell watches the guards who have grown tired after a rigorous training. Putting on an apron, he tells Golda that he needs her help. In the kitchen, the cook shows how to slice potatoes very thinly. Luke and another girl watch with bated breath as the piece falls. He explains what he's doing as he tosses pieces into the heated skillet. In the south, they proudly serve a large bowl of crispy golden fries. Wiping sweat from his brow, he watches as the girls savor crunchy snacks. Someone asks the cook if he has come up with a new recipe yet. Leonia and Jacques arrive with a huge basket full of potatoes. Asa is very grateful for such a large number of ingredients. The sound of quick footsteps echoes through the long, empty corridor. Feeling the approach, Sao and Lucha lift their heads from their work. A group of children approaches the kitchen, attracted by the delicious smell of food. Asav greets lively children with pleasure, but asks them to wash their hands first. A little girl wonders with surprise why we need to wash our hands at all. He explains that this is necessary so that the stomach does not hurt and the temperature does not rise. Lucy answers correctly, and he looks at her proudly. Happy children run together to wash their hands before dinner. Lion calmly tells the excited company that there will be enough potatoes for everyone. Two children are enthusiastically munching on their first chips. In close-up, the child can be seen relishing their food and crunching. This pleasant sound is audible. One of the girls exclaims with enthusiasm that this snack is simply incredibly delicious. Children notice that chips are made from potatoes, but still they differ from donuts. Lutz proudly explains that these are potato chips, and they were made by his grandfather. The child excitedly talks about what a wonderful culinary dish is in front of him, watching it being prepared. One of the stylists turns his head, hearing a pleasant response from the child. The children thank him for the food, and he gladly accepts their gratitude. From the street, you can hear the pleasant hum of children who are eating with pleasure. Later, a group of children sit under a large tree and play together. One of the girls noticed that the potato chips were cut very thinly. Lucy says that they were cut using a special tool, a hand plane. She shows how the leaves crunch, and then tells that these leaves are fried in oil. The child asks where Sin knows so much, and Lucci replies that it's due to traveling. She jumps up cheerfully and tells that he came from a distant country and travels everywhere. The dark-haired girl asks Lucy if she doesn't feel lonely due to constant travels. Luke, with a smile, tells that traveling helps her get acquainted with new people. She confidently asked her friends if everything was clear to them, and they seem to agree. The dark-haired girl looks up in surprise as someone loudly addresses everyone. From the neighboring porch, Mistress Lonia calls everyone to the table. It's time for dinner. Zeflonia carries dishes of food, and the children run joyfully to meet her. Before eating, Lonia gently reminds that you need to wash your hands and face. The children are gathering around the water basin in a fun way, and one of them is pointing to the food. While splashing in this water, her friend asks Lucia where she will go next, and she replies that she will always be with her grandfather. The children gather around the table and look with excitement at the delicious dishes. Zeph smiles warmly, delighted that the children are so lively and enjoying their meal. His face changes as he ponders the next thing on his agenda for today. His friends, Eddie and another man, unfold a large map of the main roads in front of him. Eddie says that a map of this size would normally be too large to carry around. Zephyr assures her that thanks to his special ability he can easily carry all of this. Looking at the map, Zeph admits that he still hasn't decided where to go next. Adi shows the main roads from his town that lead to 2 different districts. Lash peeks over the edge of the table, her cheeks puffed out because she's chewing on a tasty snack. Having heard unfamiliar words, Luke asked with curiosity what a lake was, and who a film partner was. Zeph patiently explains what distinguishes a large freshwater lake from a sea. There is excitement shining in Lucy's eyes, as she enthusiastically says she really wants to see a giant. With a friendly smile, Zeph agrees that it's worth visiting more places together somehow. Eddie points to the map again and tells about both places where you can find rare things. She advises to stop by the lake first because the road to the coast is long. Zeph listens to her arguments respectfully and thinks that the proposed path across the lake is indeed good. Nina, another young girl, recommends her simple and convenient route. According to the plan, Eddie offers to write a letter of recommendation for Zeph. Zeph gratefully smiles and thanks Eddie for her caring offer to help. The group discusses business ideas, and Addie suggests that Zeph sell his quality tea. Addie jokingly says that Luca's charm can also be used to attract customers. As the evening approaches, smoke rises from the chimney against the backdrop of the setting sun. Inside the room, the boy is cheerfully stacking pillows which softly knock against each other. Adults watch over their children who have fallen asleep after fun games with Lucia. One acquaintance tells Zeph that his granddaughter is very much liked by other children and is popular among them. When the mom comes to pick up the child to take them home, Zeph thanks them that everyone gets along well with each other. Nina wakes up sleepy, and Lyuk mumbles something about potato chips in her sleep. Nina and her mom wave goodbye as they leave the house in the evening. When the guests leave, Zeph sits under the pendant lamp and ponders his affairs. Relaxing on the couch, Zeph asks his friends to tell him more about Illicona. Addie enthusiastically tells about the lively water transportation in the city, and about the unique local animal species. Her companion enthusiastically tells that this lake is famous for its unique fish. When the word fish is spoken, Eddie looks surprised, and her companion looks pleased. The conversation about a special fish immediately interested Zeph. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. He immerses himself in vivid dreams, imagining various fishing adventures with Lucia. During the conversation, he mentions that an elf girl named Chloe was also heading to the lake. Lucy points to the map, and this helps confirm that Chloe most likely went to Lake Illicon. Then Eddie turns the conversation to Zeph and asks how his preparations for the trip are going. Zeph says that he's almost done and he only has one last thing to do. His enigmatic answer arouses Eddie's wonder and interest. Her companion is also watching closely, looking a bit surprised and interested. In a bright room, 3 people are sitting on a bench and talking to each other. Later, a quiet night falls on the house under the light of the young moon. The next morning, little Lucy wakes up, sweetly yawns, and stretches with a pleased expression. She runs up to her grandfather and happily asks if they will go somewhere else today. Seth and Lucia hold hands and climb the stone path to the large church. Near the entrance, a monk named Ithrol gladly accepts Zeph's proposal to donate chairs. When the mistress is about to leave, Ithril advises Zeph to talk to her first. Zeph is amazed that he met a real hero right here. Ithor removes his hood, smiles, and praises the master for his skill. In front of the enormous statue, Zeph says he wants to pray for a safe journey. Itrault, with an understanding smile, feels that Zeph has come not for himself. Zeph admits that he came here not so much to pray, but simply to consult. He looks at her face with curiosity and amazement. Ithril asks if Zeph's request has something to do with the city. Ephriel offers to listen, but Zeph warns not to make any promises until you know all the details. When a white cat appears, Ithril fully trusts Zeph's intentions. At last, Zeph confesses his true intentions and asks if the white cat has any connection to Jatro. Slightly surprised, Ithor confirms that this cat is one of their familiars. Then Zeph asks how Itrol is tracking him through his familiar. Lucy is having fun playing with the friendly cat, holding it by the paws and spinning around together, as if they are dancing. Itro calls Liuch to get her attention while she's playing. The little girl runs to her grandfather and asks if he has already finished his business. The group walks through the town, and a white cat sneaks after them, as if offended. Zeph thanks Yitro for the help, and Yitro in response praises his attention to detail. Ithril assures them that the assistants will be happy to help. The priest adds that the spirit assistant seems to be fond of Ceteris, and that pleases him. Lash stretches out his hand to pet the fluffy white tail of the cat sitting next to him. Itril says that familiars are quite intelligent, and can help with other advice as well. Zeph thanks, and Etro asks if that was his only question. Zeph confesses that he has been exposed and says there is one more thing he has to tell. A white cat gently lays its head on a soft surface and purrs contentedly. Zeph says it's time to attend to that other matter. We see a narrow path that leads into a dense forest. The group enters a bright glade between the trees, and Ithril says that the needed place is already close. Ithril notes how peaceful this day is as a butterfly flutters by the captured glade. A quiet stroll is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected rustling in the nearby bushes. 2 young wizards suddenly burst out of the bushes, fiercely fighting each other. Zeph, Lu, and Ithro were shocked by the sudden and aggressive outburst of emotions. The attacker viciously belittles his opponent, calling him a worthless auxiliary mage. His opponent responds with fury and hits him for his arrogance. The blonde wizard clenched his fist tightly, preparing to cast a spell of squinting. Zeph grabs his hand, stops the magic, and emphasizes that even secondary roles have great significance. He wisely notes that it is more important to know when and how to use magic than to simply have the ability. The camera pans to a peaceful landscape. Green hills stretch smoothly under the wide sky. On the clearing that had just cleared, the blonde mage shares his disappointment through unrealized abilities. The dark-haired magician sits on the ground, looking around in indignation. He responds sharply that one who is good at attacking with magic will never understand this. Seth, holding a warm cup in his hands, notices that these two are probably old acquaintances. He calmly tells the upset mage that it means nothing to him. Zeph explains that this blonde boy's irritation is similar to his own anger. In a forest clearing, the old wizard Azao holds a cup of steaming drink in his hands and explains that the main thing in magic is not abilities. A young mage with light hair listens attentively. He looks serious and slightly troubled by what he hears. The dark-haired comrade also looks worried, listening attentively to the old man. One of the prisoners asks the two boys if they understood his point, while his friend Luke gently tugs on his sleeve. A foot steps into this grassy clearing, and an invisible voice asks, "What's going on here?" Adventurer Gold comes out of the forest and asks if he is disturbing grandfather's story. Looking over his shoulder, Sal sees Golda and jokingly asks if he knows what's going on. Gold confidently says that of course he knows because the language is precisely about gold. Two young mages watch in silence. The blonde looks irritated, and the second one, upset. Gold turns to the young guys and asks if he was wrong in his guesses. Then the group goes through the night forest under the starry sky. Two young mages wonder aloud why the guildmaster is looking for them. Gold, with a sly smile, explains that Joe can just ask him to find them. Lucas guesses exactly that the blonde wizard is a student of Sorez, which greatly surprises the young man. As they walk, Gold says that Southerners are good people, and he himself is not afraid of anything. Gold confirmed that he was complimenting the one who jokingly asked if he too had received nice words. The scene shifts to a simple workshop, near which a large water wheel rotates. Asov and Luch were under the workshop and cheerfully greeted Lonnie's son. Young craftsman Satoru shares with joy that he was chosen to replace the chairs in the temple. Asa says that the temple was a hideout, so Saitaro made the new chair very strong. Satoru, with a blush on his face, looks at Sala and sincerely thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The southerner smiles warmly and tells the young craftsman that the main thing is to do them well. Satoru proudly shows off a t-shirt he made using Sal's method, and Sal himself praises his work. Looking at the city from a height, Satoru says that he has prepared a little more than they need. Asao reports that it's time to head to the next town with new products. A large crowd of townspeople, led by Gold, came to bid them farewell. Asao admits that he's a bit embarrassed by the large number of people, while Lucy smiles happily. He thanks everyone for the warm words, and Luch worries because of his age. Nina-chan's father asks the South to come again, while his daughter runs to Lucci. Luke is warmly greeted by Nina-chan. She smiles in response, but then her face changes. Nina-chun scowls and begins to cry, saying goodbye to her friend. Lucci promises that they will play again, and Nina's father thanks the slave for his help. Lucia comforts her crying friend, telling her not to be upset and supporting her. She smiles brightly, promises that they will meet again, and asks her friend to wait. Nina Chuan, with tears in her eyes, agrees, as Sao and Lucci stand beside her. The blonde adventurer wishes them a happy journey and invites them to visit again. Gold doesn't hold back tears and anxiously asks grandfather to take care of himself. A smiling person waves their hand and calmly shows their friend that there's no need to get so worried. As they walk away from the gate, Sal and Luch thank everyone once again. The cell notices how nice the people are in the town when they wave goodbye to her, and Sao and Lucci stand side by side, look ahead and prepare to embark on their journey. Before them lay a vast wavy landscape, and their goal was visible somewhere far away. Salt and Luce are walking along the path, preparing for new adventures on their journey. Later, Asal Asliuch wondered if she wasn't tired from such a long walk. He looks carefully at Lucy and notices that she is upset. He politely offers her to wait in the temple if she is lonely. Lucy quickly shakes her head, her cheeks puffing out as she confidently says she's fine. She says she knows how lonely her grandfather is, so she will go with him. Asavu is truly impressed and touched by her sincere and selfless words. He thinks to himself what a wonderful and kind child she really is. Walking along the winding path, Solari notices that his young companion Luce is indeed a kind and sincere child. Then he smiles warmly at her and promises that a special surprise awaits her at the next stop. Then by the quiet river, Nasai teaches Luch that when fishing, the main thing is patience. Liucha watches Grandpa with excitement and asks what the promised surprise is. A southern woman with a clever smile tells her to wait until they get to the hotel in the city. Feeling excited, Lucy asks him to hurry while the waves are moving away from their fishing rod. They both continue to fish on the riverbank, surrounded by a dense forest. Suddenly, the fisherman feels that something is strongly pulling on his fishing rod, and joyfully exclaims that he has finally caught a fish. At the same time, in the bushes, a small fluffy creature sniffs the air with curiosity. Hearing a slight rustling, the man from the south turns his head to see what the noise is. From a safe shelter, a small animal cautiously peers out with a wild look. A young cobalt cautiously peers out of its leafy shelter, carefully looking around. Luce gladly points to the dog, and Sour hopefully asks if he hasn't gotten lost. Lucia smiles joyfully and tells her grandfather that the creature is staring right at them. The little creature winces, frightened by the girl's sudden joy and movement. As Lucy approaches closer, her mom quietly warns her not to scare the timid creature. In the south, someone notices that it's already late and the day is coming to an end. Feeling hungry, he starts rummaging through his large backpack in search of food. A wary cobalt cautiously retreats backwards, while a little girl slowly approaches it. It stops and looks back over its shoulder at the persistent child. Luce smiles gently and assures the creature that it's not scary at all. Suddenly, Cobalt hastily asks her to be quiet, sensing danger. Luke became noticeably frightened. Sweat appeared on her forehead when she heard the creature speak. She widely opens her eyes in shock and bewilderment at something incredible that has happened. She can't believe her eyes and exclaims that the dog has just spoken. Hearing the noise, Sal turns around and wonders what happened. Approaching the pair, the cell explains that this creature is not a dog, but a cobalt. Lucy notices that the creature has a wound on its leg and shows it to grandfather. Asor immediately gets down on his knees and starts casting a healing spell on the little kobold. A gentle magical light glows in his hand as he intently treats the wound. The cured cobalt blinks with big eyes and thanks quietly. The southerner with a kind face says he's glad because everything is all right with the creature now. In the cobalt blue eyes, which are suddenly wide open, he instantly understands something terrible and becomes frightened. It hastily explains that its entire pack is now in great danger. Both Sao and Luce look very worried. Cobalt yells at them to follow him, and himself dashes into the forest first. During the run, the creature asks Sala why he is not afraid of him. In 1938, people in this region were usually aggressive and afraid of monsters. In 1939, Luce clenches a small fist and thoughtfully ponders the words of the goblin. She responds with a smile that she also considers herself a monster, but she has met many kind people. 1941. Cobalt eyes look back in surprise. Her confident and sudden words caught him off guard. Three friends are hurrying along a winding path through the forest. Another cobalt falls ahead from exhaustion, showing that it can no longer go further. From behind the bushes, someone is quietly peeking at a lost cobalt in the middle of the clearing. A crowd of gruesome, cackling goblins with a menacing look approaches a defenseless creature. The first cobalt frantically tries to bring his companion to his senses, begging him to get up. From the ground, magical vines begin to grow quickly, as if they are not just growing like that. One of the lianas suddenly stretches forward and tightly wraps around the goblin's ankle. The caught goblin tries to help, but unexpectedly slips and falls right onto his fellow. The magical trap knocks down the entire gang of goblins, and they fall in a heap all mixed up. A blonde elf girl hiding in the forest watches as her trap triggers on a group of goblins. Her heart beats with excitement because she realizes her idea worked perfectly. Sitting next to a little white squirrel, she wonders aloud what an unexpectedly loud noise they make. The noise frightened a pair of large rabbits with horns, and they panicked and rushed to flee. At the bottom of the pit, a wounded goblin is weakening. It twitches and mournfully groans in pain. The goblin's cries echo throughout the forest, frightening a flock of birds that take to the sky. 1957. Beside the edge of the pit, a large bear footsteps loudly. Suddenly, a large hobgoblin appears and angrily hits one of its subordinates who got caught in the trap. 1959. The elf maiden freezes in fear, seeing before her a terrifying and powerful monster. Hiding behind a bush, she is frightened and does not understand why such a creature appeared here. The eyes of the reptilian goblin flashed, and a predatory smile appeared on his face. The frightened elf girl does not know what to do next. Suddenly, a little girl named Lucia runs past a surprised goblin sitting nearby. 1964. The elf girl peeks out of her shelter and doesn't understand at all how this child appeared here. Luce calmly approaches the group of goblins and notices that they have gotten themselves into a tricky situation. Assuming a heroic pose, she confidently says that she will not let them disturb the peace in the forest. The elf maiden chokes and screams Lucy, trying to warn of the danger. 1968. The whole pack of goblins led by their gigantic leader maliciously glared at Luch. The big plan shows a goblin that maliciously smiles and impatiently spits. Rushing out into the open, the elf maiden grabbed Luch and told her to run, leaving this matter to her. A squad of goblins yells in unison as the elf maiden charges at them. Holding Luke, the elf girl looks back with a worried face, realizing she has gotten into trouble. She hears a familiar calm voice amidst this chaos with amazement. 1974. An elderly man named Satoru stands on a rock nearby and sees that they have run into trouble. He reassures everyone, saying they are now safe, and prepares to cast a levitation spell. With the help of a strong spell, he binds the entire goblin pack and lifts them into the air. A caught goblin looks with fury, trying to break free from the magical bonds. 1978. Sadaro calmly explains to the entity that it cannot be freed by simple force. 1979. He climbs down the rock and says he wouldn't want to kill them. 1980 year. As he lands, Luch quickly grabs the back of his robe, seeking support. 1981 year. A little girl looks attentively at her grandfather, as if she wants to ask him something. 1982 year. Satoru thoughtfully ponders what to do with the enemies he caught with the help of magic. 1983 year. He uses his power to force small goblins to rise one by one and hover in front of him. Looking at them, he notices that they seem to be apologizing for the behavior of their leader. 1985, a lone goblin flies through the air, sniffling and crying, obviously regretting something. In 1986, Satoru strictly warned, "You will no longer be forgiven for further mistakes." Then he tells the creatures that they can live peacefully in this large forest. 1988. After his release, Hobgoblin along with his men bows low in a sign of submission. Sidaro asked the elf girl why she was here, and she sheepishly confessed that she had simply gotten lost. Later, sitting by the crackling fire, Sidaru carefully listens to the story of the cobalt leader. The chieftain tells that his people have hardly ever encountered goblins in the Great Forest. He adds that both groups never entered each other intentionally. In 1993, a group of young kobolds confirmed that everything had changed sharply when a hobgoblin appeared. Kotaro hopes that after this painful and humiliating adventure, Gobgoblin has made conclusions for himself. 1995 year. Young Cobalt brings to the group a wooden box filled with large shiny crystals. In 1996, while looking at the sparkling pebbles, Satoru recalls that they remind him of the game Ochajiki. The Cobalt leader bows low and thanks sincerely for saving his pack. 1998 year. He gives a big catch of fish and fresh fruits as a sign of gratitude. Satoru and Lucy admire the beautiful fish that were given to them. A group of young kobolds are smiling joyfully again in their safe village. A little beast resembling a fox cub whimpers and clutches at its belly. Its stomach is growling loudly. Old Cedar Row watches carefully what is happening and quietly says that he understands everything. 2003 year. In the camp of the Cobalt clan, one of its members carefully maintains the fire. 2004 year. Cedar Row carefully tries the broth with a spoon, carefully evaluating its taste before cooking further. Holding the ingredients, he asks the young Cobalt to watch carefully and learn. 2006 year. When the food is ready, Satoru tells everyone to take a seat and eat. Everyone is savoring, and Lucia enthusiastically says that Grandpa's food is simply incredibly delicious. The blonde elf girl Chloe cheerfully asked for seconds at dinner. The young Cobalt happily soaks up the noodles, his eyes shining with joy. Satoru smiles warmly and is delighted that everyone liked the food. The chief Cobalt is deeply moved and very grateful to Satoru for his generosity. Inyest Sada suggests that in response, the boss should share ochazuke with Lucia. Approaching Satoru, Chloe asks if he has eaten yet, since she knows he was about to leave. During dinner, Sadaru asks Chloe why she hasn't returned to her forest yet. He explains that he got lost and decided to drop by Ilahans, inviting them to join. Before us is a collection of large, shiny, unprocessed crystals that Satoru calls ohajiki. Chloe and Satoru are amazed by the crystal's extraordinary beauty and rarity. Examining the crystals carefully, Kateno notices a huge potential in it. The young Cobalt proudly tells Lush that he himself found these nice pebbles. In 2020, Luchin, who was a Cobalt, asked Satoru for more food, and Satoru noticed that they were gradually becoming friends. Deep in thought, Starro realizes that the crystals can help the Cobalt solve their problems. In 2022, he offers the main Cobalt to exchange stones for food. Kotaro simply explains the essence of the exchange. For example, you give one crystal, you get one fish. He further explains that with one crystal, you can get dozens of fish at once. Chloe and Satoru explain that if the crystal's size is reduced, it can be made into a convenient currency for use. With a tired look, Satoru acknowledges that implementing this new system will not be easy. The main Cobalt raises its head with determination and asks Satoru to give it some time. To help right now, Cedar offers to exchange some of his food supplies. The happy chief understands that from now on, no puppy in the village will go hungry. With a kind smile, Satoru promises to find them a reliable business partner in the city. Late in the evening of that same day, the fox and the badger sleep soundly together in the tent. The Cobalt camp is quiet. It's calm here, but there's a sense of tension amidst the nighttime moonlit forest. The ominous hobgoblin leads a group of smaller goblins through the dark forest. The enraged hobgoblin strikes with his fist with all his might, causing a powerful explosion. The large stone splits under his powerful blow, and the subordinates watch it with fear. He glares fiercely at his goblin underlings, who tremble with fear at his wrath. A hobgoblin with strength strikes one of his goblins, and it flies to the side. Two battered goblins lean against a tree and groan in pain after their leader's outbursts. In the tent, Lucia suddenly becomes alert in her sleep. Something is bothering her. She gets up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, while the kobold asks what happened. The little goblin also wakes up and asks Luch if morning has come yet. The ray smiles gently and calms down the cobalt, saying that it can sleep further. The menacing figure of a goblin stands amidst its weakened and fallen warriors. He rushes through the forest at a frantic pace, his face filled with determination. The goblin comes to an abrupt stop in the clearing, sending dirt and dust flying into the air. Lutze stands calmly and looks at him as he slowly sinks to the ground, raising his eyes to hers. A huge goblin gets down on his knees in front of a little girl. They look each other in the eye. A sinister grin appears on the goblin's face with dripping saliva, and he laughs soundlessly. Lucia calmly and fearlessly looks straight into the enemy eyes of the creature. The goblin mount growls low, drool dripping from its sharp teeth. The large reptilian eye of the goblin opens wide in surprise, and he loudly lets out a hoarse exhalation. On the other hand, the young girl's face is focused, and her eyes are narrowed from careful, determined attention. It releases a powerful stream of water, covering the stout goblin. The younger goblins in his band tremble and squeak with sheer terror. A large gelatinous slime suddenly appears and starts absorbing the body of the defeated goblin. The slime finishes its strange and gruesome meal with one last big gulp. Luce calmly floats in the air and notices that the dish was not very tasty. Lucy returns to the rest of the frightened goblins and just stares at them. They start screaming with fear and hastily run away, overcome with panic. The wolf calmly and slowly approaches the frightened creatures. Her calm appearance is enough to stop them. They immediately bow in submission. The wounded goblin winces in pain as she reaches out to it. In her open palms, a bouquet of bright magical flowers appears. She kindly explains to the goblin that these flowers will help him recover faster. The goblins stand bewildered, silenced by such an unexpected display of mercy. Lucia carefully lays the healing flowers on the goblin's wounded hand. Dreaming, she imagines subjugated goblins carrying her on their shoulders. Goblins start whispering to each other, their voices sounding uncertain and wary. The scene shifts to a new location, where a dark fabric of the tent wall is visible. A new day breaks in the quiet forest camp among the mountains, with the singing of birds heard all around. In the tent, a curious girl Maron cheerfully wakes up a sleepy Luch. The leader of Kobo, Sao, watches as Luce slips out and jokes that she's still sleepy. Lucy cheerfully greets Satoru and Chloe, who are doing morning exercises. Cobalt joins the exercises that Maron calls a dance from the hometown of the south. Cider wipes the sweat from his brow and praises Maron for his wonderful memory. Maron eagerly asks Satoru for help on behalf of her entire clan. She explains that everyone wants to have a special nickname, just like he came up with for her. She asked him with great enthusiasm to come up with other wonderful names for everyone. Cedar Road decides to tackle this request after breakfast, making himself a few sandwiches. He tells Chloe that it's a tough task and asks for her help, which greatly surprises the girl. During lunch, Satoru is delighted to see Maroni and Luce eating with relish. They show a plate of sandwiches, and the fool is delighted, exclaiming how delicious they are. The leader of the kobolds, Saidu, hears footsteps. Someone is approaching him to talk about an important matter. Sal warmly thanks Satoru for taking care of his daughter Marona. Then he reports that this morning near the goblins were somehow especially noisy. Some people think that this is because goblins think very simply. Sadar says calmly that if they cause problems again, he will easily be able to stop them. Chloe advocates for their destruction, and Satoru confidently adjusts everyone, which calms Sal down. Licking her fingers, Lucy calmly says that it's better to discuss this later. Satoru Tele decides to check everything first, so he says he's going for a walk. The camera slowly pans over the wide, peaceful mountains covered with forests. Having arrived at the goblin lair, Satoru and Chloe were very surprised at what they saw. They see the goblins bowing respectfully and tending to the three captive human women. Cider, Chloe, and Lucia watch the strange and tangled situation from a distance. Formerly angry and aggressive goblins now look unhappy, oppressed, and completely desperate. Saint Aro is concerned about the situation, but Luch reassures him, saying there's nothing to worry about. The little girl tugs at her grandfather's coat to get his attention. He notices that they have given up, although there is evidence of their guilt. Luce appears with a bright, confident smile and says that she has a wonderful idea. Her words invoke skepticism in Terran, and Chloe looks at her from above with a bewildered expression. In the forest clearing, a young cobalt reports that he has returned to his father's camp. He proudly lifts the basket and tells how he managed to collect a good amount this morning. His father says with relief that they didn't run into goblins during their metal gathering trip. With a smile on his face, the father recalls the times when they lived without worries. Another kobold says he doesn't understand goblins, but knows one thing: they are enemies. The father worries about their future and says that they will have to continue living in the forest. His child, Marone, confidently says that their new friend Sideru will deal with the goblins, and in another place, a young girl. Lucy calmly says that her grandfather will not destroy the goblins. Her grandfather, Saidaru, looks at her with a slight wonder, but at the same time as if he understands everything. Their elven companion, Chloe, looks perplexed after Locke's unexpected statement. Three travelers stand before a group of goblins, and Chloe still looks uncertain. Chloe shares her anxiety with Luch and reminds him that their enemies are goblins. She is worried that the goblins will attack again as soon as the travelers leave. Lucy, with a smile, confidently reassures her, promising that everything will be all right. Having sat down, she offers Saidar and Chloe to explain their logic in order to dispel their doubts. She draws a plan on the ground with a stick, explaining how they can benefit together in their endeavors. All the listeners, even the goblins, listen with delight to her wonderfully simple idea. Saidar thoughtfully asked what would happen if the goblins broke their promise. The coach stops for a moment holding his stick and thoughtfully ponders the question. With a smile, she explains that in order to survive, they need food. So they keep the promise exactly. She confidently asked if her reasoning was correct. Looking at the subdued goblins, Chloe adds another thought. She worries that some uncontrolled goblin might attack without hesitation. Lutz explains that each group is supposed to keep track of its own people. She looks at her friends, asking if they agree with her plan. The goblin leader nods his head confidently, agreeing to the terms of the deal. Seydu looks with a tender, proud smile, impressed by the wisdom of his granddaughter. In another place, a desperate hero cuts off a monster's hand with one powerful blow. His partner asked if it was the last one, and received a sharp response. The dark-haired adventurer boasts that she can now cope with such attacks on her own. His white-haired partner expresses doubt, saying that maybe Salsa will still save them. The dark-haired man agrees and ponders. Maybe the Sao will help them even if they don't know about it. There, where robbers used to hide, travelers now sit together and dine. In front of you is a bowl of fresh sandwiches, already ready to be served for the whole company. Women are enjoying the dish, saying it's very tasty and something new for them. Ceterio uses a glowing magical tool to find out what's nearby. His reconnaissance magic shows that this place used to be a hideout of bandits. He notices that there are more groups than he expected, but Lucia is not worried about it at all. Katero decides that if the bandits are going to be a threat, they will have to be dealt with. After dinner, he reminds everyone to wash the dishes together. As Canada is washing, she is struck by Satoru's kindness and the fact that he always acts without violence. Luke proudly says that the strength of his grandfather comes from a kind heart. Kanata looks at him with a strange expression and admits that he feels jealous. In a flashback, Satoru calmly uses binding and paralyzing magic to disarm the bandits. Kanad ponders that maybe it's better to continue the journey than to return home. If you look from a height, you can see a huge body of water, which is brightly illuminated by the sun. The group arrives in the picturesque, spacious city on the lake shore. Ilihan. Standing on the hill, the friend announces his arrival, and Saidar welcomes him. Chloe is very impressed by how Satoru uses unusual and continuous magic to travel. Inspired by his strength, Lucian says he wants to use magic somehow classy. Cater and Chloe look down at the enthusiastic Lucio with warmth and light anxiety. The old mage Asa thoughtfully ponders over a complicated question. In the forest clearing, he explains to his comrades why he hesitates to teach them magic. Hearing this, his little granddaughter Lucia slumped, and Chloe quietly encouraged her from behind. Kindelf gently strokes the upset girl's head, trying to calm her down. Chloe's soothing words gently resound in the air and remind Lucy that she is important, even without magical abilities. Then Asao says that he is very proud of Luke and values her strength even more than any magical abilities. Her mood improved immediately, and Luch cheerfully declared that she would become stronger in her own way. Chloe thinks that perhaps due to her extraordinary physical strength, she is unable to use magic. Having bid farewell to the women, the company continues on its journey. Strolling through this lively market, Asov announces that the next stop is to go and greet God. When they arrived at the lakeside town of Iligan, their gazes stopped in wonder at the temple floating on the water. The old wizard sees a huge boat and notes how big it is and how smoothly it sways on the water. From a high point, 3 travelers look down on the city, which has grown and is filled with boats. When Luch enters the temple, he is amazed that everything inside is made of wood, not stone. A little girl curiously knocks on one of the large wooden beams. Suddenly, they hear a voice that echoes from a bright, flickering bas-relief on the wall. The young man calls himself Sarshit and says he is the chief priest of the Temple of Illigans. Sarshit warmly welcomes his guest, and Chloe and Lucy get acquainted with him. The priest is convinced that everyone will very quickly fall in love with this nice town. The calm appearance of the water conveys his mood and evokes a pleasant feeling of agreement and harmony. Sarshit says that the god Ithrel has commanded him to help you in any way he can. Sauquel responds that he is not gathering so that someone can take care of him. The priest smiles and nods in understanding, acknowledging that the pig will always act in its own way. Sarshita says that she is happy to fulfill the will of her god, and she is always ready to help. Salo agrees to ask for help if needed, while Luce considers a large canvas. Suddenly, the girl hears a faint meowing nearby and immediately pays attention to it. From the corner, a slender black cat quietly comes out and meows softly. Lucy smiles and reaches for the cat, and the priest promises to inform the guild leaders. Having finished greeting the priest, Osaw decides that it's time to move on. The little girl happily picks up the restless kitten and shows it to her grandfather, her new friend. Suddenly, a figure in a hood appears, quietly asks Lasha to be silent and opens his face. It's Itrul. Aso gladly greets God and jokes that he has been away from his heavenly affairs for too long. The old mage notes that Ithro is very popular, as evidenced by the large number of temples built in his honor. He notes that believers use statues and paintings to feel their closeness to the deity. Ithor listens with a barely noticeable smile, as if what he heard slightly amused him. God jokingly asks if the paintings and statues really resemble them. Asao doesn't stop joking and wonders if the gods have a lot of free time. Ithral arrived, because they had finally prepared the thing he had ordered. Chloe officially meets Itro, and he says he's already heard various rumors about her. Ithel claims he will show us the true power of God. From his sleeve, Itra pulls out a small or simple round mirror for a pig. Chloe Gaz immediately realized that an incredible magical power was hidden in this little thing. Asao accepts the mirror with gratitude, understanding that it is exactly what he had asked for. Lucy runs up proudly and shows a black cat she has already named Mr. Kitty. The girl notices that the small mirror resembles the large one she has already seen. Usao opens the mirror to show how strong it is, and the cat immediately runs away. The black cat jumps back in fright, feeling a sudden surge of magical energy. Luce gazes at herself in the mirror with wonder and amazement, uttering an astonished cry. A little girl in a hood looks at what she sees in surprise. In the mirror, she sees her friend Nina, who is equally surprised to be looking at Liucha. A young woman carries firewood and is amazed when she sees little Lu She's girl running towards their company, while the other children wave to her. Another young girl, Nina Chan, gently strokes the cat and thanks him for always being around. From a magical mirror, Nina Chan waves goodbye to her friends with a happy smile and tears in her eyes. Lash rejoices, and with delight says that Nina is smiling, and grandfather Asao watches this with satisfaction. The group is making the decisive first step. Their new journey is beginning. Chloe notes that the magic mirror arrived faster than she thought, and agrees with what South had said earlier about waiting. Chloe hesitates for a moment, but then loudly calls out to Sour to get his attention. Overflowing with curiosity, Chloe eagerly asks the boar where they will go next and what his plans are. As they walk, one of them decides to drop by the Merchants Guild, and Chloe offers to tell them about the bandits. One of the cells points to a building by the lake and says they need to go there. The group stops for a moment to enjoy the pleasant, cool breeze from the water. On the roof of the building, they enjoy the view of the city by the lake. Chloe asked what their plans were, and Asal replied that now they needed to find a place to stay. The pig clearly describes his plan. First he goes to the guild, then looks for housing, and only then heads to the market. When Chloe asked to stay with him, Sel gladly agreed and said he had been expecting that, holding a new kitten in her arms. Cheerful Lucy asks her grandfather about his work plans. Asao shares his dream. He wants to become a salesman and communicate with customers himself. He explains to the interested person that he will be selling coffee and tea by the cup. He imagines a small kiosk where simple dishes will be served and products will be sold in special packaging. The group doesn't notice anything, and behind them, a dark figure is quietly sneaking up. Lucia says happily that she wants to try his food, and he promises that she will taste it first. The creaking of the floor suggests that the strangers are now very close. Someone's hand firmly places its palm on his aching shoulder and stops him. He flinched at the unexpected touch and threw a surprised glance over his shoulder. A tall blonde approaches him and asks if he is a sow, which completely bewilders the man. The stranger Alejandro looks at him carefully, thinking that he is just an old man in front of him. From the neighboring alley, a woman with dark hair playfully confirms that it's indeed South. Chloe and Lucy are suddenly frightened by an unexpected and tense argument. Feeling danger, the black cat arches its back in an arc, bristles its fur, and hisses angrily. A dark-haired woman named Kanade watches over everything that happens from her hiding place. Allah looks at the cell with respect and says that he remembers it well. The cell looks back, confusedly trying to recall why this persistent insistence of the man seems so familiar to her. Before us lies a vast panorama, the noisy floating city of Ilagon, where all the events unfold. Alejandro leads the group along the path and promises that he will recall something similar to what South saw. Sao raises his eyes to his guide, a look of utter astonishment on his face. The man introduces himself as Alahan, a local who everyone knows and who often helps travelers. One of the cells looks bewildered and a bit nervous as Alejandra introduces herself to it. Alejandro mysteriously hints that they need to discuss matters between their sides, though he tries to pretend he knows nothing. His friends, Chloe and Luki, don't understand what's going on at all. One cell turns to Chloe for an explanation, but she has no idea what's going on. Chloe assumes it's just a mix-up with someone else. He can't appear with a mysterious smile. Alejandro expresses his doubts. The name seems correct, but the man doesn't look like him. Chloe confidently says that this is the very person they were waiting for. The canine officially introduces himself and apologizes for the delay due to necessary formalities. She explains that she hurried to find their company. Having seen Canada together with them, Alejandro realizes that it's not just some kind of misunderstanding. Alejandro's face became stern. He looked sharp and menacing. It's impossible to understand what he's planning. Chloe and Luke exchange a glance, surprised by the sudden tension. Alejandro notes that their company looks quite strange, and strictly warns everyone not to cause any trouble. Intimidated by his menacing appearance, Chloe nervously agrees, stuttering. Summer trader Asav watches as a suspicious local man walks away and sighs with tired irritation. Suddenly, a young woman with long black hair approaches his company at the pier. She introduces herself as Canada and explains that she can't return to her native village because she was betrayed there. She bows and sincerely asks to take her along on the journey, promising to be useful. We all carefully agree, but we advise her to think this important decision over well. His elven companion Chloe sighs in dismay at the sight. Nearby, a young girl carefully watches a serious conversation, not missing a single detail. South tells Keenan to follow him as they explore the city's guilds and shops. Kanad walks alongside Sao, while a concerned Chloe follows behind the new company. They walk along a wooden path that stretches over the calm water near the town. They quickly reach their destination, a large round building of the trade guild Aile Khan. He also confidently says that his letter of recommendation from Adi will help to quickly resolve everything. Inside, he politely introduces himself to a friendly guild worker as a traveling merchant. The receptionist sees that the letter is addressed to the guildmaster and asks them to wait a bit. While waiting, the cell curiously examines the picture with a view of the town by the canal. An elegant woman with her hair tied up in a bun appears, introducing herself as Illumina, the guildmaster. Saul, who was sitting nearby, humbly thanked her for meeting with a simple merchant. Illumina is skeptical about this, drawing attention to the light, handwritten letter of recommendation in the style of the 80s. In order not to betray himself, Assaut insists that he is an ordinary trader who simply sells tea and coffee. Illumina smiles warmly and confirms that Eddie highly praised his goods, calling them the best she had ever seen. She says that she and her competitor have been friends for 80 years, so such praise from her is very rare. And then Sal offers Illuminati to try his goods herself. Interested, Illumina gladly agrees to this proposal and looks forward to when she can bring her coffee to Ilakan. Asal starts making coffee and tells why at Rich Roma they necessarily use only freshly ground coffee. Illumina jokingly mentions that she's heard about his activities not just in business and power struggles. Breaking off his work, the man with a serious look becomes pensive and resolute. With confidence in his eyes, he says he wants to try himself in a different business here. Illumina, being interested in his plans, asks what new business he is considering. He tells how to sell the same goods, but in a completely different way. As he sketches on the sheet, he finally decides to sell the beans to the guild as well. Illumina says with relief that he's glad, because his new case is just a food court. Having heard this, his companion looks at the proposed kiosk with curiosity. Sawyer shows Illuminati his drawing. It's a small, cute, and not scary at all construction for a stand. He explains that such an approach will help not to create difficulties for local businesses. A little girl cautiously peeks out from around the corner, her eyes wide open, and asks what's going on. Asa looks straight at Illumini and asks the guild to support his idea with all their might. Illumina smiles warmly and replies that she will be happy to help him. Then Sal tells about his plan to sell tea to the guild, so as not to have problems with local shops. He suggests placing his stall next to the guild to show that everything is officially allowed. When someone says slice mile, it means they acknowledge. Their plan is quite bold. Illumina peeks out from behind his back, and they exchange a silent glance, in which everything is clear without words. And at this moment, Liza runs to the sale and joyfully exclaims, "Grandfather!" A young girl proudly introduces herself to the guildmaster as a soul weaver. Illumina, charmed by the girl's polite presentation, asked her to take good care of her grandfather. Asao gently tells Lutz that she can be called by her first name. Then he announces that they plan to prepare everything to open the next day. From the window of her office, Illumina waves goodbye to Asao and his friends. The group cheerfully waves back and happily exits the guild building. As they left, Illumina wondered aloud whether she should have just gone home. From the shadows, the strict deputy director Shirigan with a cynical smile notices that she is not indifferent to the old man. The refined mistress of the Illumina guild looks back with a calm and confident gaze. Her subordinate Shirigan is amazed at this strange situation and says that someone else is also worried about it. Illumina denies it and says that if there really was a fraudulent scam, rumors about it would have long since emerged. She wonders why they earn so little through regular sales. Shirikan wonders, why open a food court at all if almost nothing is sold there? With a keen eye, he worries that their low prices may harm serious local businesses. Looking out the window, Illumina carefully listens to his concerns, mysteriously smiling. He turns to her, asking her to express her official opinion as a guildmaster. Shirigan takes a sip from the cup and realizes that it's the same coffee the old man brewed. He takes another sip, remaining worried and being very suspicious of everything that's happening. Illumina finally expresses her simple opinion. Coffee is actually not bad. Under the night sky with 2 moons above the open dome, steam rises. The surface of the hot spring suddenly splashes with energetic splashes. In the bathroom, Chloe notices that the distant lake is barely lit. She leans over the edge and rejoices, looking at the multitude of small sparks. Canada explains that it's currently the season for nighttime fishing with lantern stones. When Luce says she wants to see everything, Chloe notes that there are a lot of lakes in Canada, and she knows this well. The little girl looks at the boats illuminated by lanterns with excitement and wide-open eyes. Canada says she knows this lake well, but she doesn't particularly like it. Changing the subject of conversation can help us learn something about sound, for example, by suddenly asking Chloe a question. She asks who South really is, noting that he merely calls himself a simple merchant. Chloe agrees that the cell indeed has many secrets, and thanks her casually. He can't accept their assessment, asking if they really see him that way. Luke happily says that her grandfather is friends with an incredible god. From a height, you can see how one person is resting in the men's hot springs. Chloe in the women's bathroom is suddenly frightened by an unexpected sound or flash. In the men's bath, a young man washes his face and notices the flash disappearing. Grandfather in the bath suddenly gets scared, hearing an unexpected noise. A young boy appears, greets kindly, and brings a bowl with him. He smiles and politely asks his grandfather if he can join him. In the bathroom, the boy praises the water, and this entertains the old man. 2 men are resting together, enjoying a special pleasure, bathing in the open air. The young man asked if he still really wanted to go home. Lost in thought, grandfather confesses that he is no longer sure about it. The young man feels that he has been saved. He notices that this world is a nice place. He is genuinely surprised that his grandfather has suddenly changed his mind. He notices that the old man's behavior differs from the behavior of other reincarnated people. The old man avoids answering and says that he does not know himself. The younger man notices that his presence is different. He has a special softness. Grandfather says that he imagines that he is talking to Takumi along with everyone. He understands that he didn't give up his place in vain, because he knows everything is fine with Takumi. The old man smiles gently with relief. After bathing, 2 men are drying themselves in the locker room. A sudden gust of wind comically lifts the boy's long hair. He shows the old man an interesting device that blows wind with the help of magic. The young man feels alive again, and this delights the old man, for it is quite amusing to God. He is confident that the healing bath will help him regain his strength and energy. An old man looks out the window and notices that Luce and the others seem very energetic. The young man sincerely thanks the old man for taking care of Luce. The old man calms him down, saying that Leucia is a good and decent girl. A young man with long light hair thanks sincerely. Later at night, smoke rises from the chimney, and above it 2 moons are visible in the sky. The next morning, the voice says that today is a wonderful day to open for customers. Summer Takumi, along with his friends, are delighted with the successful open case and note how much effort they put into it. Nadia says they also serve Korin, and is confident that the clients will remain satisfied. Nadia, with a slight smile, sincerely rejoices at the new working day. Takumi notes that Lucy has become less shy and wonders how fast children grow. The scene shifts to the large round building of a trade guild that stands by the water. The arrival of Guildmaster Illumini, Shiromani's deputy and the leader of Sathi Avati Sao. Cheryl Khan frowned and sternly warned, "Don't cause any trouble." Takumi and the elf girl Milia are noticeably surprised and a little intimidated by the official's sharp tone. Miley looks worried, and Lucy watches with naive interest. Illumina smiles calmly and gently intervenes in the conversation, prioritizing the discussion of guild matters. Takumi kindly offers to treat the guild members to tea before starting the conversation. Having tried the tea, Sasha simply can't believe his feelings, and Shiroke is completely unimpressed. Satya enthusiastically convinces Shirataka that it's an incredible tea that they absolutely need to get. ST complains to Kumi, and he insists that he himself has the right to choose who to deal with. Sasha writes it all down in notes, while Sher Khan objects, saying that such a price and quantity have never been encountered before. Illumina and Shirohan are having tea, while Sasha watches them with joy. Takumi smiles in satisfaction, while Milia looks at him with slight irritation. At the guild office, Illumina explains that both coffee and tea bring in good profits. She confidently says that she set a high price, guided by her own opinion. Shirohan reluctantly agrees to the guild's decision to buy, but sets his own condition. He sternly points his finger and warns them not to do anything suspicious near his stall. Milia, Nadezhda, and Luce angrily reply that they would never do anything strange. Luce puffs out his cheeks and stubbornly assures that they will behave properly. She once again assures that they will definitely not do anything wrong. Someone's soft hand gently touches Lucy's head, soothing her with gentle stroking. Raising her head, Luce asked her grandfather if he ever gets angry with people. Takumi calmly tells her that everything is okay and they leave together. He reassures her. Milia and Nadia, still seated, express to Takumi their discontent with this situation. Takumi advises Shirotani to try trading at this market himself. Illumina asks Shirogane why he's so excited, and he confirms that he'll definitely come. Standing by the counter, Shirogane throws an angry glance, which makes Takumi and his friends noticeably tense. He reveals that he suspects Takazuma is just a cover for some larger, more mysterious organization. The group listens to his accusations, some with anxiety, others with irritation. A large tent with food is waving in the wind. The kiosk is now operating on the pier and attracts many satisfied customers. In the lively booth, a customer orders 2 cold teas from the smiling Milia. Shiran and Scythia watched the successful operation from a distance, but were skeptical about it. Shirogane crosses his arms over his chest, determined to show everyone their true nature. He cynically tells Sasha that the main thing is trust, not just low prices. The satisfied buyer praises the friendly staff of the kiosk and says that she will definitely come back again. The local baker confirms that the magpie actually helped him sell more bread. Nadia smiles calmly and says that they are happy when their clients are satisfied. Shirogane becomes increasingly irritated and thinks that the positive reviews are just an interest in something new. At last, he decides he's had enough and confidently walks to the trading stall to figure out for himself what's going on. Behind the counter, Luke smiles friendly and asks what he would like to order. She was instantly frightened and bewildered as soon as she recognized the official from the Starn Guild. Shorehand quickly explains that he came not for work, but as an ordinary buyer. At the table, the guild official Shirogane carefully and suspiciously examines the new street food business. From the buyer's point of view, it is noticeable how a large temporary food stall is filled with movement and bustle. He sneers, confident that such low prices for quality goods are definitely some kind of scam. An elderly owner of the establishment, Esau, approaches the table and offers Shirovani to place an order. With a welcoming smile, the waiter recommends today's signature cold tea to the guest. Surahan's face showed tension and doubt. A bead of sweat appeared on his temple. Asao asks what Shirohan thinks about this yatka, and he confesses that things are going well, but still a bit confusing. Behind a wooden post, a little girl carefully watches how 2 men are communicating. After drinking a bit of his beverage, Shiroki says he has a few questions. Asa calmly agrees to the interrogation, saying that he has nothing against it. The guild representative insists on his strict stance, unlike the soft Satya or the guildmaster Illumini. With a smile, the colleague throws Sira Khan a backhanded compliment regarding her principles. This comment terribly annoys Shiroyama, and he angrily asks who exactly was called a coward. He quickly gets up and gestures for Sour to go with him to talk in private. While walking along the pier, Sherikan directly accuses the pig of being involved in some strange business. Asav calmly admits that from the outside his activity indeed looks strange and is a little intimidating. Pointing accusingly, Churgan insists that the camera must have some hidden purpose. Holding a chef's hat, a cell named Shirahan looks carefully and offers to tell about his plan. From a height, it is visible that a successful trading point is located on a large circular pier over the water. Inside, a cheerful girl with a tray walks between the tables, and her colleagues serve many visitors. At one of the tables, the mother, together with her happy son, enjoys the food. Nadia, the saleswoman at the stall, carefully watches everything with a serious, pensive face. She watches from her place as her superiors, Irumina and Sakia, leave. At a distance, Asal and Shirohan are still arguing vividly on the pier. Sachi approaches his boss, Illumina, with a worried expression and begins to speak. With a calm expression, Illumina asks her subordinate what's troubling her. The buyers negotiate that Shirohan from Sterniv does not like this hut and may arrange something. A close-up shows Shirogan gritting his teeth in anger and irritation. 2 women discuss why the kiosk has become so popular, and that's exactly what bothers them. Illumina emphasizes that for her, the main thing is for the guild's affairs to remain safe. Satya, munching away, thinks that she wishes Shiroyan wouldn't worry so much when the food is so delicious. She wonders aloud why he is so stubbornly unwilling to try the new popular yacht. When Lutz cleans the table, she worries that Shirosaki might find a reason to shut them down. There is noticeable anxiety on her face as she fears he will succeed in shutting down their business. The hand reaches for a glass of cold tea and a paper cone with potato chips. Illumina says the food looks appetizing, but Nadia worries that that's exactly the problem. Milia, the elf worker, notices that Lucy is sad and asks if she isn't tired. Luz excitedly tells that their store is in great danger and may close very soon. Illumina says it wants to maintain good and long-term relationships with its supplier, because it is important to them. Tanya, a participant in the Cat Ear Guild, jokingly interrupts their serious conversation. Sachi finds her friend and prepares to explain to her the complicated situation that Shirahan has gotten himself into. A lively scene. A group of worried women gathered by the counters. Sachia says that Shirahan wants to close this stall, but nobody knows why. Nadia, who had been listening silently, calmly says that everything will be okay. Her calm statement shocks her friends, and they immediately ask what she meant, holding a hand-drawn diagram in her hands. Nadia explains how the limited hours business of their stall works. She explains that the main thing is that most of their clients are trying such food for the first time. Her friends listen attentively and finally begin to understand how cunning this insidious plan is. From Lucy and Chloe's side, they peek out and are curious about what the group is talking about. Nadia understands that the real purpose of this stall is to attract new customers. The woman with long dark hair calmly talks about her business strategy for the future. Her blonde friend agrees and adds that even strict Shiragan does not seem that strange. At the counter, Chloe and Elf cheer up a distressed girl who looks worried. The blonde thinks that the weirdest thing here is that calling Shirosaki not weird is actually something very weird. Sal explains to the skeptical Shirogan that the word strange might not be entirely appropriate here. He notes that all young people seem to get along well with each other. Saul suggests sitting down on the nearest bench, and Shirokan reluctantly agrees. An old man calmly assures a nervous member of the guild that he did not come to quarrel. Shirahan states decisively that he cannot ignore the harm done to local merchants. He is eager to learn Assad's true purpose, because he suspects that he is hiding something. Asov listens attentively to the severe accusations, looking pensive and serious. He starts explaining that he actually wants to help the local shops in the town. One cell is going to tell Shirahana something that he may not understand at first. Shiran listens to the old man with deep, unchanging suspicion on his face. A friendly voice praises Shiroyama, saying he turned out to be better than he thought. The guild member stands there with a distrustful, skeptical expression. It turned out that the reason was a child who found themselves in difficult life circumstances. A woman with a little child can be seen on the screen walking past the counter. He wants Lanya to learn useful skills, for example, helping in the shop. Asao says that he wants her to learn how to communicate with other people. He insists that children should not be drawn into their adult disputes. Shirahan doesn't hold back emotions and suddenly starts crying. The camera reacts in surprise to this, while Shiraman snorts and says that he understands everything. Surahan, with tears in his eyes, says that at home, his son and daughter are waiting for him. At the pier, Chloe notices that parents are ready to do anything for the sake of their children. The girl with the bee-like skin, Tonyan, joyfully asks aloud what's going on here. Sureka, with tears in her eyes, thanks Asao for taking care of the baby on his own. He is very ashamed of having suspected Kislogo of malicious intent. Sao gives Shiragami a piercing, meaningful look. He says that since Shirohan understands everything, he wants to clarify some local misunderstandings. Shirakan completely changed and immediately offered to help with this task. The cell hears some noise, but his friend says it's just a stray cat. Shirohan leans in closer to tell the old man something truly important. He is suddenly grabbed firmly from behind, so unexpectedly that he jerks. Thrown off balance and surprised, he exclaims in astonishment. Tanya jokingly grabs him and says that he has a stern face, but in fact he is very kind. She admits with pleasure that she deliberately scares him to see his funny reaction. Acid Shirahan and the child work together with a girl who is the queen of the beasts. She introduces herself with a smile as Tionyon, a proud beast woman. Tonya says she just dropped by to say hello, and Sal thinks it's very nice of her. She says that she is in charge of purchasing products for the trade guild. Tony and her friend on the southern yachts served interesting food, and that sparked her interest in business. She says that first of all, it is necessary to thoroughly discuss all the conditions. The cell tells her that the ingredients she uses are not rare at all. This greatly inspires Tioni, as he sees great potential in this recipe. Sure Hend sits on the bench, not impressed at all by the business conversations. He tells Taoyuan that she doesn't understand him, but she has already prepared a budget. Kisla hints that she tried the food and drinks before starting the negotiations. A genuine boundless joy appears on Tanyan's face from this proposal. She is delighted and says she is happy to take this home with her. The voiceover agrees that the proposed project is indeed worth implementing. Asal says that cooking is not his main job, and he is not looking to make a living from it. When he hears this, the Beast of Kent offers to exchange something else, rather than money. Assad explains that he actually wants people in the city to live well and have a comfortable life. With a confident smile, Shiragan says that the guild is best at negotiating. However, he admits that he finds it hard to get along with this man. The voice assures that everything will be fine, says not to worry, and promises to handle everything himself. From a height, the town of Ilakan can be seen on the shore of the lake with floating buildings and a lighthouse. In the town of Ilakan, near a large mill, there is a workshop, next to which a water wheel rotates. Dini is smiling, holding a piece of paper in his hand and asking his student Pugno about delivery. From Punya's workshop comes the reply that she is busy and asks what the visit is for. Adini notices that Punya is going to the workshop in a great mood and sounds unusually cheerful. Inside, Punya is engrossed in her project and easily ignores Adni's remarks. Adini looks with curiosity and asks what new project Punya is working on. Punya shows a detailed architectural drawing and explains that it is a large stand. She proudly explains that it's a drawing of a collapsible food corner for a performance. Odina was surprised that the client had ordered this, and also the wooden buckets. Nearby, a little white kitten stretches and contentedly meows. Punia is delighted to share that thanks to a Saum, she earned money by learning new skills. Upon hearing a barely perceptible sound, ADN cautiously raises its head and thoughtfully looks around. Odina remembers that a cat was once kept in one of the rooms, and she was also entrusted with taking care of it. Holding the cat, she asks if the new building Punia is constructing is related to these drawings. Pugna proudly shows off the cat tower that Sao taught her to build. Looking at the cat, Adini seems to think that something strange is going on where the pig is. In a sharp close-up, the cat's eye is shown, as if it too feels something. In another place, a black cat widely opens its eyes, watching something from the bushes. Atkin Mugitayan's voice sounds, thanking everyone who came to this meeting. Through the window, you could see Asao preparing for his street food cooking masterclass. The main participants of the trade guild are eagerly awaiting the start of the lesson. The hotel owner welcomes a large company with pleasure, happy to open something new together with them. Asov carefully shows a young woman how to properly hold a knife and chop products. In another part of its kitchen, Shiratan is washing potatoes, and Tonian is cooking something in a frying pan. With chopsticks, a thin slice of potato was carefully lowered into the hot, sizzling oil. The elf girl is pouring tea, and her friend is cheering her up by showing a big thumbs up. Ready dishes are served, and the hand shows that the time for tasting has come. Sitting at the dinner's table, the Odessan praises the spacious and clean kitchen. The hotel owner says that he also wants to start selling meals in boxes at local events. With a smile, a person shows that they already have an idea of what's coming next. The hotel owner thanks for the tip and explains that heating a large bathtub in the hotel is very expensive. He explains that it was South's presence that allowed him to give such a rare luxury every day. Sauce, with a warm smile, says that he and the girl also enjoyed the bath. At the table, Shirahan looks dissatisfied, and the woman next to him is writing something with a pen. Seiya asks Shirahane why he has such an expression on his face, while Taeyeon meanwhile enthusiastically proposes an exchange. While Saki assures that he is not jealous at all, Tanyan suddenly has an interesting idea. Tonya enthusiastically comes up with new dishes, combining Sal's favorite snacks with fresh local fish and shrimp. Asao agrees and says he will also teach her how to fry fish and shrimp. The hotel owner kindly offers his kitchen for the next cooking class. Keesley dreams of a quiet fishing, imagining how he calmly relaxes together with his cat. Lucy imagines how much fun it is to catch fish with her friend, and it makes her happy. The whole team works together in the kitchen, with pleasure preparing ingredients for the dish. The sun shines brightly over the quiet forest, and birds fly by above. While walking by the water, a little girl named Luce asks with curiosity about different types of fish. The woman praises Sawson's knowledge, but he humbly says that it's all due to his way of life. Luce raises her gaze with a surprised expression on her face, as if asking what her grandfather had just said. He suddenly freezes, intently listening to a strange sound nearby. From the dark thickness of the forest, a desperate cry for help is heard. Having seen someone being attacked, he immediately rushed to help, not hesitating for a second. The assassin recognizes the wounded creature and exclaims in surprise the name Morona-chan. A bewildered Mori tells that a terrifying creature appeared and attacked everyone. The group surrounds the distressed kobold, friendly promising him that they will help. Despite his own pain, Moroni insists through tears. First, you have to save others. In the memories, we see a powerful explosion of the earth happening by the forest on the shore of the lake. In the midst of chaos, a knight in Alahan's armor fends off a crowd of goblins. Alejandro stands confidently, holding his sword and shield at the ready. A little goblin and a frightened kobold clung tightly to each other in fear. Anxiety is visible on Alejandro's face. He carefully watches as the situation suddenly escalates. Behind the trees looms a gigantic crystal golem, towering over the frightened goblins. Goblins bravely, but in vain, try to attack the golem with their simple weapons. Moroni explains to everyone that a huge frightening creature is now fighting the goblins. Susan asks to tell more, noting that the goblins apparently kept their promise. Moroni tells how a man in armor saved him, but now he is losing the battle. South Sand immediately determines that the man is either a guardian or an adventurer, while Morone leads everyone forward. The little cobalt rushes swiftly forward, leading everyone straight into battle. Upon arriving at the scene, Ashhausen realizes that the reserved adventurer is Alejandro. Alejandro wonders why the old man and the child ended up here. He explains that this large creature is a golem, a creature that has not been heard of here yet. Stroking his beard, Asselson calmly says that he may be able to handle this. Alejandro vehemently denies it to him and shouts at the old man to run faster while he still has time. With full faith, Lucy clenches her fists and says that her grandfather is very strong. From the hand of the southern sun, a powerful white magical glow begins to shine. Alejandro acknowledges that the south has magic, but he thinks fighting the golem is an absurd idea. Aso-san calmly listens as Lahan calls him crazy for considering a fight. He warns of the danger of an uncontrolled golem, about which legends say that it can destroy entire countries. On the screen, a close-up of the golem's crystalline face appears. It looks menacing. Undaunted by the appearance of the monster, Luce raises her head and smiles at it happily. Lucy tells grandfather that the creator of the golem is no longer around, and he agrees that this makes everything much simpler. Completely bewildered, Alahan asked if they had even heard his serious warnings. Nearby, the goblins from Marone gathered together and hid behind a small shield to feel safe. A peaceful forest by the lake is sharply distinct from the impending danger. Far from the battle, two people are rowing a small boat across a calm lake. From here, the city's residents see smoke and hear distant, eerie sounds. A concerned elderly woman decides to inform the guild about what happened. On the balcony, the guild members noticed a large cloud of dust and began to wonder if it wasn't a tornado. Satya says that she is afraid. Danger may be approaching the city. The guild receptionist with a pen in her hand looks with a serious and worried expression. They see how behind the smoke a large shadow is moving from a stone rock. This is exactly some kind of monster. The receptionist understands that the situation is very serious and can bring big problems. She decides to warn all the shops and clinics in the town and tells her friends to retreat. She speaks so confidently about her speed and claims she's going there. And Taiyun Inyun immediately joins her. Left alone with a pile of papers, the administrator shouts after her fleeing friends. The receptionist in the guild watches as her colleagues quickly flee and wonders at the unexpected speed with which they do it. She holds the document in her hands and looks at the explosion in the distance, realizing that they are drawing conclusions too quickly. On the other side of the water, a powerful explosion thunders, rising from the forest outskirts. Real concern appears in her eyes when she thinks about where exactly this event took place. She realizes with anxiety that chaos is very close, right where the southern sun has gone. In the forest, a griffin fights together with other creatures against the backdrop of a powerful fire explosion. The griffin shrieks, finding itself in the midst of destruction next to a shattered chariot. Enraged, Alahan cries out to the old man, asking if he can hear him. The little girl from a safe place joyfully shouts that everything is fine with them. Salsa stands calmly in front of a huge dark golem, around which crystal stones are swirling. Looking closely at this creature, he notes how big and impressive it is. Around the enormous golem, a storm swirls sharp stones and debris. The figure of a golem, made of dark stone, looms menacingly, its two shining white eyes standing out in the darkness. He tells Lucid that it's not safe for her to return to the city now. Then he asks Luke if she can play with the flying stone and make it smaller. With a resolute gaze, he promises to help her, augmenting her efforts with his additional magic. Lucy immediately gets down to business, agrees with resolve, and promises to definitely try. While one cell assists him, Luke casts a multitude of spells, such as weakness and paralysis. She concentrates and screams, not stopping her magical attacks on the gigantic stone creature. She unleashes another powerful burst of energy, striking directly into Golem's stony skin. Asal follows her progress. She moves forward a little, but still hesitates. Damaged parts of the golem begin to glow and connect to each other. Luce watches in amazement as the wounds she just inflicted on the creature miraculously heal themselves. The cell notices with anxiety that the creature is recovering on its own. Alahan runs up to them and shouts that it is precisely because of this that it is impossible to defeat the rebellious golem. He still acknowledges that their actions help to win a little precious time. The group notices that the other animals and monsters have managed to escape from the battlefield. The only hope now is to detain the golem until a powerful magician arrives. Alahan thinks that at least they can try to change its direction. Lucy asks her grandfather what to do, because the golem is absorbing more and more land and is getting bigger. Three dwarves stand in the shadow of a gigantic golem and realize they urgently need to flee. Asav is fascinated by the golem's amazing ability to heal, but hints that he has another idea. He asks Alejandra to run ahead and protect everyone, and he himself wants to try to do something. Alahan refuses, firmly holds on to his companions and says that he will not leave them. A little girl tugs at night by a dark cloak to get her attention. Luce says to him with the bright, confident smile that her grandfather is a very powerful wizard. Alahans loses the gift of speech, his face frozen in a mask of shock and exhausted incredulity. One cell watches everything with a light, knowing smile. Her eyes are closed, as if she remembered something funny. Left alone in front of the golem, he sees Alejandro already preparing to escape behind. Lucy asks her grandfather what they will do now that they are left alone. Asal reveals his plan. He wants to turn Golem's extraordinary ability to self-heal against him. Alahan looks out anxiously from the bushes and calls to them, watching everything carefully. The kobold Marone appears and surprises Alahan by promising not to flee. Alejandro tells the little creature that it can't help in this situation. With enthusiasm, Marone promises that this time he will help the salsa. A sudden strong blow throws the law enforcement officer far into the air. While falling, She gathers a lot of energy in her fist to deliver a powerful blow. She screams loudly and unleashes a powerful blast that flies straight at the golem. An energy fist strikes the golem's torso with force, shattering its stone armor into fragments. Allahan, all in sweat and disbelieving his eyes, mutters that he warned them. Physical attacks are still futile. Having dealt a strong blow, Lu joyfully exclaims to her grandfather that she has succeeded. Axelson stands before Golem and sincerely thanks Luce for her wonderful work. The damaged stone body of Golem begins to glow. It gradually self-restores, a burst of magical energy, and the fragments of the Golem come together again, joining each other. Observing from the side, Armor saw with concern that such a wound healed instantly. Even more fragments of the golem magically come together again and reassemble its body. Pieces of earth and stone rise into the air as if drawn by a gigantic creature. Raising the baton, the Salson hopefully expects that his unusual plan will work. He uses all his might and casts a powerful healing spell directly on the golem. From the bushes, Armored Sand is amazed at the unusual warm light that heals it, and does not understand what this magical force is. He notices with anxiety that the creature is becoming even larger. Golem is filled with power. His body grows, absorbing magical energy. Now the enormous monster looms over the small figures under the southern sun, and in the open countryside. From a distance, a crowd of forest creatures carefully watch the gigantic figure of Golem. A group of kobolds and goblins feel that something has gone terribly wrong. Armor-san notices that Golem's movements are slowing down, and finally understands his strategy of attacking from the south. The stone surface of Golem's skin cracks and hardens, and through it his dark eyes can be seen. Liuch with a happy smile looks at grandfather and congratulates him on his victory. A calm and satisfied Suncell agrees. It seems so. In the city's panoramic view, the port is visible, and in the distance, a petrified golem can be seen. In the council chamber, city officials are discussing whether to send a group to investigate the location where the golem is. Armorson reports that they managed to neutralize Golem thanks to a mage named Sao Dono. He explains to Roddy that the camera was able to stop the creature only with the help of auxiliary magic. Two members of the council are attentively listening to the incredible details of the report. One of the witches on the council says that she's hearing about such a user for the first time. Another official suggests that Salsa is probably a pseudonym of some well-known illusionist. Armorson adds that the kid with the phone was also an excellent martial arts master. One of the council members with long hair decides that Sao is a benefactor to their city. Armorson confirms that although Sal calls himself a traitor, he looks completely harmless. Suddenly, two guards burst in and announce that they are from the Eastern Fortress and have brought urgent news. The guards look surprised that they accidentally interrupted an important meeting. The Fox official informs another man that the situation with the ghoul is almost resolved. Armor-san insists, "It doesn't matter who you are. The main thing is to thank the capricious donor properly." The Fox official asked Armorson where that mysterious mage was now. Armorson says that after this, Sal immediately ran into the forest together with the forest animals. A huge crystalline block of petrified gallium stands silently in the midst of the forest. Around the crackling fire at night in the clearing, various forest animals gathered. By the campfire in the forest, a salamander and a whole company of various creatures sit peacefully. Salson speaks with amazement about how unexpectedly a huge golem appeared. Looking at the petrified figure, he realizes that the goal has now been achieved, and he will no longer be able to cause any more mischief. Luce cheerfully suggests that the giant statue can now become a wonderful home for birds. The magnificent bird of paradise officially thanks the great wizard for the victory over the golem. The text says that these creatures are very grateful to him for protecting their valuable home. The bird continues to tell that they consulted with each other about what people might want. They decided to give him one of their special decorative feathers, and the song and this careless appearance immediately react to the proposal with complete amazement. The sound suggests to this wonderful creature that it was not worth trying so hard. Ігноруючи його, птах райський витягує довге красиве перо з свого хвоста. The moron cobalt excitedly exclaims that it is a feather of a heavenly bird. Asal accepts the gift, admires its beauty, but notices something strange about it. The wonderful bird of paradise gives its beautiful tail feathers to its friend, the Sukan. With a thoughtful expression, a calm salsa sounds, and a quiet fascination with the action, young Luz from Cobalt Moro impatiently asks to show him the wonderful feather. The great bird tells that this feather has a special, useful power. Having found himself among the creatures, Asusan notices that they are very responsible, and hears from them words of gratitude. The old wizard sits together with various inhabitants of the forest and carefully listens to their concerns. He promises to inform the residents of Ilakan and create a safe place for them. One of the kobots says that he was returning after exchanging sparkling stones. Samsung, with a smile on his face, understands that the deal was successfully completed. He casts a glance aside His face is calm and confident. He carefully watches what is happening. Two kobolds and a goblin watch with interested and slightly surprised faces. A plaque by the cell announces that the petrified gallium will now become a notable landmark. A huge dark crystal golem stands silently under the light of the two moons. Travelers along with the forest animals are sitting by a warm bonfire. The bird of paradise announces that it's time to return to the nest. The bird spreads its wings and seems to bless Susona for future travels. His silhouette rushes across the starry night sky, leaving behind the peak of the golem. The girl waves her hand energetically in farewell, and grandfather watches her with a kind smile. Morone agrees to light their way to the town with a small lantern. The kobold assures that he is cunning and will be able to return home without any problems. Two moons shine at night above the sharp contours of the column. Moroni says it was a pleasure to meet them, though someone from the south thinks he created problems. The southern sun sparkles, showing that he too got everything he needed thanks to a call from Moroni. The little goblin looks surprised and smiles joyfully, hearing the old man's kind words. And Sao-san tells Moroni, "If you need anything, come to me in the city." Moroni asks Luce with excitement if she will come and play with him again. With a bright smile, they easily promise to go fishing together or engage in exciting adventures. Morone asks what fishing is, and Luce proudly calls herself a fisherman's helper. A new day is coming, and the sun rises above the horizon of the water. Having arrived in the city, Salsa exclaims in surprise, seeing a high building with many floors. He skillfully checks how flexible his new fishing rod turned out to be. The owner of the large store is simply delighted with how much the fishing rod has bent. Luce asks if this is the very fishing rod he made from the materials they gathered. Susin confirms that he made this stick from a material similar to bamboo. A friendly salesman says that he himself adores fishing and is interested in what plans the pig has. Asa-san tells why he needs a special needle with thread, which was specially made. Aisha excitedly asked to hold the new cool rod, and he carefully agreed. His student pondered whether it was possible to somehow improve the ordinary fish hook. A woman named Shirahan inquires about local fishing methods. She says that in Ilakan, people usually catch fish with nets or harpoons. Shurkend notes that fishing with a hook is not very effective, because the fish often breaks off the hook. Aisha points to her mouth, worried that she might lose the fish. Tell Roy that he agrees. Catching fish on a hook is less effective, but he is concerned about the tools. He wonders aloud whether he should turn to the Guild of Trade for advice. Shrehan, with a dissatisfied look, recalls that scary man from the guild. The student, who is fond of fishing, strokes his mustache and thoughtfully gazes into the distance. Suddenly, a wonderful idea strikes him, like a light bulb turning on above his head. He suggests trying to attach several hooks to the end of the line at once. Aisha praises the master for his ingenuity and says that he won't even let a small fish slip away. Shirogan carefully examines the new shiny hook with hair, not showing any emotions. Shirohan says with sarcasm that the merchants will advise buying overly expensive fishing gear. Zatsu appears at the door with a serious face and comments on their conversation. He comes out to greet Shiramaru and Sadaoru's group on a lively morning. Katero asks if it's possible to find a master for special processing. Zatu assures him that he knows the best master, a true professional and a far-sighted business partner. He confidently tells Cider to trust him, as if they are together on a large ship. "I'll gladly ask Grandpa if he'll tell Rue that they're going somewhere again today." Said smiles and confidently tells what they plan to do in the coming days. He draws a simple map on the ground, showing how they will get to the blacksmith. Walking through the port town, Aisha shares how much she is looking forward to the fishing. A group waves goodbye to a man in an apron as they leave the tavern. A quiet moment passes, broken only by distant bird voices. In a noisy workshop, two blacksmiths are diligently working near a burning forge. The head blacksmith in sunglasses confidently claims that the other hook option is better. He scornfully refuses to change his fishing hooks, believing their shape to be perfect already. Mr. Aro calmly presents his new development, which, in his opinion, can truly change the fishing industry in the city. The obstinate blacksmith insists that they at least need to hear his arguments. Zatsu quietly advises Satoru to leave, but asks to trust his plan. He confesses that he has a secret plan, and from the window a black cat is carefully watching him. While the cat scratches the window, Zatsu tells his friends to just watch. Zatsu turns to the blacksmith and asks what food his cat likes the most. The blacksmith tears himself away from his work, raises his gaze with interest due to the unexpected question. He asks Cherahan if he has it, while the cat looks through the window. The master was impressed when Zatsu showed him a rare phantom tie with full strogan. On his face, both surprise and desire are visible, and a drop of sweat has appeared on his forehead. Katero sighs in disappointment, realizing that without a bribe they won't be able to proceed any further. Zatsu suggests to Satoru to express his ideas, since the blacksmith is now listening to him. Katero climbs into her tents and pulls out several detailed drawings. He puts the papers on the workbench and tells about his new ideas for fishing hooks. The drawings depict several new types of hooks, Nothing like this has been seen here before. The blacksmith leans forward respectfully and very intently examines the detailed drawings. His eyes widen in genuine amazement as he realizes just how brilliant these drawings are. He excitedly exclaims that these ideas are a real breakthrough, and praises the old man for his genius. Sidar asks modestly if he can take it on, and the blacksmith agrees with pleasure. Now that the master has fully taken charge of the matter, he asks them to return the next day. Group Katero is leaving the workshop. Their task for today is completed. A large creature, similar to a pterodactyl from tarot cards, lands on the nearby roof and carefully watches the port city. A close-up shows the intelligent reptilian eye of a creature carefully watching the group. The group walks along the pier, unaware that they are being watched from above. In a dark, damp cave, the lizardman senses that there is an old man nearby. He feels a great power in himself when a subordinate asks him what he has learned. The leader confirmed that this person is indeed the same mage who previously defeated the golem. This large creature, similar to a pterodactyl, lands in the middle of the lizardmen's settlement with a loud flap of its wings. Aisha shows grandfather something in the sky as they walk together. The leader of the lizardmen claims that their land and way of life are under threat. He is worried that due to new, very powerful fishing methods, the lake may disappear. Aisha draws her friend's attention to a dinosaur-like creature flying high in the sky, and this impresses all her companions. The leader orders Tessai, his best warrior, to destroy this threat. The muscular warrior Tessa stands up, nodding her tail and agreeing to fulfill her task. Everyone rushes forward quickly, racing at a frantic pace to meet the newcomers. In a deep, dark cave, a group of lizardmen gather, and among them, one silhouette steps forward to take on the task. In close-up, the face of Tessa's warrior is visible. In his gaze, determination and a promise to stop the danger. Elsewhere, older people say that Taro looked at a creature in the sky, similar to a pterodactyl, and noted that you rarely see such a thing. On the panoramic plan, a quiet port town is visible, which is located in a large, sun-drenched bay. Two fishermen in a small boat notice that the fog on the water is getting thicker. Someone suggests hauling in the fishing nets and heading back to the harbor. Through the thick fog, the luxurious bow of a mysterious ship quietly emerges onto the water. The man on the deck notices that this vessel is definitely not a fishing boat. Two fishermen stand, stunned and silent, with shock and anxiety visible in their eyes. A well-armed lizard man notices an approaching vessel and recognizes it as a lizardman warship. A warship speeds by, raising a powerful wave that severely rocks the small fishing boat, and the men loudly warn of the danger. One fisherman complains that when a large ship passes by here, it chases away all the fish in the area. His companion notices that the lizard in his hands has a sword, and says that this is very dangerous. As the warship moves on, one of the men notices its course with anxiety. He calculated that at the speed at which the enemy ship was moving, it would reach the city of Illusion in just half a day. One of the fishermen says that he is uneasy, and that they cannot just let an armed ship pass by. His friend says that it could be an internal conflict, and they'd better stay away from it. Having looked around anxiously, the first fisherman decides that they should at least inform the port administration. His partner reluctantly agrees, watching as the warship disappears into the distant fog. A wide shot shows the picturesque port town of Iligan with houses built just above the water. Near the large round restaurant on the pier, you can see Sidaru and his young companion. In a crowded restaurant, Cedar and his little friend Lucy carry trays of food between the tables, where chaos reigns. From behind the scenes, someone called out to Satoru, accusing him of not fulfilling his part of the agreement. A flustered young woman from the trade guild named Sasha burst into the room, frantically reporting that their secret recipes were now circulating all over the city. In pupils at the table, a worried Satya asks what's going on, while Satoru and Luce watch. The student explains to his classmates at the table that the commotion seems to be due to the recipes. Katero calmly asks Satya to calm down and says that she doesn't understand what she's talking about. Sasha apologizes for interrupting their meal, explaining that she was in a great hurry. She persistently asks Satoru if he has passed the recipe of the dish from their food cart to anyone else besides her guild. As Lutz eats vivaciously, Seder confidently assures him that he hasn't given the recipe to anyone else. Satya says with anxiety that now this is a real serious problem. The student confirms her fears, saying that there is information that Satoru's dishes are also served in other restaurants. Saidaro's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes this unexpected news. Sasha wonders aloud how it's possible to cook these dishes if you don't know what their secret ingredients are. A close-up shows the food on their table. A fresh salad and a bit of bread. Chetvero apologizes for the trouble and says that now he understands why she was so worried. He smiles calmly and says, if the clients are satisfied, that's enough for him. The student reminds him that the main thing now is the reputation of the trade guild. Holding a wooden cup in her hand, Satoru agrees to conduct her own investigation into the case. Sasha, rummaging through her bag, says that she knows where the fake outlet is. She confidently points her finger at the map, showing where they have to go. She determines that the source is a restaurant founded by Goldie, which is located a little ways away from their current location. With cold fury in her eyes, Sasha declares that they will go and remind the insolent ones of their place. A vertical panel with the simple pattern is used to transition between scenes. It shows the top of the building with a flag waving. The transition is ongoing. A huge tent restaurant is surrounded by a crowd of noisy and impatient visitors. Siteru, firmly holding his hand in the crowd, says that there are just a crazy number of people here. The woman lifts a bowl of dark fried snacks and enthusiastically says how delicious and appetizing they smell. A close-up shows that the bowl is filled with a dark, stick-like snack called Karen Send. The young noblewoman Foa looks at the food with suspicion, noticing that it looks exactly the same as their own. In a crowded cafe by Lake Baste asks Satoru to be more careful. The next beast looks tense and pensive. Inside the establishment, the Sadaru company approaches the counter to place an order. A hand lifts a plate of dark fried snacks to the roost table. Sadaru notices a familiar smell, and the owner Satya asks for his opinion. The group sits together, and Bastet stands nearby, watching the tense atmosphere closely. Unalus curiously puts a piece of the contentious smokelick into her mouth. Laws says that the taste really differs, and Bestie nods thoughtfully and agrees with her. Lucic smiles and says with admiration how delicious this snack is. It's time to look ahead with a pensive yet relieved expression. Fova indignantly claims that the recipe was stolen exactly from the guild. Under the gaze of the other visitors, Fova states that he wants to have a serious conversation. Sathya asks what the fuss is about, and Foa insists that the taste is the same. Kotoro calmly watches as the tension grows, showing no emotions. The young noblewoman Fova returns to the servant and asks if he saw everything. Fova directly asks Satya if she is the owner of this establishment. On the face of a young noble maiden, stubborn anger and pride are visible. Sasha holds a plate, and the forward persistently asks where she got the recipe. The owner scowls and looks back angrily, offended by the accusation. Fova looks down with contempt, completely convinced that Sachi is guilty. The dispute is escalating, with sparks of anger already flying between the two sides. Bastia asks Fo to calm down, but she irritably responds to her. Foy warns Stea that if something happens, he will be the one to blame. Other visitors to the establishment began to glance at the increasingly loud clarification of relations. Sitaro turns to the exhausted Bastatia, noticing that he is struggling. Bestia tries to take control of the situation, and Saki confidently says that she doesn't know any recipe. The employee quietly advises Fo to be a bit more lenient with them. He warns her that if she makes a scene, it will ruin the good reputation of their family. Satoru calmly says that evidence is needed first before starting a fight, and Luce meanwhile eats calmly. With full cheeks, Liusia happily exclaims, "What delicious food." In the noisy restaurant, the tension between the companies is felt very strongly. The restaurant by the lake stands quietly against the backdrop of distant mountains. While walking along the pier, Luce asks where Kanade is, and learns that she has gone to her family. The little girl tugs at her grandfather's sleeve and wonders what they were talking about before. Sadaruo brushes off her question and says it's not that important. He says that he wants to learn more about this recipe. He tells Bestatia that he used to cook the same dish at his street food stall before. Sathara says that everything suits him. The main thing is that everyone is satisfied. Foam mistakenly thinks this is a confession, and that the problem is already solved. She gladly suggests that now they can make their menu more diverse. Her comrades look at her in amazement, not understanding how she could be so mistaken. In anger, Sakya screams that Fova breaks the rules for her own benefit. Fova retreats, surprised by Sachia's unexpected strength of anger. Satoru watches the quarrel with a barely noticeable sly smile. He turns to Bastia and notes that young people are often too radical. A young fox is amazed. A question mark appears above her head. In Fo's confident posture, anxiety and uncertainty prevail. But Stea proposes to calmly discuss this again, for the sake of the city. Sachi asks if she plans to share this recipe with everyone over time. With these words, he angrily turns to FOA, demanding that she explain her behavior. Aisha, a young girl, urgently tugs on the sleeve of her elderly companion Saitaro. He turns to her with a friendly smile and asks what happened. Aisha pauses for a moment, gazing at her feet, before she begins to speak. Then she leans in closer, covers her mouth with her hand, and whispers something secret to Rosier. Having heard these words, Sardaru suddenly understands what is being talked about, and this surprises all the others. He informs everyone that he has just remembered some important matters that need to be done urgently. He turns to the noble Foa and her companion Bastia, asking if they would object if he were to leave. The beast, looking strained, politely lets them go. Perplexed, Bastia watches them go, while Fova looks on in annoyance. Sadar's second companion, a raven-haired woman named Kanad, watches as they depart. Fova turns to Kanad and asks if she managed to see her family. Satoru leads his friends through the town and says that they need to find out how his case is proceeding. They come to the cluttered workshop and greet the master who is working inside. A large, burly blacksmith raises his head from his work, grins broadly, and greets Satoru. He asks them to wait a bit while he brings the ordered thing. The blacksmith opens the drawer, pulls out a small flat box and says that's it. He confidently shows the box, adjusting his sunglasses, as if presenting a real masterpiece. Saedaro carefully watches the master's work, admiring his confidence. The blacksmith offers a magnifying glass to take a closer look at his work. Saedara carefully examines through the lens a skillfully made metal fishing hook. He says that the work is done wonderfully, and the design is just perfect. Kovalyuk really likes the result. He is even surprised himself that everything turned out so well from the first try. Saint Aro shows Saki a hook of unusual design and draws her attention to the sharp sting. He explains how this new feature, combined with a sturdy hook, can revolutionize fishing. Through the workshop window, a young boy watches the conversation of a group, but Satya still doubts whether such an insignificant change can change anything. Kovalyuk is eager to prove his point, so he suggests testing the new armor right on the adjacent pier. The demonstration is going very well. The large capacity barely holds all the fish that ended up in it. Both Satya and Satoru are amazed at how many fish they were able to catch in such a short time. Sasha was impressed and amazed, seeing the incredible results of the new technology. Turning around, she joyfully pulls out a large live carp on the new fishing rod. She's beaming with joy, proudly holding up the first fish she's ever caught in her life. From the shadow of the pier, mysterious figures in cloaks watch the group's successes with malicious intent. Cedric and Canada notice they're being watched and immediately become serious. Out of the darkness, mysterious figures with dark, disturbing eyes are looking at us with respect. The blacksmith notes that their successful fishing has already attracted people's attention. A group of local fishermen approaches them, impressed by the huge catch. One of the fishermen noticed that it seemed as if the fish was pulling itself into the basket. They asked the Satoru group with great enthusiasm to reveal the secret of their success. Santa Cruz smiles friendly and says he doesn't mind sharing his knowledge. A local fisherman is testing a new rod, tensely struggling with a strong fish and quietly grunting with effort. Sotero and Canada exchange anxious glances, feeling the tension around them grow. One of the fishermen turns to the blacksmith, politely addressing him as boss. He marvels at the staff's extraordinary strength and flexibility and asks for one just like it. The blacksmith refuses sternly and says that he cannot make special equipment just for him. Satoru notices a new presence when Canada slightly turns around. Canada's face became serious and cold. She feels a danger that is not visible. A drop of sweat appears on Katerio's forehead as he lifts his head and feels anxiety. A lonely fish jumps out of the water near a noisy pier. A group stands on the pier near the tents and looks at the water. With an excited look, Kennedy apologizes to Seitaru for his brother's behavior lately. She says that her brother completely immerses himself in fishing when he goes to the lake. Sveta Aro recalls that her brother was indeed a very skilled fisherman. Canada admits with relief that it has always been difficult for her to communicate with her family. The flashback begins. A younger candidate holds a fish in her hands and recalls the past. Her dad cheers happily when her little brother catches the ball like a real master. Two boys are running with enthusiasm to their secret fishing spot, which few people know. Her brother proudly shows boxes filled with a huge catch of fish. In a few days, the peasants began to worry because there were too many fish. Canada understands that it needs to negotiate with the guild to reduce the catch price. Her brother does not take her concerns seriously, assuring her that everyone was satisfied with the catch. Kanad is getting more and more worried, and it's clearly visible in her anxious gaze. In the local tavern, it was announced that the guild is introducing restrictions on fishing and setting prices. Having heard this news, her father angrily says that he's going to the guild. Canada explains that they catch too many and need to store them. Her father waves his hand and says that a fisherman's job is just selling fish. Feeling defeated, Canada gives up and realizes that arguing further makes no sense. She gets upset because her family doesn't want to listen and doesn't think about the future of the village. Now she explains that she wants to know how Satoru is doing his things. The group walks together, and Luz happily holds Satoru's hand. Sidor turns to Kennedy by name, showing that he understands her complicated situation. He carefully notices that she wants to take care of both her family and the whole village. The Canadian looks at him in surprise, not understanding where he got such knowledge. He advises her, saying that she can support her family by being in a different place. Saidari is confident that she can find her own way to do this. Canada is visibly shaken by his words, a bead of sweat appearing on her face. She thinks to herself that the overly simple solution seems too easy, as if it's unfair. Satoru smiles kindly and reassures her that it's okay to feel that way. Candid looks at him, and on her face, Understanding gradually appears. The girl beside him joyfully shouts that she has caught a fish. The blonde helps her pull out the fish, and both children rejoice at their little victory. Tell the room how everyone can make the most of the lake's gifts for all. Canada decides to find its own way to make the people around happier. Lucy proudly shows off her small, lively catch to a happy blonde boy. A faint smile appears on Canada's lips as her hair blows in the wind. She looks at the large lake, filled with sunshine, and knows exactly what she aspires to. Sadar gives her a glance and barely noticeably nods in approval. The water suddenly erupts as a smooth, dark object breaks the surface. Luce, holding the fish, turns around with curiosity, interested in the noise that suddenly appeared. Satoru's face suddenly becomes much more serious. He is convinced of his suspicions about what is approaching. A military ship with armored turtles on board is quietly sailing on the surface of the water. The leader of the lizards claims that he can read the thoughts of the human wizard. The camera zooms in on the reptile's eye, on which the leader is riding, and we see his gaze, sharp and tense. Sadar and Kanad were both frightened because the stranger had suddenly and hostilely appeared before them. The blonde boy looks bewildered and surprised. The leader of the lizards announces that Sidero is a stranger who threatens the peace of the lake. Kanada quietly asks Satoru if he knows these people, and he replies that he doesn't. He advises his comrades not to provoke the armed warriors. A mighty lizard-like warrior stares sternly at Satoru somewhere in Canada. Later, the lizard man threatens that even women and children will not be spared. On the shore of the lake, the boy notices that a detachment of warriors is approaching them. Canada asks Satoru what he has done, but he denies everything. Later, the lizard man viciously asks what they are talking about. Satoru says that he is just a traveling merchant, which greatly surprises his companion. One of the lizard men's subordinates clearly saw the old man through a magical crystal. Satoru made a gesture suggesting that everyone calm down and talk quietly. His young companion nervously looks around, holding onto the fishing rod as if seeking support in it. The leader of the lizardmen coldly tells Satharam to choose how he wants to die. Satoru suggests continuing the conversation in a more comfortable place. The group stands in front of the lizards, and Saitaru says that he likes the place. Luce looks up with widely open, alarmed eyes, watching the tense situation unfold. Point to the distant field and note in your notes that it looks wide and even. The blonde-haired boy asked if he should call security, but the Canadians told him to stay in the room. 2 warrior mercenaries are consulting, and one of them swears that they will not be defeated. Their leader sternly tells the subordinate with horns not to panic. The subordinate says he is ready to defend the village, even if he has to give his life for it. The warriors agree that their main task is to protect their home from the wizard. By the water stand the lizard people, and one of them doubts their plan. Birds are calmly circling above the quiet lake and surrounding nature. Having relocated, the leader of the lizards confirmed that the new territories were suitable. Setaro climbs into the bag and says he needs a minute to get ready. He calmly sets a small tea service on the fabric spread out on the ground. The horned lizard looks on respectfully and suspiciously asks if it's not some kind of magic circle. Having laid out his things, Satoru lifts his head. He is ready to start his unusual game. He gestures for the armed lizard to join the tea ceremony. There's a spark of excitement in Lucy's eyes, and a blush spreads across her cheeks as she watches. 2 of his friends are simply shocked and do not understand what is happening at all. The horned lizard doubts what he sees and calls it just a fake, asking the wizard what he has in mind. Tosei warns his subordinate not to get too close to the unknown magic circle. Kanjit and the blonde boy look at Satoru, still trying to understand what happened. Seru invites the warrior to sit down and explains that this is their traditional ritual before battle in his country. The leader of the lizard people, Tessie, looks ahead of herself with a gloomy and uncertain expression. One of his subordinates claims that if this is an official custom, then the honor of his family is under threat. The leader clenches his fist on the hilt of the sword and declares that he is not going to retreat. Katero asks his companions to sit down and notes that their competitors are completely different. She respectfully looks at the unusual scene, not taking her eyes off it. One respectful lizard notices that Sataro is standing very collected and says that it seems to be a genuine fighting stance. 2 lizardmen are quietly discussing what to do next. One of them asks if it's not worth retreating. She quietly tugs on grandfather's robe and softly calls him by name. Saidaro quietly leans towards the excited girl and calms her down. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He looks at the lizard man, realizing that unfamiliar things can be scary. The lizard man with horns explodes with anger and screams not to be underestimated, because he is a real warrior. He points his sword at Satoru and demands that he name the name of his leader. Internally, he simply decides to find out everything necessary, but morally prepares for the worst. The forester next to Tessa notices how calm he is in this situation. If in simple words, just don't care to answer, oh well, and watch the birds fly over your head. He finally confronts Saithir, calling the ceremony a waste of time and demanding they get down to business at last. Sadarak calmly tells the warrior to sit across from him, just as he is sitting. The lizardman chieftain recoils, his flat reptilian eye narrowing in surprise. Sadaru explains that the formal pose for sitting is called sasa, and advises not to overexert oneself. The leader of the lizardmen looks impudently and warns the wizard not to underestimate him. Following the wizard's advice, he awkwardly gets down on his knees and accepts a strange ritual. The horned lizard watches respectfully as his opponent tries to cope with Caesar's unusual pose. A subordinate, when saying all is well, simply confirms that there are no problems. But if you say this to a superior, like Rao, for example, it sounds like things are going even better. It shows confidence and calmness. Satoru says that before a fight, it's essential to calm your mind. That's the first step to victory. The wizard hands over a bowl of tea and explains to the visitors that it needs to be offered to the opponent. Satoru explains that the conversation will begin only after the completion of the tea ceremony. His warriors try to stop him, but he is determined to accept this offer. The leader of the lizardmen expresses suspicion that the wizard is not a seer, but an ordinary merchant who pretends to be a prophet. With a gentle smile, Sadaru assures them that he won't take their vital supplies. Looking at the lake, he realizes that it is necessary not to allow overfishing and food waste. He treats the lizard leader to tea and hopes he will like it. Hisei holds the cup, his face expressionless as he ponders the wizard's words. His reptilian eyes widen in surprise as he swallows the tea. He enthusiastically states that he likes tea, and it's apparent that he's no longer as aggressive. Having become interested, he asks Sidero to tell further and explain his plan to the end. Katero tells about his idea. He wants to cook and store fish so that it doesn't spoil and doesn't go to waste. He explains that drying fish is the best way to preserve it before cooking. He says that if you add more oil and batter, the dish will be more to the liking of children. Taking a piece of dried fish, he confesses that he doubts the effectiveness of this plan. Having tasted, he admits that it is delicious, and the wizard's words already seem plausible to him. The scene fades to black, and Tessie solemnly voices her final concern about the situation. He actively gesticulates, showing that he does not trust the locals from the neighboring town. He explains with enthusiasm that the greedy city dwellers will catch too many fish and spoil the lake. Kathero nods understandingly, acknowledging that the local fishermen will still need to be convinced. To show his interest in cooperation, he invites Satoru to his village to tell him about his plan in detail. The lizard warriors look with respect and curiosity, their faces changed. Sayador asks his companion not to return to the city first, which greatly surprises her. He reassures an uncertain Canada, and says he is confident they will be able to reach an agreement. Kendan reluctantly agrees, but asks him to be careful and watches him with concern. She watches from the shore as Satoru and Luke swim across the lake. Inside the village of Yashchur, Sadaru are warmly welcomed in their dwellings, which resemble twisted trees. He tells the gathered lizards about his plans for cooperation with the city. Elisar agrees that negotiations are necessary and thoughtfully sips his drink. Another lizard man interrupts, curiously asking to show the fishing gear that Sadaru mentioned earlier. Sidoro shows his homemade bamboo fishing rod and wonders how thin it is. He says that this can be done with simple and accessible materials. He talks about the components: a web, ordinary bamboo, and specially treated needles. The lizard man, impressed by how easy the thread is, realizes that he may be able to do the same. He notices a creature that resembles a chicken and thinks that it can be used to obtain useful materials. The gourd-like creature turns its head, as if it has guessed the lizard's intention. Kathero looks at the lake and explains, "To catch bigger fish, you need better gear." He shows an interesting lizard man and a specially made hook, explaining what it is needed for. He points to a small spring clip on the end, and the lizard man, squinting, tries to make it out. The lizards enthusiastically ask to try a new hook, and Seder agreed to go fishing together. The lizard remembers that the elders also wanted to go fishing with the guest. The picture smoothly transitions into a cut, where it is shown how they successfully catch fish. They are fishing by the lake at night, casting their lines into the dark water. Satero and two lizards are fishing together under a big tree at night. Satoru tells that during the day he taught young lizardmen and praised them for their skill. The old merchant Satoru wondered how responsibly the merfolk engaged in fishing. A lone lizard man vows to protect the ancient lake for his descendants. Under the glow of 2 moons, fishing rods stretch over the calm water. The large round building of the trade guild floats calmly on the water. The young employee cautiously peeks around the corner, wondering why her boss is not worried at all. She panics because Satoru has been missing all day. But her boss Shiruhan is not worried at all. She nervously asks him what they will do if something goes wrong. When she enters the workshop and sees the high priest of Kelsito, she is very surprised that he is here. The master proudly informs Selchito that the order is finally ready. The intimidated employee apologizes for calling the priest such a long way. The creator looks at the created thing and says that it is simply wonderful. He is captivated by the beautiful work, noting that it resembles the goddess Itro. Holding the cup, he is particularly delighted with its intricate decoration. The master is interested in how the preparation for the festival next year is progressing. Selchito smiles confidently and says that this year's festival will be the largest of all. The worker notes that during the festival, it's very hot in the guild. Selchito turns around and smiles softly, as if he already knows everything. He explains that believers from all over the world gather for this event. Since this year Illicon is taking place, he needs to carefully think through how to receive guests. Masters offer to try opening their own food point. The mention of food stalls suddenly makes me remember Satoru, and it's shocking. Satoru arrives at a stony glade near the lake together with his friends. He asks if he can take the boat, but the lizard man can't find his elder. The lizards wonder where the elder has gone when the water suddenly starts to churn violently. From the water emerged a huge turtle, and on its shell sat an old lizardman. Suddenly, a gigantic turtle shock appears to Seder. Along with it, the lizardmen also attack. An elderly lizard man with a smile greets the group and says they have been waiting for them for a long time. He says that his friend, a turtle, himself asked to go with him. He tells his turtle friend all about the traveler Saito Rudo, a huge turtle with this power to set its foot. And from this the earth around trembles. The elder lizard asks Cider if he is ready to participate in the competition. The turtle offers Satoru a ride, explaining that he is probably looking for someone to ride on. Satoru thoughtfully ponders the unexpected challenge from the legendary creature. The kid looks at grandfather with curiosity. Sidero gets down on his knees and calms down the curious deer, saying that everything will be all right. A huge turtle watches them with a slight enigmatic smile. Can it quickly run along the pier to the floating guild building? She finds Shirahana in his office, and he asks the saleswoman what happened. She anxiously tells that it has already been 3 days since the lizardman took Satoru. Shirkend looks absolutely calm when he takes a book from the shelf. Kinade asked why the old man had appeared here in the first place. Shirhen puts his hand on the book, preparing to answer her questions. Canada tells how Sadar tried to convince lizardmen to allow fishing. As Churgan flips through the pages of the book, Kinade adds that he's not there yet. Shirakan confidently says that grandfather will definitely handle it. Kaneda, with a worried face, asks if he's really not worried. Shirahan says that Sataru's magical power is not inferior to any magician in the neighborhood. Despite his reassurance, Kanan still expresses his doubts and worries. Shuriken contemptuously waves his hand and abruptly closes the book. He smiles and says that Taro will prove everything with deeds, not words. A young woman named Mio shares her experiences. She says that you can never be sure what will happen, even if everything is calm now. Her companion calmly dismisses her excitement, enigmatically adding that he even feels a little sorry for the lizards. Mio is taken aback by his strange and unexpected remark. In another place, a huge lizard's foot is shown on the sawed earth, and someone's voice plaintively calls for help to someone named Asaodono. In the lizard people's village, Elder Theon offers to show a great turtle, and traveling merchant Satoru asks who this creature is. Taiyun explains that the creature is a Sonido turtle, a legendary animal also known as the Lord of the Lake. Taeyeon notices that the normally calm turtle has suddenly become interested in someone, and this is very unusual. 2 other lizards watch the events carefully. One looks thoughtful, and the other is slightly surprised. The enormous turtle Sanito quietly grunts, confirming his agreement. Having lived a long life, Sataru well understands the situation and asks what this competition of powers will consist of. The lizard Aslao says that the Sunido turtles are known for their considerable speed, and the competition consists of a race. Another lizard confirms this and says that he also heard from his great-grandfather stories about how fast the turtle runs. So Nido, the giant turtle, quietly exhales air. Her face is completely expressionless. It's hard to guess what she's thinking. One lizard man tells a local legend about the creation of the world. Their village was built right on the Sonidos. Huge footprints. With one movement of his clawed paw, another lizard offers to tell his story about the power of the turtle. He tells how one whole mountain disappeared in a single night, and in its place the city of Ilakan now stands. Through its great power, local residents once considered Sonido a god of the lake. The lizard man returns to the elder, presumably to confirm these incredible stories. Tion continues to tell the legend of how Sonido once knew how to fly and spit out magical tongues of flame in the night sky. The whole company, along with Satoru and Luce, listens with excitement to the incredible stories about the power of Sonido. Sonido, looking at Theon, realizes that these stories show how much the Craster's people respect him. Looking at the view, Sanido admits that memories have scattered over the years. A huge turtle calmly explains that the story of the flight was just a dream that Tian's grandfather saw in his childhood. Katero quietly laughs when she learns the real truth behind this incredible legend. He reminds the turtle that he is just a traveling merchant, and sooner or later he will have to leave this place. Nito also says that he is looking forward to this match. and believes it will be the most interesting one in a long time. Satoru gently smiles and asks the legendary creature to be careful with him during their competition. Two lizardmen watch the preparation for the competition, their gazes a mix of curiosity and anxiety. T waves his hand, inviting the others to follow him to a more convenient place for racing. Before us lies a wide, hilly landscape with a small amount of vegetation, an ideal place to test your speed. Sonido stands in the middle of an open field, and Tane says that this place is perfect for their competition. Lucha gazes out at the endless expanses and wonders aloud if Sonido wasn't also the first in these parts. On a high cliff, two lizard men sit and wait to watch the upcoming races. Manasao's lizard understands that it is about to see Satoru's true power, and begins to worry that they might be in danger. Satoru smiles and asks about the rules to find out how they will determine the winner in the speed competition. Tane explains, "You can win in two ways. Either win the race or hold on during the wild ride on Lord." The cat agrees to the race and asks what the distance will be. Tien replies that they need to run to the largest tree and back. He returns to Lucy and assures her that he won't do anything dangerous while she waits for him. Luke looks at his grandfather with a happy, trusting smile and agrees to his request. Sunito stands at the start and asks if everyone is ready to start the run. A gigantic turtle warns Ryu, "Do not try to win by relying solely on your physical strength." Satoru confirms that he can use magic to enhance his body, and Taiyin allows it because it's part of his strength. Two lizard men watch the discussion before the start with Sirius, listening intently as they finalize the rules. Tion gives his final advice. He advises Cedar to check the route on his map. To study the course, Cedar summons a small glowing projection of a map in his hand. He says he's ready, though he can't remember the last time he ran a mile. Sitting at the top of the rock, Tay gestures for the two participants to take their starting positions. A gigantic turtle narrows its reptilian eyes, tensely preparing for the start of the race. In the eyes of the four, an equally strong passion and readiness to start the competition are visible. She sharply lowers her hand down, and with a cry gives the start of the race. With a raised fist, Luce enthusiastically cheers on her grandfather. The race begins, and Satoru, together with Sanito the turtle, incredibly quickly shoot ahead. Sonito is simply stunned and can't believe the speed at which his opponent started moving. Observing from the top of the rock, the lizard people couldn't believe with what speed the old man was moving. Sawdust and air remained behind as they rushed through the forest. In the forest, a rabbit was frightened by a rapid movement that rushed past him. Sidero easily jumps in the air, confidently producing a joyful sound. He is amazed at his own speed, realizing that he has never run so fast before. From their strength, it seems as if the earth itself is tearing apart underfoot. Satoru looks forward confidently and doesn't take his eyes off his goal. Sanito notes that Satoru is confidently leading and seems to have plenty of time to spare. It's evident from this turtle's eyes that she's surprised, and indeed, it's not easy being the main one. Running alongside his opponent, Saitaro says he expected such speed from Sunito. The lizard-like Manacel wonders aloud, what does such an agile creature need a rider for? With a faint smile on his face, Satoru assumes that Sunito just wants to be around friends. A huge turtle slightly smiles, finding grandfather's thought amusing. A confident smile appears on Sataro's face as he prepares for the next stage. He says they are approaching the turning point, a large tree visible in the distance. A wide shot of the landscape shows how great a distance these two racers have already covered. Standing on the rock, the lizards worry, hasn't the old man fallen? The elder Taeyeon recalls that his match with Sonai lasted 2 or 3 hours. Luce emphasizes that they started moving much faster than the elder had experienced. Another lizard jokes that the run will probably end so quickly that you won't even have time to go fishing. Thinking that it will have to wait for a long time, the cell decides to take a little nap at the top of the rock. Their quiet conversation is suddenly interrupted by a rumble and 2 clouds of dust that are rapidly approaching. The lizard people were stunned with amazement. They cannot believe that the races are already coming back. Taiyon comments with excitement on the high speed and the fact that the distance between them doesn't change at all. The Manasau lizard is amazed at Satoru's endurance and begins to doubt whether he is really a human. She glows with pride, cheerfully cheers everyone up, and enthusiastically tells what an incredible grandfather she has. The race ends with a frantic rush, as all participants give their last strength. The smiling lizardman spectator announces that there is already a clear winner in the competition. The other lizards still can't come to their senses from what they've just seen. When everything calmed down, someone exclaimed that it was a real battle. Smoothly turning the camera, Satoru says joyfully that he's very happy and lets out a relieved sigh as he managed to win the race. Luce runs to her grandfather and enthusiastically says what a cool and great guy he is. The enormous turtle Sanito humbly acknowledges that the world is much bigger than she imagined. Cider thanks Sanito for the wonderful fight and says he has never met such a fast opponent before. We wonder if the day will come when he will be allowed to tame such a giant. Another reptilian is amazed that such unusual words can be heard from an elderly person. Sunido officially turns to Cider, who stands under the cliff where the lizard men are watching. He promised to serve Satan himself and humbly asked to be given a name. Cider first wonders and asks why Sunido's name is not enough for him. Tien explains from the cliff that Sanado is the name of the people, not the name of an individual. Asal agrees and explains that the turtle wants to have its own unique and special name. Stroking his beard, Sadaru thoughtfully comes up with names related to turtles and stones. Luce looks at grandfather with interest, realizing that he has come up with some idea. Nito also says that they have one more game to play. Suddenly bursting with energy, the final game begins with Luce at the center of events. She merrily rides on the back of Sunido, urging him to go faster and faster. Lizards in captivity watch the girl and discuss how strong she is. The old lizard with a smile says that this girl is definitely not one of the timid ones. Off-screen, someone says, "Since we have time, let's try something else." Lucy exclaims joyfully, her eyes shining with excitement. Riding on a very fast turtle, Luce rejoices at how fun it is and suggests making a sharp turn. The wild behavior of the creature tosses two geckos, who were watching, into the air. At the top of the rock, a group of lizardmen observes everything. One of them screams about danger, and another, on the contrary, cheerfully cheers, calling for even more drive. A simple sound effect wonderfully conveys how happy Luke is during this exciting ride. A rumble can be heard as giant turtles slide across the ground. After the trip, Luce looked like everything was over, and Sanito the turtle was thrilled. She was smiling all the time. Sadar approaches Yashchur and says it was very close, then asks who he and the girl are. Satoru with a slight smile confesses that he wanted to intervene because everything looked dangerous. Satoru proudly says that his friend Lucy is a very strong girl. When she was asked if she liked it, Luke smiled and said she had a very good time. The leader of the lizardmen asks Sonito if he has finally decided what he will do. A close-up of Sonito's eye. Pleasure and a sense of completion are visible in it. The camera then cuts to a close-up of Nito's reptilian eye, who is satisfactorily watching the result. Sotero looks at the ancient creature and addresses it. Sonido-san. Before the appearance of the lizard people, Sanito swears allegiance to Satoru, asks him to give him a name, and allow him to return. The leader of the lizard people stands proudly against the backdrop of a cloudy sky, becoming a witness to an important decision. Sotero smiles warmly and immediately agrees to the request of the gigantic turtle. Looking out at the wide landscape, Satoru offers friendship instead of conquest, and Sonido agrees to this with pleasure. Sadar thoughtfully picks a name for his new friend, and suggests naming him Rosa. The newly named Rosa stands before Satoru and Luke, and this new name still seems to echo in the air. Rosa is very pleased with the new name, and Satoru is satisfied that she likes it. The elder lizard instructs Cedar to say goodbye, advising him to embark on a journey and see the world. With an understanding glance, Rosa seems to sense his new purpose. Cedar carefully places his hand on Rosa's strong old armor. Touching the shell, Satoru wonders how much Rosa could have seen during her long life. He admits that he himself appeared in this world not so long ago. Lucy looks at him in surprise and doesn't understand how he can be her grandfather. Cedar softly smiles and makes it clear that she has understood him correctly. From the edge of the abyss, lizards wave goodbye to the old man and wish him caution. On Rosie's back, light waves happily disperse as they rush through the water. When they sail across the lake, Rosa asks if they are not going too fast, and Sardaru responds that the speed is perfect. Rosa admits that he is not used to carrying people on his back. Setaro worries that due to her large size, Rose won't be able to get into the city. Luce asks if it's possible to reduce Rose with the help of magic, but Satoru explains that magic has its own limitations. He decides to turn to Etriel in the temple to find a solution to the problem. From a height, a view of the town by the lake opens up. There are houses on the shore and on floating platforms. On the outskirts of the city, Satoru tells Rosie that he will have to wait a bit until they find a way out of the situation. Lucy is delighted and says she can't wait to go for a walk around the city with Rhodes. As Satoru walks through the market, he mentally worries about the danger of magic experiments. Lucy with a sigh dreams of a magic potion for shrinking, like in the famous fairy tale she knows. Two people are walking on a wooden pier towards a large building that resembles a boat and looks like a temple. As they approach the entrance to the temple, Satoru suddenly feels that something is wrong. The worried high priest Salkido and his assistant Asao hastily approach them. Salkido explains that he is in a hurry to pray for a believer who is currently in a serious condition. Satoru politely steps aside and tells the priest to ignore him and not worry. As they walk by, Luke looks after them worriedly, hoping the person will be all right. Saireru and Lucy enter the temple, where they are met by Itral in a long cloak. Ithril comes to the temple and shares with Saidaru that a lot has happened recently. Blushing slightly, Itral proudly notes how well Sadaru performed in their recent match. Sadaru smiles gratefully and says he wants to talk about his new friend Rosa. As they walk together, Satoru explains to Itaru that Rosa is too big to enter the city. Itral offers a magical tool that allows changing the size of a creature. Satoru realizes that he can use the item as a tool for magic. Satoru asks Itral to turn to the priest Salcesto to prepare the necessary magical instruments. Ithro recalls the seriously ill person Salcedo spoke about, and he feels that something is not right here. To keep everything a secret, Itra would want Satoru to take care of the patient. Lucchese, Satoru, and Etril were surprised by such an unexpected request. Ithril asks Luce if she won't be lonely, but she bravely replies that she can stay. With a bright smile, Luis explains that her grandfather had to help someone. Ithral smiles softly in response, confirming that she is right. Satoru looks touched and a bit tired. Satoru and Ithril set out on a journey, and Lucy and the cat see them off at the temple pier, wishing them a safe trip. A large boat temple with a tent is well visible against the background of the mountain coast. While she waits, Luce strokes a black cat that purrs, sitting on the wooden pier. Two of Lucy's friends notice her from afar and anxiously point in her direction. The blonde nervously calls Lucy, her face filled with anxiety. They run up to her, rejoicing and asking when she returned. Her friends asked her why she had been absent for so long, and if everything was all right with her. They get completely lost when Luke suddenly talks about some turtle sandbox. Having lost, with a dreamy gaze, she happily tells her adventure, how she ran together with a turtle. Her friends can't believe this story. It sounds like a fairy tale to them. The blonde asks Lutz if Satoru is with her now, holding the cat in her arms. Luke starts telling where her grandfather went. She happily says that her grandfather went for a walk with an uncle with dark skin. The black cat is resting with pleasure, receiving affection in the form of belly rubbing from Lucy. The dark-haired friend guesses that Luke has in mind head priest Salcedo. She recalls that Salcedo prays for a person with an incurable disease. Liucia says with pride that her grandfather went to help, and she is now waiting at home with her cat. Friends come to terms with the unexpected news. Satoru has decided to help. The dark-haired friend smiles with understanding, while the blonde is still amazed. On the deck of the boat temple, a friend tells that sometimes magic can cure diseases. Hearing this, Lucy exclaims with hope and amazement. In the evening, Siddhar and Itra strolled together along the stone path by the water. Ithril notices that there are many merchants and warehouses of trading companies here. They look at the hill where a lively village is visible, and Ithril points to a lit house. A luminous moth flies alongside the lantern as they continue on their way. Saint Erog asked Itro with concern how the patient was feeling. Itral explains that it's a disease that can be cured only with a special kind of magic, thus confirming Satoru's suspicions. Itral is confident that Satoru's powers will be more than enough to help. He looks at Ro with excitement and asks if it's worth helping just this person. Itra looks calmly and seriously at Satoru. A glowing butterfly flies off Jethro's hand as they speak, indicating that this matter is special. Ether explains, unlike others, this patient has not yet reached his natural end. Sadar raises his eyes to the hero of this story and repeats his profound words about himself. Itral explains that this patient is a person who by nature should not have died at all. Itral explains that even one alien drop can change the whole world, like a stain on clean water that spreads in circles everywhere. The butterfly symbolizes the waves that spread around the world from one small event. A figure in a hood points to a shining butterfly in the sky. This is a visual metaphor for what they are talking about. Elderly people from South Sataro well understand how strongly things that are not part of this world can affect us. He jokingly asks his companion Jethro if there hasn't been some other mistake, as happened with his own birth. Two interlocutors are walking along a rural path and talking seriously. With a resolute look, the cell promises not to leave a person in trouble. In response to South's sincere confession, his companion smiles with a barely perceptible, understanding smile. While walking, Itral suddenly stops. A questioning look appears on his face. He feels that something is somewhere nearby. On a bench in the park sits a young girl named Fova and cries quietly, hiding her face in her palms. His friend approaches the crying girl and asked what she was doing here. The attendant quietly asks the pig if this nervous girl is the same patient. Fova raises her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she sees two travelers before her. Through tears, she recognizes the man. It's the same one she had met earlier at the guild shop. She quickly gets up, turns away and wipes her face, trying to hide her shame. Having tried to calm down, Foya says that he will return another time to talk about the recipe. Sal looks at her with kindness and says that he can settle his affairs some other time. After that, he says that his ancestor Cheeto had already told him about the illness of her family. Full is amazed and lifts his head when Sal unexpectedly offers his help. He tells her about his skills in healing magic, and she disheartenedly shares that the doctor gave an unfavorable prognosis. A spark of hope appears on Noah's face as she thinks that healing magic might help. She desperately asks if there is any hope that her mom will recover. Asao and his companion exchange views and seem to silently decide what to do next. One of the cells is worried that his colleague Sathi will be unhappy due to the delay in the case. His companion clenches his fist, showing that he is worried about the difficult situation. Overcome with emotion, Fova suddenly drops to her knees and bows sincerely to them. Her sudden desperate act catches both him and his friend off guard. Meanwhile, Boeing pretends to apologize with tears in his eyes for his former rudeness and asks for their help. Cell decides to deal with the recipe later and asks Fova to tell her about the guild situation. With a warm smile, he suggests going first to find out how her mom is feeling. Fova agrees with relief and tells him to follow her to her home. 3 people are walking up the path to a large and magnificent house against the backdrop of an evening sky. Near the entrance to Foa, a serious butler of the family approaches. He looks worried. Fova asks the butler about the condition of her mother, and he replies with sorrow that nothing has changed. She reminds the butler that they need someone who can wield strong restorative magic. A friend in a hood jokingly asked what was so interesting about this recipe to slightly relieve the tense atmosphere. Saul takes a deep breath, gathers his courage, and prepares to enter the mansion. Walking through the luxurious corridor, he speaks with admiration about what a luxurious house the trade guild is. He is called Sadaro Samam, and he confirms that it is indeed him, nodding his head. Fox Y quietly hopes that even a small improvement in Mom's health will be a great achievement. She nervously clenches her fist. Excitement is clearly felt as they approach the patient's room. The butler looks at them with a mixture of hope and cautious distrust. Salary assures FOA with a gentle smile, promising to do everything possible to help. The boy enters the bedroom and tells his mom that they have guests. Their mom, Salon, takes them into her bed every week, looking pale and weak. Fola runs up to her, advising her to lie down and rest instead of getting to work. Selena explains that she wants to finish her business while her hands can still work. Aso presents himself modestly and with respect. He says that he wants to use his magic to try to cure her illness. Selene also appears in response and politely thanks him for the offer. When the butler inquires, the mysterious hooded man introduces himself simply as a salesman. The medical worker stands by the bed, ready to start, and politely asks if they can begin the examination. The wizard aims the wand forward and utters the diagnostic spell Evalue. Around the woman lying in bed, magical screens with data suddenly appear, and a cell nearby analyzes all this information. A close-up of Sauce Eye. You can see how he looks intently and gradually starts to understand everything. The results show that the patient has paralysis, loss of vision, and severe weakness. Asao understands that this is a disease for which he is not prepared at all, even despite the knowledge from his past life. Sal suddenly hears his friend's voice right in his head. The concerned butler and daughter do not notice the silent telepathic conversation. His companion boldly assures the cell that it has the power to heal it. A visual metaphor shows that a stronger magic is needed for recovery. The partner confirms that Assad's ability to resurrect will solve this problem. Sal looks tired. He thinks his companion is oversimplifying everything. The concerned daughter of the patient asks if it is possible to completely cure her mother. The doctor first decides to tell the patient what the disease is. The sick woman listens and understands that he correctly identified her illness. He explains that she has several tumors in her breasts. It's a type of breast cancer. The woman confirms his findings, admitting that she did indeed feel a thickening there. Cell says the illness requires intervention and offers to use his magic. The daughter begs him to save her mom and promises to do everything he asks. Asao, along with his companion, calmly calm down the agitated girl. The daughter, filled with new hope, agrees to give him a chance to continue. Asal raises his staff and casts a powerful healing spell called Remission. He, along with the patient's daughter, intently watches as this sorcery takes effect. Patient Celine opens her eyes, her face calm as the light gradually fades. He asks her how she feels now that the spell is over. Celine waves her hand with excitement, delighted that her movements have fully recovered. She looks around and wonders why she can see everything very clearly now. Her daughter asks if she has really recovered, and Celine happily confirms it. Asao, along with his friends, is relieved to see that the curse has taken effect. The family butler stands by, completely stunned by such a sudden recovery. He says with amazement that Madame recovered instantly. The butler admits that he has never seen such powerful magic before. He says that this curse belongs to the highest level, just like resurrection. Asal modestly waves off the praise, saying that he is just a simple trader. The butler can't believe that such an influential person is an ordinary commoner. A doctor from the south confirmed that the illness had already passed, and advise Celine to rest and gain strength. Celine sincerely smiles, thanks her daughter, and says that she feels much better now. Her daughter Fova freezes for a moment, stunned by this wonder. Tears of relief appeared in the eyes of the enemy, and she did not hide how glad she was about it. Voila falls into her mother's arms, just at the moment when one of the cells decides to leave her body. Walking down the street in the evening, Asav worries about his young ward. He thinks about the long day and decides to head back. Behind him a voice booms, calling him by name and stopping him on the road. The butler, along with the guards, caught up with him to thank him officially. He insists that what Salper did was a real miracle, not a small favor. The cell politely tries to refuse their offer to pay, considering it excessive. The butler asks him to agree, fearing that his mistress's enemy will react. Asal finally agrees, but proposes in return to ask for only one favor. The butler and the servants were perplexed by such an unexpected request.